Chapter 720. With the speed of the enormous sword, it only spent close to 10 days of time to already pass through the vast Darkstone Empire and enter the territory of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Kid Ling Tian, where are we going now? Feng Wu Dao controlled the enormous sword to stop, then looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Go to our 7-star sword sect's estate first. It's over there." Under the guidance of Duan Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao controlled the enormous sword to head all the way towards the southwest direction, and it wasn't long before he saw 7 sword peaks that shot into the sky appear before his eyes. The 7 sword peaks were like 7 enormous swords that were stabbed into the boundless earth, and their imposing auras were shocking as if they wanted to pierce through the boundless sky. "Elder brother Duan, this is the 7-star sword sect's estate?" Feng Tianwu looked down at the 7 sword peaks and asked. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. He originally thought that he would be moved by the scene, but when the 7 great sword peaks appeared before his eyes, his originally surging feelings had instead instantly calmed down. All the sorrow seemed to have transformed into boundless hatred that ceaselessly accumulated and was ready to explode out at any moment. "Uncle Feng, Tian Wu, Elder Kong. I'll go down to look for 2 people, all of you wait for me here for a moment." Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong as he spoke slowly. Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong nodded. Whereas Feng Tianwu instead said, "Elder brother Duan, I'll go down with you." "Okay." Duan Lingtian didn't refuse, and he brought along Feng Tianwu to flash through the sky before diving down to directly head towards the peak of Megrez Peak, and they descended onto the peak of Megrez Peak after a short moment. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as he stood at this familiar place, and he suppressed his restless feelings. Feng Tianwu was able to discern that Duan Lingtian's mood was extremely unstable, and she sensibly didn't say anything, and silently followed by Duan Lingtian's side as if she was Duan Lingtian's shadow. "This is where I used to cultivate." Duan Lingtian walked to the side of the peak of Megrez Peak and stood at the edge of the cliff with his head lowered. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the clouds and see that familiar crooked tree. Feng Tianwu stood by Duan Lingtian's side and looked down as well. A moment later, she followed Duan Lingtian down from the sky. Only now did she know why Duan Lingtian said that this was the place where he used to cultivate. It turned out that on the outside of this cliff, there was actually a cave passage that led to the heart of the mountain. At the entrance of the cave, there was a crooked tree. "I seem to have been gone for a long time." Duan Lingtian stood on the crooked tree, gently stroking the branches and leaves, his eyes filled with reminiscence. At that time, he'd noticed this place when he'd just entered the 7-star sword sect. It could be said that this place meant a lot to him. It even gave him a monstrous talent, allowing his cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. Crooked tree, 10,000-year stalactite milk. Duan Lingtian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the scene when he'd just arrived here all those years ago. He still remembered that when he'd just arrived, there was only a crooked tree here. The cave passage was blocked by a layer of cliff, and it was forcefully opened by him with brute force. It was precisely because he'd opened up the cave passage that he was able to enter and find the 10,000-year stalactite milk, allowing him to be reborn. Many traces of him were left behind here, and there were too many memories of him. His spiritual force stretched out, and Duan Lingtian noticed the 2 people that were cultivating in the 10,000-year stalactite cave within the cave passage at the first possible moment. The auras of the 2 people weren't unfamiliar to him. One of them was precisely the former peak master of the 7-star sword sect's Alcade Peak, and also the master of his fiancée, Ke, Qin Xiong. The other person was the closed-door disciple of the former 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jin Hong, Mo Yu. After he noticed the 2 people, Duan Lingtian's face revealed a rare smile. Suddenly, swish, a wave of wind howls that tore through the sky swept over from high above in the distance, and it grew closer and closer to a deafening sound. "Elder brother Duan, watch out." Feng Tianwu's face went grim, and with a raise of her hand, the grade 3 spirit whip Duan Lingtian helped refine for her appeared out of thin air, and the origin energy in her body raged as she was prepared to attack at any moment. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he looked towards the source of the howls of wind that grew closer and closer, and an exceedingly enormous figure appeared before his eyes. The figure that grew clearer and clearer before his eyes caused Duan Lingtian's body to lightly tremble, and his pupils constricted as if he'd seen something unbelievable. At this moment, Feng Tianwu, who was prepared to attack, withdrew the origin energy that raged within her body. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that hadn't condensed into form in the sky above her dispersed along with this. Because she noticed that no matter if it was Duan Lingtian or this unexpected guest, there wasn't any hostility between them after they saw each other. Elder brother Duan knows it. As she looked at the grand rock that flapped its wings that were like clouds that covered the sky, Feng Tianwu thought in her heart. In next to no time, she obtained her answer. Elder Peng. Duan Lingtian couldn't restrain his excited feelings any longer, and he cried out before his figure flashed out to instantly vanish on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was already before the nearby grand rock. The grand rock that appeared before Duan Lingtian now was precisely the former sect guarding revered elder of the Seven-Star Sword sect, Elder Peng. Duan Lingtian never imagined that Elder Peng was actually still alive. After Elder Peng sent him off that day, he turned back without hesitation and wanted to live and die with the Seven-Star Sword sect. Originally, Duan Lingtian thought that Elder Peng and the Seven-Star Sword sect higher-ups had died at the hands of those old fellows from the Azure Forest Trisect, yet he never imagined that Elder Peng had actually survived. As he stood in the air before Elder Peng, Duan Lingtian's face was filled with excitement that was impossible to restrain. Not bad. Not bad. I'm actually unable to see through you in the slightest now. Looks like you've improved greatly in these past few years. Elder Peng was slightly excited when he saw Duan Lingtian once more, and he spoke via voice transmission. At that time, he and the Seven-Star Sword sect higher-ups had come to an agreement to send Duan Lingtian away because they felt that Duan Lingtian was the hope for the Seven-Star Sword sect to rise once more in the future. So, the Seven-Star Sword sect higher-ups had risked their lives to open up a path of escape for Duan Lingtian. Moreover, they'd smoothly sent Duan Lingtian away. Elder Peng, how did you survive? Duan Lingtian's mood gradually calmed down, and he couldn't refrain from asking. Elder Peng was only a void initiation stage demon beast and was unable to speak, so he sighed via voice transmission. After I sent you off that time and returned, I noticed that everything had already ended. It was already meaningless for me to make a move again, so I hid myself and waited for the time when I could help you rebuild the sect in the future. Elder Peng, your decision was wise. Duan Lingtian said. At the beginning, I was unable to wrap my head around why all the experts of my Seven-Star Sword sect would die so quickly at the hands of the Azure Forest Trisect. Later on, I found out from little girl Xiong that it turned out that Zhao Ming had betrayed the sect. When Elder Peng spoke via voice transmission, his aged voice was filled with rage. Later on, I'd repeatedly trespassed into the Azure Forest Trisect and successively killed 2 of Zhao Ming's grandsons. But unfortunately, that Zhao Ming had always been hiding and didn't make an appearance. Otherwise, even if I had to risk my life, I would still take him down with me. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was able to sense Elder Peng's rage, and he shook his head. Elder Peng, there's no need for you to give up your precious life for a mere Zhao Ming. Even though that Zhao Ming is still alive now, it's no different than being dead. Zhao Ming, the Elder Ming of the Seven-Star Sword sect's Xianming elders, had already been tricked into an inscription formation in the Darkstone Empire by him all those years ago. It had only been a few years, and unless an expert intervened, otherwise, it would be impossible for Zhao Ming and the other guardian elder of the Azure Forest Trisect to escape. Elder Peng's sharp eyes were filled with bewilderment when he heard Duan Lingtian. After he heard Duan Lingtian's explanation, Elder Peng came to a sudden understanding, and his sharp eyes were filled with gratification. You're really not bad. Our decision that day was right. I was wondering why Zhao Ming hadn't made an appearance all along, yet I never imagined that he'd been trapped in that inscription formation by you since long ago. If the sect leader and the others knew about this, they would surely be extremely gratified. Elder Peng spoke via voice transmission. Elder Peng, have there been any movements from the Azure Forest Trisect recently? Do you know the reason they annihilated the Mountain Split sect and our Seven-Star Sword sect all those years ago? Duan Lingtian asked Elder Peng. Duan Lingtian had always been puzzled by the actions of the three great sects combining into the Azure Forest Trisect all those years ago and annihilating the Mountain Split Sect and Seven Star Sword Sect successively. He didn't know why the three great sects combined into one and even abandoned the independent inheritances of their respective sects to allow their sects to become history. Elder Peng didn't have the time to speak when a voice sounded out and broke the short period of silence. Senior brother. Suddenly, two figures had appeared on the crooked tree. One was a graceful and beautiful woman, and the other was a young man that looked to be almost 30 years old. Presently, the young man looked at Duan Lingtian who stood nearby in midair, and he had an excited expression. The beautiful woman revealed a gratified smile as well. The little fellow that gathered a myriad of glories in the past had now grown to an extent that even she was unable to see through him. After a few years, I presume he ought to have already broken through to the first level of the Void Initiation stage. The beautiful woman was precisely the former Peak Master of the Seven Star Sword Sect's Alcade Peak, Qin Xiong. As far as she was concerned, Duan Lingtian being able to break through to the first level of the Void Initiation stage now had already caused her to be extremely pleasantly surprised, and she felt that the Seven Star Sword Sect had hope of rising. Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up when he heard this voice, and he turned around to look at the two people that stood on the crooked tree before greeting his senior, Qin Xiong, first. Peak Master. Besides being the former Peak Master of the Seven Star Sword Sect's Alcade Peak, Qin Xiong was also the master of his fiancée, Ke. Thus, he'd always respected Qin Xiong. Even if his strength had already surpassed Qin Xiong in all aspects now, it didn't reduce the respect he had towards Qin Xiong. You've returned. Qin Xiong revealed a warm smile. Yes, I've returned. Duan Lingtian nodded as his face revealed a smile, and then his gaze descended onto the young man beside him. Mo Yu, long time no see. You haven't slacked off in these past few years, right? Chapter 721. No. Senior brother, I didn't slack off. Mo Yu was anxious when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he hurriedly spoke as if he was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would be disappointed in him. If you don't believe me, you can ask Martial Aunt Qin Xiong. Mo Yu indeed didn't slack off. With the cultivation environment of the 10,000-year stalactite cave, he's already broken through to the 5th level of the void prying stage now. Qin Xiong smiled as she spoke to Duan Lingtian. You brat, I was just joking. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head and smile when he saw Mo Yu's reaction was so great. Actually, early on when he saw Mo Yu for the first time, his spiritual force had already detected Mo Yu's current cultivation, and he knew that Mo Yu was already a 5th level void prying stage martial artist. Even though Mo Yu's advancement in cultivation was far inferior to his own. But in the entire younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, based on the current situation, only he, Zi Shong, and Long Yun were above Mo Yu. Even genius martial artists like Crazy Young Master, Flame Young Master, and Sword Young Master didn't possess such accomplishments when they were at Mo Yu's age. If the sect leader was still alive, he would surely be extremely gratified when he saw you possess such accomplishments. Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something and sighed. For a time, the atmosphere went silent. After a short moment, Qin Xiong spoke out to break the silent atmosphere. You asked about the Azure Forest Trisect earlier. Up until now, we still don't know the objective of the Azure Forest Trisect joining together. But 4 months ago, the experts of the Azure Forest Trisect came out in full force and came to our 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. What did they come here for? Could it be that they wanted to set the Azure Forest Trisect's base here? As he finished speaking, cold lights flickered within Duan Lingtian's eyes. That's not it. They seemed to have come for the sake of searching for something. Moreover, their group only ascended the main peak of our 7-star sword sect, Dub Peak. Qin Xiong shook her head and continued. During that period of time, Elder Peng and I had once wanted to go investigate, yet we were stopped. Fortunately, Elder Peng's speed far surpassed them, otherwise, it would have been difficult for Elder Peng and I to escape from their hands. They've left now? Duan Lingtian asked. He'd only just arrived at the 7-star sword sect when he directly came to the peak of Megre's Peak, so he didn't know anything about the situation on Dub Peak. Yes, He left. Qin Xiong nodded. They stayed on Dub Peak for 3 months and just left last month. With me and Elder Peng here, they didn't dare casually leave people here. So, besides me and Mo Yu, there isn't a third person present on the 7 great sword peaks of our 7-star sword sect. Busy for 3 months. Could it be that they are plotting something? Duan Lingtian frowned. Elder Peng and I also went to Tianshu Peak to take a look after the incident, but we didn't find any clues. Qin Xiong said again. I want to take a look. Duan Lingtian said. When Duan Lingtian turned around, he found that he had forgotten about Feng Tianwu. He was a little embarrassed. After that, he hurriedly introduced Qin Xiong, Elder Peng, and Mo Yu to Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, this is Peak Master Qin Xiong, a senior of my sect. This is Elder Peng, the sect guarding revered elder of our 7-star sword sect. As for him, he's my junior brother, Mo Yu. Peak Master Qin Xiong, Elder Peng. Feng Tianwu hurriedly greeted the 2 seniors, and her tone was slightly respectful. Hello. In the end, Feng Tianwu looked at Mo Yu and lightly smiled as she greeted him. This is. Qin Xiong revealed a surprised expression as she looked at Feng Tianwu. In terms of appearance, the young woman before her wasn't the slightest bit inferior to her personal disciple, Ke. Moreover, unlike Ke's pretty girl from a humble family, the young woman before her naturally emitted an aura as she stood there, and she obviously had an extraordinary background. She's called Feng Tianwu, she's my friend. Duan Lingtian smiled as he introduced Mo Yu. Elder Peng nodded lightly, whereas Mo Yu's gaze lit up instead as he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, and then he said via voice transmission, Senior brother, this ought to be my senior sister-in-law as well, right? F***K off. What nonsense are you talking about? Duan Lingtian glared angrily at Mo Yu as he replied via voice transmission. Qin Xiong greeted Feng Tianwu, and with just a few glances, she discerned that Feng Tianwu was interested in Duan Lingtian, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Ke, your man really knows how to womanize. But, with his outstanding ability, it's indeed sufficient to attract many outstanding women to like him without hesitation. At this moment, Qin Xiong couldn't help but think in her heart. If she was 20 years younger, would she be moved by this violet-clothed young man before her as well? This was something that she didn't dare deny. If she was able to encounter such an outstanding man during her youth, she believed that she ought to have no immunity. But unfortunately, during that era, even the most outstanding man by her side wasn't much stronger than her. Hey, where's senior brother Zheng Song? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly curious when he didn't see Zheng Song appear after standing in midair at the side of the peak of Megrez Peak for a long time. That day, after he saved Zheng Song in the cage battle arena in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City, he asked the little gold mouse to send Zheng Song back to the 7-star sword sect's Megrez Peak's 10,000-year stalactite cave. Logically speaking, Zheng Song ought to be here. But Duan Lingtian's spiritual force instead noticed that Zheng Song wasn't within the stalactite cave. Zheng Song is busier than us. He's in charge of looking for our 7-star sword sect's external affairs elders and inner court disciples that were lucky enough to survive all over the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and gather them together. 2 months ago, he returned once and said he'd already found over 30 survivors. Qin Xiong said to Duan Lingtian, but, considering that our 7-star sword sect might suffer a surprise attack from the members of the Azure Forest Trisect at any time, they were placed at another place and didn't return to the sect. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So that's how it is. In the future, they don't have to hide anymore. Because I've returned. Duan Lingtian silently thought in his heart. I'll go take a look at Dub Peak. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian recalled his earlier plan. Senior brother, I'll accompany you. Mo Yu hurriedly volunteered when he heard Duan Lingtian wanted to go to Dub Peak. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. In next to no time, the 4 people led by Duan Lingtian and Elder Peng flashed towards Dub Peak together, and they ascended Dub Peak in a short moment. Compared to before, Dub Peak hadn't changed much. If there was really a difference compared to before, then it was none other than the numerous dried bloodstains that could be seen all along the way. Besides, many of the bloodstains on the ground belonged to our 7-star sword sect disciples. There's also many that belong to the Azure Forest Trisect disciples. Qin Xiong looked at Duan Lingtian, looking at the dried bloodstains all along the way as she spoke slowly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian found out from Qin Xiong that Elder Peng had launched a slaughter upon returning to the Seven-Star Sword sect that day, and he'd killed all the Azure Forest Trisect disciples that were guarding the Seven-Star Sword sect. Elder Peng, thank you. Duan Lingtian abruptly stopped moving, then raised his head to look at the grand rock that flapped its wings in the sky before bowing respectfully. Thank you for what you've done for the Seven-Star Sword sect. A wisp of surprise appeared on Feng Tianwu's pitilessly beautiful face when she saw Duan Lingtian's actions. She was extremely clear about what sort of person this elder brother Duan of hers was. On that day, even when facing the Supreme Emperor of the Dark Han dynasty, Duan Lingtian didn't bow, and it was sufficient to show how proud Duan Lingtian was. Yet now, when facing the sect-guarding demon beast of a sect from a tiny kingdom, this elder brother Duan of hers had instead directly bowed and expressed his gratitude. This caused her to have a rather deep feeling. Kid Lingtian, don't forget. The Seven-Star Sword sect isn't only your sect. Elder Peng's aged voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. No matter what, Elder Peng, everything you've done for the Seven-Star Sword sect is worthy of the respect of every single Seven-Star Sword sect disciple. Duan Lingtian spoke with a serious expression. The gazes of Qin Xiong and Mo Yu flashed when they heard Duan Lingtian, and they bowed to Elder Peng one by one. Elder Peng, thank you. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian heard Qin Xiong speak of many things about Elder Peng going to the Azure Forest Trisect to cause trouble and specially picking on the weak. He sighed with emotion towards this. With Elder Peng's speed, so long as the Azure Forest Trisect didn't have a martial artist at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above, practically no one was capable of catching up to Elder Peng. In this way, not only did the inheritance of the Azure Forest Trisect not strengthen during these past few years, it instead showed signs of weakening because of Elder Peng's frequent visits. Duan Lingtian asked with slight surprise. Yes. Qin Xiong nodded, and then she said, sometimes, even I don't know exactly why the three great sects merged into one. Based on the current situation, the development of the Azure Forest Trisect is even slower than when they hadn't merged into one, and they're simply lifting a rock to smash their own feet. The matter ought to not be so simple. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed as he said with a low voice, since they chose to merge into one and even didn't hesitate to give up the foundation left behind by their respective ancestors, they surely have something they're seeking. Perhaps, Dub Peak can tell us the answer. Yes, let's observe carefully. Qin Xiong nodded. Elder Peng and I only roughly observed it the other day, and we didn't notice anything wrong. Perhaps we'll be able to notice something if we observe deeply. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 and Elder Peng started to observe every single corner of Dub Peak. After the first round of observation, they didn't notice anything. The grass and trees on Dub Peak weren't destroyed by the members of the Azure Forest Trisect, and the 9 palaces that resided above the spirit points were still standing there in perfect condition. Truly strange. Could it be that they've stayed here for 3 months only for the sake of looking at the scenery? Duan Lingtian frowned. He dared confirm that the matter was absolutely not so simple. Let's observe carefully again. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 and Elder Peng started to get busy once more. This time, Duan Lingtian was even more serious than before. Wait. Duan Lingtian stood on the pavilion in Miza Hall that he'd frequently visited in the past, and after he reminisced about the days he drank tea and chatted idly with the peak master of Miza Peak, Zheng Fan, he finally noticed that something was off. Chapter 722. There was a total of 9 great spirit points on the main peak of the 7-Star Sword sect, Dub Peak. Above each of the 9 great spirit points stood a palace, and Miza Hall was one of them. When he was in the 7-Star Sword sect in the past, so long as he approached the palace above the spirit point, Duan Lingtian would be able to sense the exceedingly dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth, but he didn't feel anything today. Even if he stood in Miza Hall, Duan Lingtian felt it was no different than any other place. Thus, there was only one possibility. There's a problem with the spirit point. Not to mention the other spirit points for now, there's surely a problem with the spirit point below Miza Hall. I'll go take a look at the locations of the other 8 spirit points. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian left Miza Hall. In next to no time, he went to Alcade Hall, the place that belonged to the former Peak Master of Alcade Peak, Qin Xiong, of the Seven-Star Sword sect. When he arrived at Alcade Hall, Duan Lingtian didn't sense the dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth. Continue. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian went to Fekta Hall, Merak Hall, Dub Hall, and the other palaces, and he even went to the places that belonged to the Xianming elders. In the end, he obtained an answer. The 9 great spirit points on Dub Peak were completely crippled. 4 months ago, all the experts of the Azure Forest Trisect came out and stayed at Dub Peak for an entire 3 months. 3 months of time was sufficient for them to use special methods to empty out the dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth that provided for the circulation of the spirit point and cripple the spirit point. Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly unsightly. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards spirit points. Spirit points were comparatively common and superb places of cultivation on Cloud Continent. So long as one was able to cultivate on a spirit point, one's cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Moreover, this spirit point had an extremely close relationship with an origin stone vein. Many years ago, every primordial stone mine was actually just a small spirit cave. Because the spirit cave was constantly absorbing and gathering the primal chi of heaven and earth within it, the primal chi of heaven and earth would liquefy and solidify, forming the primal stones. Of course, not all spirit points had the chance to transform into origin stone veins, and only those spirit points that weren't discovered or utilized by others had the chance to transform into origin stone veins. Not to mention anything else, just take the 9 great spirit points of the Seven-Star Sword sect as an example. If no one utilized these 9 spirit points to cultivate, and if no one seized the spirit energy of heaven and earth accumulated within the spirit points, then after a few hundred years or even 1,000 years, it would surely form 9 origin stone mines. However, once someone cultivated on top of the spirit cave, they would absorb the rich heaven and earth essence energy accumulated in the spirit cave in a manner that was close to robbing. It would indefinitely delay the transformation of the spirit cave into an origin stone vein. Actually, many people understood this principle. But if one were to ask someone to leave the spirit cave and not utilize it, then for the sake of their descendants in a few hundred years or even 1,000 years, it would be impossible to help the spirit cave transform into an origin stone mine. After all, after a few hundred years or even 1,000 years, who could be sure if the spirit cave they didn't utilize would become a gift to another? No one was willing to gamble, so no one was willing to leave the spirit cave and not utilize it. Not to mention the spirit caves in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are scarce. Even the spirit caves in the Darkstone Empire are far from enough to be utilized by the martial artists of the Darkstone Empire. The reason the Darkhan dynasty was able to possess an origin stone vein was because the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family had been passed down for a few thousand years and possessed numerous spirit caves, allowing them to leave behind an origin stone vein for their descendants. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The hearts of men were greedy. No one was willing to easily give up the benefits they possessed. Unlike the Darkhan dynasty, the origin stone veins in the foreign lands are much more numerous. The reason it's like this is precisely because spirit caves are everywhere in the foreign lands. The stronger a power is, the longer its inheritance is. Because there's no lack of spirit caves, the ancestors of those powers left behind many origin stone veins for their descendants. Because some of the origin stone veins had a long history and accumulated the spirit energy of heaven and earth to the limit, so many mid-grade origin stones and even high-grade origin stones appeared. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian gradually withdrew his thoughts. Logically speaking, it's impossible for the spirit energy accumulated in the spirit cave to be completely absorbed by a single person. Even if 1,000 people cultivated on the same spirit cave, it would at most slow down the speed they absorbed the spirit energy, and it would be impossible for it to affect the spirit cave itself. Because when the spirit energy within the spirit cave was absorbed to a certain extent, the spirit cave would automatically weaken its connection with the outside world and recuperate. This was something that Duan Lingtian was able to find out through the memories of Emperor Wu. If one wants to completely absorb the spirit energy within the spirit cave and cripple the spirit cave, one can only use external force to forcefully destroy it. What exactly did the members of the Azure Forest Trisect do? Duan Lingtian's expression became even more gloomy. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian, who'd caught his breath, converged with Feng Tianwu, Qin Xiong, Mo Yu, and Elder Peng, and he explained what he'd noticed. No wonder I kept having the feeling that something was missing, so it turned out to be because of this. The members of the Azure Forest Trisect are truly vicious. They actually severed the foundation of our 7-star sword sect. Qin Xiong spoke with resentment. The 9 great spirit caves of the 7-star sword sect could be said to be the foundation of the 7-star sword sect. It was even to the extent that the 7-star sword sect was able to produce so many experts in the past and was even publicly acknowledged as the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom for a very long period of time, and it was all because of the 9 great spirit caves. Yet now, the spirit energy of the heaven and earth accumulated within the 9 great spirit caves had been completely extracted, causing the 9 great spirit caves to be completely crippled. If they were allowed to slowly recover by themselves, it would at least take over 100 years to recover to normal. Azure Forest Trisect. Mo Yu's expression was unsightly to the extreme as well. As for Elder Peng, he was currently flapping his wings that were like clouds that covered the sky as he floated in the sky, and his pair of sharp eyes flickered with ghastly hatred. The Azure Forest Trisect had gone too far. Peak Master Qin Xiong, Elder Peng, Mo Yu. All of you follow me to the Azure Forest Trisect. Duan Lingtian's tone suddenly calmed down at this moment. Within the calmness was a sense of oppression. All right. We'll go to the outer area of the Azure Forest Trisect and kill a few more ordinary disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect before properly calculating the interest with them. With Elder Peng's speed, it's impossible for the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect to catch up to us. Qin Xiong agreed and leaped onto the Grand Rock's broad back at the first possible moment. I want to kill some more Azure Forest Trisect disciples as well and take revenge for my dead brothers and sisters. Mo Yu followed up and gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Kill some more ordinary disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect. With Elder Peng's speed, it's impossible for the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect to catch up to us. Duan Lingtian neither agreed nor disagreed with Qin Xiong's words. He'd never thought of only killing some ordinary disciples when he went to the Azure Forest Trisect this time, nor had he thought of relying on Elder Peng's speed to flee for his life. His objective was to completely annihilate the Azure Forest Trisect. All those years ago, he was like an ant before the group of experts of the Azure Forest Trisect, and he couldn't withstand a single blow. But now, he had the confidence to overturn the entire Azure Forest Trisect. Sect Leader, Peak Master Zheng Fan, Elder Bai, Senior Sisters were Qing. All of you watch carefully. Give me a few days of time, and I'll surely eliminate the Azure Forest Trisect from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian looked up at the sky, and his eyes flickered with frightening fierce lights as he silently recited numerous familiar names in his heart. At the same time, familiar and tragic figures flashed through his mind one after another. He was able to survive the calamity of the 7-star sword sect all those years ago entirely because of the desperate efforts of these people. If it wasn't for them laying down their lives and spilling their blood, it would be impossible for him to survive. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Bang! Under his extreme rage, Duan Lingtian's legs abruptly stomped on the ground, and he relied on the force to rise up. Instantly, the ground was stomped apart by him, and numerous cracks seemed to have formed into a spiderweb that ceaselessly spread towards the surroundings, and it spread out for over 10 meters before stopping. Elder Brother Duan, Feng Tianwu, was able to sense Duan Lingtian's rage as she looked at the savage cracks on the ground, and she didn't say anything further before silently soaring up into the sky to follow by Duan Lingtian's side. Duan Lingtian, you and your friends get onto Elder Peng's back. Elder Peng's speed is faster than us. Qin Xiong called out to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. She originally wanted to say that Elder Peng's speed was faster than them, but Duan Lingtian's figure that instantly vanished before her eyes instead caused her to be dumbstruck. So fast. Mo Yu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. On the other hand, the rock's pair of sharp eyes looked at the direction Duan Lingtian left towards, and it revealed traces of astonishment. Qin Xiong couldn't help but gasp. Never had she imagined that Duan Lingtian's speed would be so swift, and it seemed to be even swifter than Elder Peng's speed. Could it be? He has already broken through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage? This thought had only just arisen in Qin Xiong's heart when it was suppressed by her after a short moment, and she felt her current thoughts were truly too absurd. Whoosh! In next to no time, the red-clothed young woman vanished before Qin Xiong's eyes, and it caused Qin Xiong's face to go grim. The speed of this friend of Duan Lingtian's isn't inferior to Elder Peng? Could it be that I'm really old and my eyesight is failing me? What a swift speed! Mo Yu exclaimed once more in a low voice. Never had he imagined that the red-clothed young woman that looked to be 5 or 6 years younger than him would actually possess such a swift speed. In the next instant, she'd vanished from his field of vision. Swish! The fierce eyes of the rock now revealed traces of disbelief, and its wings that were like clouds that hung down from the sky flapped as it swiftly chased up to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. After passing through the boundless clouds and mist to arrive at a higher altitude, an enormous sword appeared before the eyes of the rock, and it caused the rock's pupils to be unable to refrain from constricting. That's, as she looked at the enormous sword that floated in the horizon, and especially when she felt the suffocating aura that was faintly emitted from it, Qin Xiong's face went grim. Mo Yu, who stood by Qin Xiong's side, lost his composure because his cultivation was low, and he was pressured by the aura emitted by the enormous sword to the point he directly collapsed on the back of the rock, and he was out of breath. Right when the rock stopped moving and looked at the enormous sword in the horizon with a perturbed expression with Qin Xiong. Elder Peng, come up. Chapter 723. Senior Brother. The spirit of Mo Yu, who lay limp on the ground with a ghastly pale countenance, couldn't help but shake when he heard this voice. After the Grand Rock heard Duan Lingtian's voice, it continued to soar into the sky, and in next to no time, it saw Duan Lingtian, who stood on the enormous sword. Besides Feng Tianwu that it already knew, there was also an unfamiliar middle-aged man and an unfamiliar old man by Duan Lingtian's side. As it looked at the middle-aged man and old man, the Grand Rock's pair of sharp eyes revealed a strand of deep fear. Although it was unable to see through the depths of the two people before it. But as a demon beast, it subconsciously felt that the two people before it weren't simple, and they were existences it couldn't offend. Whoosh! Along with the Grand Rock approaching, the enormous sword that lay horizontally in the sky expanded explosively once more, and the area above it became large enough to accommodate the Grand Rock that was like a small mountain. Under Duan Lingtian's call, the Grand Rock carried Qin Xiong and Mo Yu to descend onto the enormous sword. After they descended onto the enormous sword, Mo Yu heaved a sigh of relief, and he felt the terrifying aura that pressed down on him vanish without a trace in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Whoosh! Qin Xiong and Mo Yu successively descended by Duan Lingtian's side, and they looked at Duan Lingtian with bewildered expressions. This is Uncle Feng, Tianwu's father. This is Elder Kong, Tianwu's senior. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he introduced Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong to Qin Xiong, Mo Yu, and Elder Peng. Subsequently, he introduced Qin Xiong, Mo Yu, and Elder Peng to Feng Wu Dao and Elder Peng. Both of them looked at each other and nodded with a smile, and it could be considered as a form of greeting. Peak Master Qin Xiong, where's the Azure Forest Trisect's encampment? Duan Lingtian asked Qin Xiong. The Azure Forest Trisect was formed from the merger of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect. In the past, he'd only been to the demonic Lotus Blade sect, and he didn't know the location of the other two sects. Moreover, he didn't know where the Azure Forest Trisect that had merged into one was located. There were originally 3 residences in the Azure Forest Trisect, and they were respectively the residences of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, the Origin Convergence sect, and the Snow Moon sect. But because of Elder Peng's frequent visits during these past few years, it forced everyone from the Azure Forest Trisect to gather at the former demonic Lotus Blade sect's demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Qin Xiong slowly said, Demonic Lotus Valley? Duan Lingtian nodded. He didn't know where the Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sect resided, but he clearly remembered the location of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Uncle Feng, over there. Duan Lingtian greeted Feng Wu Dao, and after glancing towards the east, Feng Wudao controlled the enormous sword to tear through the sky and head towards the location of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's former base. Whoosh! The enormous sword tore through the sky, its speed so swift that it caused Qin Xiong and Mo Yu's expressions to be unable to refrain from changing for a moment. Even the sharp eyes of Elder Peng, who stood at the side of the enormous sword, couldn't help but reveal traces of fear that came from the bottom of his heart when he inadvertently looked at Feng Wudao. Duan Lingtian, who exactly is this Uncle Feng of yours? Qin Xiong took a deep breath and couldn't refrain from asking via voice transmission. Senior brother. Mo Yu looked at Duan Lingtian as well, and he asked the bewilderment in his heart via voice transmission, and he had the same bewilderment as Qin Xiong. He's an expert from the Dark Han dynasty. Duan Lingtian replied to each of them via voice transmission. An expert from the Dark Han dynasty? Instantly, Qin Xiong and Mo Yu's pupils couldn't help but constrict as they nodded at the same time. If it was like this, then everything could be explained. It was naturally impossible for an expert from the Dark Han dynasty to be easy to deal with. Your cultivation has broken through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage? After she calmed down her shocked feelings, Qin Xiong recalled the speed Duan Lingtian revealed earlier, and she couldn't refrain from asking. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. It's not. Qin Xiong was stunned, and then she frowned. But the speed you revealed earlier has obviously surpassed Elder Peng. Why aren't you a 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist? I'm indeed not. Duan Lingtian shook his head once more, and then he said unhurriedly, my current cultivation isn't at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, but is at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. 9th level of the Void Initiation stage? Qin Xiong was completely stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian. Didn't that mean that this little fellow's current strength had already left her far behind? Even she had barely broken through to the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage half a year ago. At the same time, Qin Xiong recalled the accomplishments Duan Lingtian obtained all along the way in the 7-star sword sect, and when she thought of Duan Lingtian's current strength, at the same time that she felt extremely shocked, she couldn't help but sigh. The little fellow whose name shook the entire 7-star sword sect and was publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius since the sect was established by everyone in the 7-star sword sect had already stood at a height that was difficult for her to reach after a few years. After all, besides their 7-star sword sect's founding ancestor who was at the void interpretation stage. In the history of the 7-star sword sect, the existences that had broken through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage could be counted with one's fingers. I originally thought that I would have to wait another 8 or 10 years before I'd be able to wait for you to possess the strength to annihilate the Azure Forest Trisect. Yet never had I imagined that in a short few years, you'd already possess the strength to take revenge for the 7-star sword sect. Qin Xiong looked at Duan Lingtian with an extremely complicated gaze as she muttered. In next to no time, Mo Yu found out about Duan Lingtian's current cultivation from Duan Lingtian, and for a time, he fell into boundless shock just like Qin Xiong, and he was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. In Mo Yu's eyes, his former master, the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Linghu Jinhong, had a cultivation at the 6th level of the void initiation stage, and it was already an existence he looked up to. Yet now, this senior brother of his actually possessed a strength at the 9th level of the void initiation stage, and it even far surpassed the master he respected the most. For a time, he was both excited and shocked. The enormous sword soared through the sky with a speed so swift that it was difficult for an ordinary person to imagine. Not long after, a gorge that was like a demonic lotus appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian's group, and it grew closer and closer. Demonic Lotus Gorge. Demonic Lotus Blade Sect. Duan Lingtian stood on the spacious enormous sword as he looked down at the demonic lotus gorge beneath his feet, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This place had a piece of memory that belonged to him. In the past, he'd come with the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, to this place that originally belonged to the demonic Lotus Blade sect to participate in the martial competition of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, it was the first time he'd made a name for himself in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He still remembered that the first time he met the saber young master, Long Yun, was at this place. And it was precisely because he'd defeated Long Yun that he'd become famous in one fell swoop. It's here. Duan Lingtian spoke when the enormous sword arrived in the sky above the demonic lotus gorge. Instantly, Feng Wu Dao controlled the enormous sword to stop before slowly descending at the same time. When it arrived at a low altitude, he commanded in his heart and the jade sword instantly vanished without a trace. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's group stood in the sky as well, and they slowly descended towards the demonic lotus gorge. When they were getting closer and closer to the demonic lotus gorge, Duan Lingtian frowned. At this moment, he felt a vast and overbearing aura sweeping over from the north of the demonic lotus gorge, and it filled the entire demonic lotus gorge. What's happening there? Feng Tianwu looked towards the north of the demonic lotus gorge with surprise. At this moment, the sky there was red, and it seemed to have become a crimson-red world. That vast and overbearing aura came precisely from there. Lingtian kid, didn't you say that the strongest person in the Azure Forest Trisect is only a 6th-level void initiation stage martial artist? Feng Wu Dao seemed to have noticed something, and he couldn't help but ask Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had obviously noticed something as well, and he couldn't help but shake his head when he heard Feng Wu Dao's question. I don't know what's happening as well. Let's go over and take a look. Duan Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong flew by themselves, whereas Qin Xiong and Mo Yu stood on the back of the rock and were barely able to keep up with the speed of Duan Lingtian and the others. Senior brother, meanwhile, Mo Yu had already completely recovered from his shock, and his gaze flickered as he looked at Duan Lingtian's figure, and his body even trembled with excitement. At this moment, he felt that the figure of his senior brother Lingtian was so tall to the point he could only look up at it. At the same time, he felt extremely excited. As far as he was concerned, with this senior brother's current strength, the enmity of the sect would surely be avenged as he wished. Master, today, senior brother will take revenge for you and the various peak masters and elders that died. If you know this in the netherworld, you can rest in peace. Mo Yu silently said in his heart. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian's group arrived in the sky above the north of the demonic lotus flower gorge, and they stood in the sky as they looked down at the scene beneath their feet. The disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect have all gathered here? Qin Xiong couldn't help but be surprised as she looked down at the dense crowd below. At this moment, the vast gorge at the north of the demonic lotus flower gorge was extraordinarily bustling as people surged from all directions, and numerous Azure Forest Trisect disciples were ceaselessly stretching their heads out to look towards the center of the gorge. At the center of the gorge, a group of middle-aged men and old men stood in the sky, and they floated at a low altitude as they surrounded a rock that was enormous like a small mountain. The rock was completely crimson red, and besides emitting an extremely hot aura, it emitted a vast, overbearing, and aura that caused one to be unable to help but feel fearful. Lu Yuan, Xuerui, and the former sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Duan Lingtian looked at the group of middle-aged men and old men that stood in the sky around the crimson-red rock, and cold lights flickered within his eyes. There's also these other people. All of them were present when our 7-star sword sect was annihilated that day, and they're all the culprit. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eyes were tainted with a wisp of crimson red, and his face was enveloped in a layer of killing intent as the origin energy on his body unconsciously leaped about. At this moment, the rage of Qin Xiong, Mo Yu, and Elder Peng wasn't inferior to Duan Lingtian. Even though he was furious, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force still enveloped down and swept towards the group of Azure Forest Trisect higher-ups, and he quickly detected their cultivations. The strongest is only at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. A group of useless fellows, they actually haven't improved in the slightest after a few years. Suddenly, a wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Chapter 724. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force touched the crimson-red enormous rock that all the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect had surrounded, and a formidable energy actually stretched out from within it. Moreover, this energy was ceaselessly increasing. At this moment, the attention of all the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect were on the crimson-red enormous rock, otherwise, they would have probably noticed Duan Lingtian and the others that stood nearby in the sky since long ago. Long Wei. Lu Yuan, the former sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect, looked at the former sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Could it be that the spirit energy we poured into it isn't sufficient? Long Wei frowned. Logically speaking, it ought to be sufficient. Shuerui, try pouring a little more in. As he spoke, he looked at the nearby middle-aged scholar. The middle-aged scholar was precisely the former sect leader of the Snowmoon sect, Shuerui. Shuerui nodded when he heard this, and with a raise of his hand, a pearl that flickered with a dense milky white sheen appeared in his hand. Along with his origin energy pouring into it, a strand of spirit energy that was almost liquid stretched out from the pearl and ceaselessly fused into the crimson-red enormous rock. The crimson-red enormous rock was like a greedy child that didn't refuse anything that came, and it swallowed all the spirit energy that stretched out. This is the last origin drawing pearl. If the spirit energy within it is still insufficient, then we can only extract the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points of our respective sects. Shuerui frowned when he saw the spirit energy within the origin drawing pearl was about to be completely consumed. Long Wei, didn't you say that the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points of the Mountain Split sect would be sufficient? Now, not only are we using the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points of the Seven Star Sword sect, it seems to be insufficient. Lu Yuan's face sank slightly. Could it be that you intend to extract the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points of my Origin Convergence sect and Shuerui's Snowmoon sect? I'll be frank, even if we want to extract it, we have to first extract the spirit energy within the spirit points of your demonic Lotus Blade sect. Lu Yuan, your Origin Convergence sect, Shuerui's Snowmoon sect, and our demonic Lotus Blade sect. Don't forget, we've already merged into a sect long time ago. Or perhaps, you intend to withdraw from the Azure Forest Trisect. If it's really like this, then I and Shuerui will absolutely not stop you. Long Wei laughed. Dragon's might. Lu Yuan's expression changed drastically and he said in a solemn voice, what do you mean by this? You want to burn the bridge after crossing it? Don't forget, if it wasn't for the assistance of our Origin Convergence sect all those years ago, would your demonic Lotus Blade sect and Shuerui's Snowmoon sect be able to annihilate the Seven Star Sword sect? Of course, I have not forgotten the help of the Gui Yuan sect. Long Wei said indifferently, but, the words you spoke earlier were referring to yourself as the sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect. Don't forget, you're the sect leader of our Azure Forest Trisect now. So long as we successfully open this Fire Breath rock, our Azure Forest Trisect will soar into the sky and even surpass the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. Even if we rule the Darkstone Empire or even the Darkhan dynasty, we'll still be able to occupy a place. Remember, you have to look at the long term. You think you can achieve great things with your petty nature? Long Wei's words were not polite at all. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. In the end, he did not flare up again. He said sarcastically, I only hope that it will succeed. No matter what, we are now in the same boat. This won't do, it's still slightly lacking. At this moment, the origin drawing pearl in Shuerui's hand had completely transformed into a translucent and crystalline pearl, and the dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within it had completely vanished. Whoosh! At the same time, the aura emitted from the crimson-red enormous rock became even more powerful and vast, and it brought enormous pressure to many Azure Forest Trisect disciples present. Some Azure Forest Trisect disciples with low cultivations even had ghastly pale expressions as they hurriedly retreated to the edge of the gorge, and they didn't dare approach it. The conversation of Lu Yuan, Long Wei, and Shuerui resounded out in this quiet gorge, and it entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian's group that stood at a higher altitude in the sky. Their three great sects merged into one and first annihilated the Mountain Split sect before annihilating our Seven Star Sword sect. It was all for the sake of the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within the spirit points of our two sects. Qin Xiong's expression was unsightly to the extreme. Now, she finally knew the reason why the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snowmoon sect had merged into one. For the sake of extracting the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth within the spirit points of the Mountain Split sect and Seven Star Sword sect, and pouring it into the crimson-red enormous rock through the origin drawing pearl. The crimson-red enormous rock seemed to be some fire breath rock. Origin drawing pearl? Duan Lingtian's face sank. I finally understand why the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within the 9 great spirit points of the Seven Star Sword sect vanished without a trace. This origin drawing pearl is indeed capable of extracting the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within the spirit points. The origin drawing pearl belonged to an extremely special treasure that was capable of extracting the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth within spirit points and origin stones, but the spirit energy extracted couldn't be directly used to cultivate. Otherwise, it would cause one's body to explode and die. After all, the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within the origin drawing pearl was liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth. So long as one's origin energy fused into it, the liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth within it would directly gush out, and the meridians of martial artists below the martial monarch stage were utterly unable to endure such an impact. Even if it was a martial monarch stage expert, he wouldn't dare rashly take the risk and use the liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth to cultivate. The Mountain Split sect and Seven Star Sword sect. They're only sacrifices for the sake of opening this fire breath rock. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had clenched his fists tightly, and the cold lights in his eyes grew even colder as if he was about to swallow someone up. I truly never imagined that the legendary fire breath rock would actually exist in this tiny imperial kingdom. Feng Wu Dao stared at the crimson-red enormous rock within the gorge, and his gaze shone. "Father, what's a fire breath rock?" Feng Tianwu asked curiously. "You'll know very soon. If I'm not wrong, this fire breath rock only needs to be poured in some liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth, and it ought to be able to open." Feng Wu Dao kept her in suspense, and it caused Feng Tianwu to be both angry and anxious. "Ling Tian, what do you plan to do? Do you want to go down and meet these old friends of yours now? Or wait for a while longer?" Feng Wu Dao asked Duan Lingtian. "Wait for a while longer. I've already waited for a few years, there's no hurry." A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and cold lights flickered within his eyes as if he was waiting for something. "All right, it's more interesting like this." Feng Wu Dao's calm face revealed a rare smile. Besides Elder Kong, besides Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, Qin Xiong, and Mo Yu had bewildered expressions as Duan Lingtian and Feng Wu Dao kept them in suspense. As for Elder Peng, he seemed as if he utterly didn't hear the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Feng Wu Dao, and his sharp eyes stared fixedly at the higher-ups of the Azure Forest trisect below. So long as Duan Lingtian gave the order, he would pounce down without the slightest hesitation and carry out a bloody slaughter. At the same time, in the gorge at the north of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, the numerous Azure Forest trisect disciples maintained silence from the beginning until the end. At this moment, their burning gazes were staring at the 3 sect leaders and all the elders in the sky above the gorge. Of course, even more people stared at the crimson-red enormous rock. "Long Wei, you ought to be extracting the spirit energy within the spirit point of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge now, right?" Lu Yuan looked at Long Wei and said indifferently, "The demonic Lotus Blade Gorge is one of the 3 great grounds of our Azure Forest trisect. Moreover, it's close at hand. Take it." Lu Yuan hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Long Wei, and with a raise of his hand, a pearl that flickered with a white light shot out from Long Wei's hand and flashed directly towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan stretched out his hand to receive it, and his pupils constricted as he looked at the pearl in his hand. "Origin drawing pearl? Moreover, it's filled with liquid spirit energy. Long Wei, where did you get it from? Haven't the spirit energy extracted from the Seven Star Sword sect and Mountain Split sect spirit points been completely used up? Don't worry, it wasn't extracted from the spirit points of your Origin Convergence sect. The spirit energy within it was extracted from the spirit point of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge." Long Wei mocked and ridiculed. Lu Yuan's face froze when he heard this, and he was slightly embarrassed. Earlier, he'd even expressed his displeasure to Long Wei, and he said that if the liquid spirit energy was insufficient, Then he'd ask Long Wei to extract the spirit energy accumulated in the spirit points of the demonic lotus blade gorge first. Unexpectedly, Long Wei had extracted the spirit energy accumulated in the spirit points of the demonic lotus blade gorge long ago, and he seemed to have the bearing of a brave warrior cutting off his own losses. Lu Yuan, quickly. I feel that the spirit energy within this origin drawing pearl should be enough after fusing with the fire breath rock. Shuirui urged Lu Yuan. If it's not enough, then extract the spirit energy within the spirit points of the origin convergence sect that I used to live in. Long Wei, I didn't admire you in the past, but today, I admire your courage. Lu Yuan looked at Long Wei and spoke sincerely. All right. If the origin drawing pearl in your possession isn't enough, then I still have two. The demonic lotus blade gorge has a total of 7 spirit points, and I extracted the spirit energy accumulated in 3 spirit points. I originally only thought of being prepared, yet I never imagined that it would really be of use. Long Wei spoke indifferently. 3. Lu Yuan and Shuirui looked at each other when they heard Long Wei, and their pupils constricted. Never had they imagined that Long Wei would have such courage. This was the demonic lotus blade gorge, the demonic lotus blade sect that he controlled in the past, and it had a total of 7 spirit points, yet he'd actually extracted all the spirit energy accumulated in 3 spirit points. For a time, they were able to sense Long Wei's resolution. I'm inferior to him. Lu Yuan and Shuirui spoke simultaneously via voice transmission, and for a time, both of them couldn't help but be stunned. After a short moment, both of them looked at each other and smiled before returning to their senses. Lu Yuan didn't hesitate any longer and poured his origin energy into the origin drawing pearl in his hand. Instantly, dense liquefied spirit energy stretched out and fused once more into the fiery red enormous rock. On the other hand, the fiery red enormous rock continued to greedily swallow the liquefied spirit energy, and the crimson-red sheen on its surface became even deeper. When more than half of the liquefied spirit energy within the origin drawing pearl was swallowed, the fiery red enormous rock finally stopped swallowing, yet it suddenly expanded as if it was about to explode, and it seemed to be extremely strange. Slap. Chapter 725. Slap. 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 After a crack appeared, clear and melodious sounds continued to sound out as another 10+ cracks appeared on the surface of the fiery red enormous rock, and they were dense and crisscrossed together like a spiderweb. It's done. The gazes of the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect that were led by the 3 great sect leaders lit up when they saw this scene, and the breathing of some people couldn't help but become hurried. Amongst them included the former demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Long Wei. Long Wei looked at the enormous crimson-red rock that was covered in cracks before him, and his body lightly trembled, and his firm face was suffused with a flush of blood because of his excitement. Within the gorge, it was deathly silent. Everyone held their breaths as they stared fixedly at the enormous crimson-red rock that trembled intensely, and the cracks that were like spiderwebs on the enormous rock spread out and enveloped the entire rock in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a vast and overbearing aura swept out from the enormous rock, and it ceaselessly rose to give rise to waves of terrifying waves of air that transformed into piercingly cold strong winds that blew towards the surroundings. Some Azure Forest Trisect disciples with low cultivations were directly blown to the ground. Although the others weren't blown to the ground, they still couldn't help but instinctively close their eyes when faced with the waves of terrifying strong winds that assaulted their faces. Even the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect had retreated slightly now. Bang! Finally, an enormous bang that was like a thunderclap abruptly sounded out, and it was the enormous crimson-red rock that was covered in cracks that had abruptly exploded apart. The crimson-red rock that exploded apart was completely enveloped by crimson-red flames before completely transforming into powder. Along with the strong winds that assaulted their faces gradually vanishing, most of the people present couldn't help but open their eyes, and they looked at the place the enormous crimson-red rock was at the first possible moment. In next to no time, a figure that sat cross-legged appeared before the eyes of everyone. This was a black-clothed middle-aged man with disheveled hair. His eyes were closed as he sat cross-legged at a low altitude, and his body ceaselessly revolved. His body was enveloped in crimson-red flames that shot into the sky, and he emitted a vast and overbearing aura that caused many people to feel oppressed in their hearts. Suddenly, the black-clothed middle-aged man opened his eyes, and strands of scorching flames leaped about within his eyes, causing others to not dare rashly look him in the eye. "Where is this place?" The burning flames in the middle-aged man's eyes gradually dissipated and were replaced by confusion. He looked around and frowned as he muttered to himself, "Ancestor." Long Wei was the first to recover from his shock, and his figure flashed to arrive before the black-clothed middle-aged man in a short moment. He knelt on the ground with a thump, and his tone was filled with humility and trembling. "Ancestor." After the dragon might, the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect upper echelons followed suit and knelt down. Their bodies were all trembling, and their faces were flushed red with excitement. "Ancestor. Ancestor." At the same time, Lu Yuan, Shui Rui, and the other higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect followed suit and knelt on the ground before respectfully bowing to the black-clothed middle-aged man that sat cross-legged there. When they saw the three sect leaders and all the elders had knelt down, the remaining Azure Forest Trisect disciples didn't dare dally and knelt down successively, and the faces of most of them were filled with excitement. Although they were mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but feel shocked when they saw a living person appear in the crimson boulder. "Ancestor. Ancestor." For a time, the entire gorge was filled with sonorous shouts of respect. The crowd of Azure Forest Trisect disciples that surrounded the gorge lowered their heads in unison, and they formed a dense mass that looked extremely magnificent. "All of you are disciples of my demonic Lotus Blade sect." The black-clothed middle-aged man looked at the scene before him and went silent for a moment before looking at Long Wei that was the first to kneel before him and ask indifferently. At the same time, the flames that shot into the sky on the black-clothed middle-aged man's body were gradually restrained before condensing into a lotus seat that appeared beneath him. Whoosh! The black-clothed middle-aged man's figure slowly descended onto the lotus seat, and he was like a supreme emperor that had ascended the throne. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's 52nd generation sect leader, Long Wei, congratulates Ancestor for awakening from your deep slumber. Long Wei knelt on the ground as he spoke respectfully. 52nd generation? Flowing lights flickered within the black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes when he heard Long Wei, and he asked after a short moment. "Now, how long has it been since I established the demonic Lotus Blade sect?" 1,300 plus years. Long Wei replied respectfully. Established the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Even though Lu Yuan, Shui Rui, the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect, and the disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect had heard Long Wei mention this earlier, but when they saw it with their own two eyes and heard it with their own ears, they still couldn't help but be shocked. He is the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted as his heartbeat sped up abruptly. I never imagined that the legend was true. The fire breath rock is really capable of allowing a person to remain in slumber for 1,000 years. Shui Rui gasped in his heart. The black-clothed middle-aged man was precisely the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. In the past, a legend had always been passed down in the demonic Lotus Blade sect, and this legend was precisely related to the fire breath rock within the restricted area of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Supposedly, the fire breath rock within the restricted area of the demonic Lotus Blade sect had already existed when the sect was established. It was even to the extent that because the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect had suffered a heavy injury all those years ago, he could only rely on slumber within the fire breath rock to recuperate, and in the end, he'd almost completely fused into one with the fire breath rock. According to rumor, the fire breath rock was capable of allowing a person to remain in slumber for 1,000 years, and if one wanted to make the person that was slumbering within the fire breath rock leave, then one had to gather a large amount of liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth and pour it into the rock to force it to split open on its own. If one used force, then even if the fire breath rock was shattered, the person that was slumbering within it would be blasted into pieces and die without a doubt. If one wanted to gather the liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth, then one first had to possess an origin drawing pearl, as only an origin drawing pearl was capable of containing the liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth. For 1,000 years, The demonic Lotus Blade sect had always been working hard to find an origin drawing pearl for the sake of awakening the founding ancestor that was slumbering all those years ago. Because of the uniqueness of the fire breath rock, the person that was slumbering within the fire breath rock was completely isolated from the outside world, and it wouldn't decay along with the passage of time. Even though the cultivation environment within the fire breath rock was extremely bad, and the person that was slumbering within it could only cultivate passively, but after so many years had passed, the cultivation of the person that was slumbering within it had surely improved greatly. So, the successive sect leaders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect all wanted to awaken the founding ancestor from all those years ago. Because they knew that so long as the founding ancestor awakened, he would surely lead the demonic Lotus Blade sect to step onto a new level. Needless to say, Long Wei was lucky, as he'd found 18 origin drawing pearls by chance, and it was equivalent to obtaining the key to open the fire breath rock. Whereas he possessed the origin drawing pearls, yet what he lacked was the liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth. Because of this, the events that happened after that happened. Because he wasn't sure if the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within the 7 spirit points in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge was sufficient, Long Wei found Lu Yuan and Xue Rui to combine the sects that they each controlled together and made a plan for this matter. In next to no time, they placed their attention onto the Mountain Split sect and 7-Star Sword sect. The reason Long Wei chose Lu Yuan and Xue Rui was because the sect leaders of the Mountain Split sect and 7-Star Sword sect were rather stubborn and inflexible. Along with the merger of the 3 great sects, they made a forceful move and first annihilated the Mountain Split sect before annihilating the 7-Star Sword sect. Because of this, they obtained the 7 spirit points in the Mountain Split sect and the 9 spirit points in the 7-Star Sword sect. Now, after pouring the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within a total of 16 spirit points in the Mountain Split sect and 7-Star Sword sect into the fire breath rock, coupled with the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within the almost 2 spirit points in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, he'd finally succeeded in opening the fire breath rock. When he saw the fire breath rock explode open and a black-clothed middle-aged man appeared within it, Long Wei knew that the effort he'd put in these past few years wasn't in vain. I truly never imagined that so much time has already passed since I fell into deep slumber within the fire breath rock that day. But, you're very good, you actually opened the fire breath rock and awakened me. After he found out the sequence of events from Long Wei, the black-clothed middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. Ancestor, this is something disciple ought to do. Long Wei lay on the ground as his body lightly trembled, and he was still unable to restrain the excitement in his heart. From today onwards, the Azure Forest Trisect doesn't exist any longer. In next to no time, the black-clothed middle-aged man stared at Lu Yuan and Xue Rui with a gaze that was like a bolt of lightning, and he spoke slowly. The demonic Lotus Blade sect was created by me, and I won't allow it to vanish in the annals of history. Do the two of you have any objections? No. No. At the instant the black-clothed middle-aged man's fierce gaze swept over, Lu Yuan and Xue Rui were oppressed to the point they were unable to catch their breath, and they hurriedly shook their heads when they heard the black-clothed middle-aged man. What a joke! At this moment, how could they dare have any objections? Very good. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded, and then he continued. Now, I'll give the two of you a path. The first is to become the vice-sect leader of my demonic Lotus Blade sect, take Long Wei as your leader, and sever all ties with the Origin Convergence sect and Snowmoon sect forever. The second is to take your people and fuck off back to your Origin Convergence sect and Snowmoon sect. We're willing to become the vice-sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Lu Yuan and Xue Rui didn't hesitate in the slightest when faced with the two choices given by the black-clothed middle-aged man, and they spoke hurriedly. Even though they would have to lower themselves to Long Wei because of this. But they didn't mind. Because the demonic Lotus Blade sect of today wasn't the demonic Lotus Blade sect of the past. With the strength of the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect before them, it was sufficient to lead the demonic Lotus Blade sect to the Darkstone Empire and even occupy a place in the Dark Han dynasty. At that time, even if they were only vice-sect leaders, they would still be far stronger than being the sect leader of a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Very good. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction, and then he raised his voice. Remember, all of you. From today onwards, the sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect is still Long Wei. I, Jia Hong, am the supreme elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Along with the black-clothed middle-aged man's voice. Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder. Chapter 726. Good, good. Ha 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 ha. Jia Hong laughed heartily as he gazed at the group of disciples before him. It had been over 1,000 years. He'd finally awakened from the fire breath rock. Ancestor, may I know your current cultivation? After a short moment, Long Wei looked at Jia Hong and asked with slight anticipation. With my current cultivation, it's sufficient to lead the demonic Lotus Blade sect to occupy a place in the Dark Han dynasty. Jia Hong's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Dark Han dynasty? Long Wei's face flushed red with excitement when he heard Jia Hong, whereas Lu Yuan, Xue Rui, and the other demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-ups and the surrounding demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples were extremely excited as well. From the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to the Dark Han dynasty, directly passing through the Darkstone Empire, the demonic Lotus Blade sect could be said to have soared into the sky. Of course, they knew clearly in their hearts that the reason the demonic Lotus Blade sect's future was so bright was all because of the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect before them. When a man achieves the Tao, even his friends and family can ascend to the heavens. Nothing could surpass this. Those people above are members of our demonic Lotus Blade sect as well. Suddenly, Jia Hong frowned and slightly raised his head to look up into the sky. Early on, when he'd just left the fire breath rock, he'd noticed the group of people in the sky, but he didn't know the background of these people at that time, so he didn't pay attention to them. Later on, under the demonic Lotus Blade sect's Long Wei, everyone bowed before him, yet that group of people remained indifferent, and it allowed him to realize that this group of people ought to not be members of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Along with Jia Hong speaking, the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-ups and disciples including Long Wei, Lu Yuan, and Xue Rui raised their heads to look up. With a single glance, they saw the group of people standing in the sky. If it wasn't for Jia Hong's reminder, they wouldn't have noticed. We've been noticed. High above in the sky, Missouri Yu frowned and glanced at Jia Hong with slight fear, then he looked at Duan Lingtian and couldn't help but ask. Senior brother, is this Jia Hong really the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect? Obviously, Mo Yu had heard what the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Long Wei, said to Jia Hong earlier, and he knew of the sequence of events that led to the three great sects merging and joining forces to annihilate the Mountain Split sect and Seven Star Sword sect. This made him angry and anxious. If he had enough strength, he would have slaughtered the group of people below long ago. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. The fire breath rock was originally a type of miraculous object, and the person that slumbers within it is indeed able to experience 1,000 years without dying. So, this Jia Hong is most probably the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Gulp tilde tilde. Hearing Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Mo Yu swallowed her saliva with difficulty. Then his cultivation, it's you. Before Mo Yu finished speaking, he was already interrupted by someone. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Long Wei, in the lead, all the higher-ups soared into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, they'd arrived at the sky above Duan Lingtian's group and surrounded Duan Lingtian's group. Many demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples at the void prying stage and above soared into the sky one by one, and they surrounded Duan Lingtian and the others. Qin Xiong, and you, this damnable rock. Long Wei's gaze descended onto Qin Xiong and the rock at the first possible moment, and his eyes flickered with a ferocious light. Since all of you have come today, then don't think of leaving. Duan Lingtian, I never expected that you would come as well. You escaped 5 years ago, don't think of escaping again today. Lu Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian and revealed a mad smile, as if Duan Lingtian was already a fish on his chopping board. Today, even if the rock is here, all of you won't be able to escape. Xue Rui's face was filled with confidence towards their demonic Lotus Blade sect's ancestor. Escape. Duan Lingtian started laughing, and he glanced indifferently at Lu Yuan, then he looked at Long Wei, Xue Rui, and the surrounding figures that seemed familiar to him. These people had all participated in the annihilation of the Seven Star Sword sect. All of you really think highly of yourselves. Would I need to flee from all of you good-for-nothings? As he laughed in the end, the brilliant smile on Duan Lingtian's face transformed into a cold smile, and he wantonly ridiculed all the higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. You dare be disrespectful to the 3 sect leaders and elders? I'll kill you. Right when the expressions of Long Wei and the others sank, a demonic Lotus Blade sect elder flashed out to abruptly pounce towards Duan Lingtian, and a spirit saber appeared out of thin air in his hand as a saber light bloomed out. Whoosh! When this demonic Lotus Blade sect elder made a move, an ancient horned dragon silhouette first appeared above him, and then a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. 7th level of the Void Prying stage. Half-step advanced saber force. And there was also a low-grade spirit weapon that was like trash in the eyes of Duan Lingtian. In the blink of an eye, the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder had arrived before Duan Lingtian, and the saber light in his hand whistled out to envelop Duan Lingtian as he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with a single strike. The speed of this demonic Lotus Blade sect elder could be considered to be extremely swift in the eyes of all the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples, but in the eyes of Duan Lingtian, it was pitifully slow. Trash. When the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder was within reach, Duan Lingtian indifferently spat out 2 words, and then he abruptly raised his hand. He didn't even utilize his spirit weapon or concept as he slashed out with his palm, and his origin energy skyrocketed as it moved to intercept the spirit saber in the elder's hand. Bang! Duan Lingtian's palm saber easily blasted the spirit saber in the elder's hand flying, and it didn't lose momentum as it descended towards the elder's head, directly shattering it. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian withdrew his hand, and the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth above him hadn't condensed into form from the beginning until the end. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew by, causing the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples to feel their hearts go cold. The head of the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder that attacked Duan Lingtian split open, causing fresh blood to spray out as he fell down. Bang! The corpse fell to the ground and emitted an enormous bang. Silence. The originally clamorous gorge instantly became deathly silent. After a short moment, the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples in the gorge reacted to what had happened, and their faces went grim. Who is it? Actually daring to kill someone in our demonic Lotus Blade sect. Moreover, the person he killed was an elder of our demonic Lotus Blade sect. No matter who it is, they're dead for sure today. Exactly. Not to mention our demonic Lotus Blade sect's ancestor has already emerged today. Even if it was normal times, no one would dare be so presumptuous in our demonic Lotus Blade sect. That grand rock seems to be the sect guarding demon beast of the 7-star sword sect. In the past, many of our senior brothers died at its hands. It won't be able to escape today. Perhaps the sect leader's speed is inferior to it, but if the ancestor wants to kill it, it's as simple as cutting grass. Of course, the Supreme Elder is an existence that's able to lead our demonic Lotus Blade sect to occupy a place in the Dark Hand dynasty. The Supreme Elder is at least an expert at the Void Interpretation stage. Moreover, the Supreme Elder might not be an ordinary first-level Void Interpretation stage expert. Void Interpretation stage. According to my knowledge, even in the Darkstone Empire, only the Imperial family possesses a single Void Interpretation stage expert, and he's the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire. Perhaps, our ancestor is even stronger than the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire. The group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples discussed animatedly. As they spoke, their confidence increased greatly, and they were filled with confidence towards their demonic Lotus Blade sect's Supreme Elder. At this moment, the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that surrounded Duan Lingtian's group in the sky had recovered from their shock. This Duan Lingtian's natural talent is monstrous as expected. 5 years ago, when the 7-star sword sect was annihilated, he was only a nascent soul stage martial artist. 5 years later, he's actually able to kill a 7th-level void prying stage elder of our demonic Lotus Blade sect. Fortunately, he's come now. Otherwise, after another 10 or 20 years, our demonic Lotus Blade sect might not be able to endure his rage. I don't think so. So long as our demonic Lotus Blade sect has the Supreme Elder, then even if we give this Duan Lingtian another 20 years, he might not be able to do anything to our demonic Lotus Blade sect. Then what about after another 30, 40, or even 50 years? Compared to the Supreme Elder, he's much younger after all. That's true. But since he's come today, then he'll surely die for sure. The group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples at the void prying stage and above that surrounded Duan Lingtian's group couldn't help but whisper in discussion. They looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes as if they were looking at a dead person. Duan Lingtian. Long Wei's gaze stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Needless to say, your current strength has caused me to be extremely surprised. The #1 genius in the history of the Seven-Star Sword sect, the young expert that suppressed the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, you fully deserve the title. Sect leader Long, you're too kind. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. If I was you, I would continue to endure. Perhaps you'll be able to take revenge for the Seven-Star Sword sect after another few tens of years. But unfortunately, you chose to make an appearance now. Today, even if this rock is present, it's impossible for you to escape. Slight ridicule appeared on Long Wei's face. All of you really know how to choose the time. You didn't come earlier or later, and just happened to choose the moment our demonic Lotus Blade sect's ancestor emerged into the world. With the Supreme Elder present, this rock of your Seven-Star Sword sect can dream of taking advantage of us in terms of speed. Lu Yuan sneered. All of you. Is something wrong with your ears? Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as he asked indifferently. Duan Lingtian's words caused everyone from the demonic Lotus Blade sect to be unable to refrain from being stunned. Didn't you hear me call all of you good-for-nothings earlier? Could it be that all of you think I only spoke in a moment of anger? Or perhaps, all of you think I only called all of you good-for-nothings and didn't include that 1,000-year-old freak? Duan Lingtian ridiculed. As he looked at the expressions of everyone from the demonic Lotus Blade sect that became even more gloomy, he felt extremely carefree. Duan Lingtian, do you really think you're invincible in the world just because you were able to kill a 7th-level void prying stage elder of our demonic Lotus Blade sect? If I, Lu Yuan, want to kill you, it would be even easier than stomping an ant to death. Lu Yuan's gloomy expression tensed up as a fierce light flickered within his eyes, and the origin energy on his body leaped up. In the next moment, he took a stride out to pounce towards Duan Lingtian. Lu Yuan's strength was completely not on the same level as the 7th-level void prying stage elder from before. At practically the instant Lu Yuan took a stride out, he'd already arrived before Duan Lingtian. Bang! Chapter 727. Lu Yuan had merely slapped out with his palm against Duan Lingtian, and he didn't utilize any spirit weapon. Perhaps, as far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian wasn't worthy of him utilizing a spirit weapon. In next to no time, he realized that no matter if he utilized a spirit weapon or not, the outcome would be the same. When facing Lu Yuan's palm strike that was like a bolt of lightning and felt the piercingly cold palm wind that assaulted his face, Duan Lingtian didn't dodge, and with a raise of his hand, he pointed out with his finger. Tempest Finger. A strand of material origin energy shot out from the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger, and a strand of azure energy and violet energy coiled around it. It was precisely the 8th-level wind concept and 3rd-level lightning concept. Lu Yuan's palm strike slapped towards Duan Lingtian, and its speed couldn't be said to be slow. Swish. But unfortunately, the speed at which Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger was even swifter, and he didn't dodge and directly met Lu Yuan's palm strike head-on. Swish. When Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, the terrifying Tempest Finger whistled out and easily pierced through Lu Yuan's palm, and before Lu Yuan had the time to let out a shrill cry, it didn't lose momentum in the slightest as it pierced into the space between Lu Yuan's brows. Instantly, a hideous and terrifying bloody hole appeared between Lu Yuan's brows, and dazzling and resplendent fresh blood ceaselessly gushed out from it. You. Lu Yuan's body trembled for no reason, and his hand that was pierced through fell limply to the ground. He struggled to glance at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes were filled with a gaze of extreme terror. In the next moment, his body was unable to hold on any longer, and he fell down. Bang! Lu Yuan crashed onto the ground without a trace of life. For a time, no matter if it was within the gorge or above the gorge, it fell into deathly silence. Sect leader Lu was killed. Oh my God. Who on earth is this person? He seemed to have only used a single strike to kill sect leader Lu. The distance is too far, and I'm utterly unable to see the appearance of the person that attacked clearly. Alas! If only I possessed a cultivation at the void prying stage or above. Now, I can only stand here and look from afar, and I'm unable to see anything. It's truly depressing. The group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that stood in the valley were in an uproar once again. Most of them were shocked. Lu Yuan was the vice-sect leader of their demonic Lotus Blade sect, and his cultivation was at the 6th level of the void initiation stage. However, such an existence was killed in a single exchange. High up in the sky, the group of people led by the demonic Lotus Blade sect's master, Long Wei, were completely dumbstruck. They looked down at Lu Yuan's corpse from afar and then couldn't help but look up at the purple-clothed youth in the distance. For a moment, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This Duan Lingtian had killed Lu Yuan in one move? If they hadn't seen the scene with their own eyes, who among them would dare to believe that what had just happened was real? Now, they finally understood why Duan Lingtian would be so confident from the beginning until the end. It turned out that he already possessed a strength at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above. When Duan Lingtian made his move, the heaven and earth phenomenon had yet to fully materialize. But they were practically able to confirm that Duan Lingtian was absolutely in existence at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above. If he wasn't in existence at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above, would he be able to kill Lu Yuan, who was at the 6th level of the void initiation stage, in a single exchange? The next one. Is it you, or is it you? Or perhaps it's all of you. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past Long Wei, then descended onto Xue Rui before looking at the guardian elders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect in the end. These few old fellows were existences at the 6th level of the void initiation stage. 5 years ago, when the 7-star sword sect was annihilated, Long Wei, Xue Rui, and these few old fellows were precisely the culprits. It could be said that practically all the higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect had died at their hands. Of course, there was also Zhao Ming and Tang Hua. But those two people were still trapped within the Darkstone Empire's inscription formation at this moment, and it was impossible for them to escape in a short period of time. Long Wei, Xue Rui, and the few guardian elders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect looked at each other with livid expressions when they heard this, yet none of them dared reply. What a joke! Even Lu Yuan was killed by Duan Lingtian in a single move. Even if there was someone amongst them whose strength was stronger than Lu Yuan, it wouldn't be much stronger. They could be sure that if they dared attack, it would surely be the outcome of certain death. So, they didn't dare make any movements. Long Wei and the others looked at Duan Lingtian with extremely complicated gazes. 5 years ago, when they led the way to the 7-star sword sect and annihilated the 7-star sword sect, this Duan Lingtian was only a nascent soul stage martial artist, and he was like an ant in their eyes that couldn't withstand a single blow. 5 years later, when they saw this Duan Lingtian once again and personally witnessed Duan Lingtian killing a 7th-level void prying stage elder of their demonic Lotus Blade sect in a single move, they couldn't help but be shocked. They were shocked by Duan Lingtian's improvement in these past 5 years. Subsequently, Lu Yuan made a move against Duan Lingtian, and he was killed by Duan Lingtian in a single move. At that moment, they had the feeling as if they were dreaming. But their strained nerves were telling them at all times that they weren't dreaming, and all of this was real. The other higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect and the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that surrounded Duan Lingtian and the others couldn't help but retreat slightly at this moment, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with fear. Especially the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples. Earlier, they were still whispering in discussion, and felt that in another 10 or 20 years, so long as their demonic Lotus Blade sect had their ancestor, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to do anything to their demonic Lotus Blade sect. But now that they'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, they didn't dare think like this. What a joke! A young expert that was capable of breaking through from the nascent soul stage to the 7th level of the void initiation stage in a short 5 years of time. If he was given another 10 or 20 years of time, they wouldn't find it strange even if he was able to break through to the void transformation stage. Qin Xiong and Mo Yu stood behind Du and Lingtian, and they couldn't help but reveal a delighted smile. At this moment, they felt elated. Even if it was the grand rock that was circling in the air now, when its sharp eyes looked at Du and Lingtian, it couldn't help but reveal slight gratification. It suddenly felt that the group of experts from the 7-star sword sect that risked their lives to help it send Du and Lingtian out 5 years ago was extremely wise. It was precisely because of this that it allowed Du and Lingtian to live. 5 years. In a mere 5 years of time, the young man from all those years ago already possessed the strength to take revenge for the 7-star sword sect, and it was a formidable strength that even the Grand Rock had to look up to. If it was said who amongst the people present was comparatively calm, then it was none other than Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong that stood in the sky at the side. They'd only followed Du and Lingtian to join in the fun. Of course, if Du and Lingtian encountered something he was unable to deal with, they wouldn't stand idly by. Du and Lingtian, even though we're standing on opposite sides, I have to admit that you're indeed a rare genius in the martial Dao. In a mere 5 years of time, you transformed from a nascent soul stage martial artist into an expert at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above. Your natural talent is sufficient to look down upon the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty. Long Wei looked at Du and Lingtian with a serious expression. Your Azure Forest Trisect. Oh, no, I almost forgot. Your Azure Forest Trisect isn't called the Azure Forest Trisect anymore. Your demonic Lotus Blade sect is absolutely irreconcilable with me. Don't think that you'll be able to make me stop just by praising me. Du and Lingtian glanced coldly and indifferently at Long Wei as he spoke indifferently. Du and Lingtian, Xue Rui said with a low voice. We admit that your strength is extremely strong, and it's even stronger than all of us. If it was before today, our demonic Lotus Blade sect might have been annihilated at your hands. But today, our demonic Lotus Blade sect's ancestor has made an appearance, so even if you've already broken through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage, you'll still die for sure. Perhaps it was because of Shuerui's words, but in the blink of an eye, the black-clothed middle-aged man that sat cross-legged on the lotus seat at a low altitude had vanished along with the lotus seat. When he appeared once more, he'd already appeared before Long Wei, and he looked at Du and Lingtian with a calm expression. You broke through from a nascent soul stage martial artist to the 7th level of the void initiation stage in 5 years? There was no lack of a questioning tone in Jiahong's words. Du and Lingtian glanced indifferently at Jiahong, and he shrugged with slight disinterest. Old fellow, don't use this tone to speak to me. I'm not a disciple of your demonic Lotus Blade sect. Presumptuous. Du and Lingtian, you actually dare be disrespectful to the supreme elder of my demonic Lotus Blade sect. Practically at the instant Du and Lingtian finished speaking, the expressions of Long Wei, Xue Rui, and the other guardian elders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect went grim as they berated furiously. Presumptuous? Disrespectful? Du and Lingtian ridiculed with disdain. I was presumptuous and disrespectful to him. So what? Could it be that all of you want to make a move against me? The expressions of Long Wei and the others were extremely unsightly when they were ridiculed by Du and Lingtian like this, yet they just happened to not dare reply or make a move. If you don't dare make a move, then watch your mouths. A group of trash. Du and Lingtian sneered as he trampled on the dignity of Long Wei and the others. Trash. The expressions of Long Wei, Xue Rui, and the other guardian elders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect went grim. When had they suffered such humiliation? However, even if they were humiliated like this by Du and Lingtian, they just happened to be able to endure it and not dare flare up. To them, Du and Lingtian's strength was too strong, and it was far from something they could go against. Once they made a move, their end would absolutely be no different than Lu Yuan. Ha 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 ha, right when Long Wei and the others wanted to ask Jiahong, the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect and the current supreme elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, to make a move, Jiahong suddenly started laughing loudly instead. Du and Lingtian frowned. This old fellow from the demonic Lotus Blade sect wouldn't have gone mad, right? Little fellow. Jiao Hong looked at Duan Lingtian with interest and said slowly, I heard Long Wei say earlier that you only spent 5 years of time to break through from the nascent soul stage to the 7th level of the void initiation stage. Needless to say, you're a genius that can be nurtured. Duan Lingtian still paid no attention to Jiao Hong when he heard him, and his eyes stared fixedly at Long Wei and the others as cold lights flickered within his eyes and killing intent was revealed. Duan Lingtian's killing intent caused the expressions of Long Wei and the others to become extremely unsightly, and all of them felt their scalps go numb. Little fellow, the 7-star sword sect was annihilated, and it can only be said that the 7-star sword sect was useless and didn't have the qualifications to become your sect. How about you take me as your master? Chapter 728. Duan Lingtian's expression finally sank. But Jiao Hong seemed as if he didn't notice it. So long as you take me as your master, then so long as you're willing, I can even make you become the new sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Otherwise, you can become an enforcement elder that stands above the sect leader and is only beneath me. How about it? Supreme Elder, he just killed Vice Sect Leader Lu, and he's an enemy of our demonic Lotus Blade sect. Jiao Hong's words caused a guardian elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect to be anxious, and he looked at Jiao Hong with a furious expression. But in the next moment, the expression of this guardian elder instantly became exceedingly ghastly pale, and his hands held tightly onto his throat as the blood that sprayed out from his throat dyed his hands red. Why? The guardian elder's gaze flickered, and at the moment of death, he looked at Jiao Hong with an unwilling expression before his aura vanished completely as his entire body fell down. Bang! The corpse emitted an enormous bang as it fell to the ground. For a time, another corpse had appeared at the center of the gorge. So swift. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as his eyes revealed slight fear. He actually didn't see clearly how Jiao Hong attacked, and he only heard an extremely fine and fleeting howl of the wind. At the instant the howl of the wind vanished, the guardian elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect had been killed. Is there anyone that questions my words? Jiao Hong's piercingly cold gaze flashed past Long Wei and the others. Instantly, Long Wei and the others went silent. Even though there were many people in the demonic Lotus Blade sect, but at this moment, no one dared say anything. They were able to discern. The Supreme Elder had taken a fancy to Duan Lingtian's pitilessly monstrous natural talent, and wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple to inherit his mantle. When he saw Jiao Hong looking over once more, Duan Lingtian grunted with disdain in a low voice. Old fellow, with my strength, suppressing these people is extremely easy. Why would I need to borrow your influence? Jiao Hong wasn't enraged when facing Duan Lingtian's disdain, and he nodded instead. You're right. But, you've forgotten something. If you don't agree to take me as your master today, then you'll die for sure. You won't have the chance to deal with them or even destroy my demonic Lotus Blade sect. At this point, the smile on Jiao Hong's face disappeared and was replaced by a layer of frost. I'll give you 2 choices. Either you kneel down and acknowledge me as your master, or die. Death. Jiao Hong's voice was like a thunderclap that suddenly exploded out in the sky above the gorge, and it caused all the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples present to be unable to refrain from shuddering with fear. They knew that the Grand Elder was angry. The eyes of Long Wei, Shui Rui, and the other higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect flickered. In their hearts, they did not wish for Duan Lingtian to give in. If the Duan Lingtian gave in, it would mean that there would be a brat pressing down on their heads in the future. This was something they were unwilling to accept. Of course, if Duan Lingtian really gave in, they couldn't do anything even if they didn't want to accept it. Presently, the true person in charge of the demonic Lotus Blade sect was this newly ascended Supreme Elder, and not them. When faced with Jiao Hong's threat, Duan Lingtian didn't have any reaction, yet the expressions of Qin Xiong and Mo Yu had already gone pale. At this moment, the vast and overbearing aura that stretched out from Jiao Hong's body swept over, and for a time, it caused them to feel extremely suffocated. Martial Aunt Qin Xiong, is senior brother really confident in his ability to deal with this old freak? Mo Yu was slightly terrified in his heart when facing Jiao Hong, and he couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Qin Xiong. Probably, Qin Xiong spoke with slight uncertainty. Swish. The rock circled above the heads of Duan Lingtian and the others, and its wings that were like clouds that hung down from the sky spread out to give rise to a surging wave of air that caused everyone to be alarmed. Its pair of sharp eyes stared fixedly at Jiao Hong, and so long as Jiao Hong dared make a move against Duan Lingtian, it would pounce over without the slightest hesitation. Even if it knew that it was far from being a match for Jiao Hong, it would still risk its life to protect Duan Lingtian. It was willing to use its corpse to pave a path to the afterlife for Duan Lingtian. "I'm truly sorry." Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change when facing Jiao Hong's threat, and from the beginning until the end, he had a carefree expression as if everything before him wasn't related to him in the slightest. "I don't want to choose either of the two choices you gave me." "Don't want to choose?" Duan Lingtian's words clearly entered into the ears of everyone present. "Duan Lingtian, our Supreme Elder thinks highly of you and took you as a disciple. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Instantly, many members of the demonic Lotus Blade sect that surrounded the surroundings berated Duan Lingtian successively. At the same time that Long Wei, Xue Rui, and the other guardian elders berated Duan Lingtian, they couldn't help but feel slightly fortunate in their hearts. They felt fortunate that Duan Lingtian didn't agree. Unknowingly, a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. They were able to sense the rage that ceaselessly rose on the Supreme Elder's body. Whoosh! The origin energy on Jiao Hong, who sat cross-legged on the lotus seat that floated nearby Duan Lingtian, gradually surfaced before raging and leaping about. At the same time, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above him as numerous lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared and condensed into form before coiling down. 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes was still ceaselessly rising. Third level of the void interpretation stage. Fourth level of the void interpretation stage. Fifth level of the void interpretation stage. It's still rising. Qin Xiong's expression became more and more unsightly. The nearby Mo Yu's body trembled as his pupils constricted, and only a single thought remained in his heart. It's over, even though he was mentally prepared since long ago. But never had he imagined that the strength of this 1,000-year-old freak of the demonic Lotus Blade sect would actually be so terrifying. Finally, the ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Jiao Hong stopped increasing. Meanwhile, 100 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes clearly appeared before the eyes of everyone present, and it gave them a visual shock. The strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. 7th level of the void interpretation stage. Long Wei couldn't help but gasp. No wonder the Supreme Elder said he's able to lead our demonic Lotus Blade sect to occupy a place in the Dark Han dynasty. With the Supreme Elder's current strength, even if it's in the Dark Han dynasty, there's probably not many people that are a match for him. Xue Rui was extremely excited, and his body lightly trembled as he slightly lost his composure. Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder. At the same time, no matter if it was the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that stood in midair or the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that stood in the gorge below, all of them couldn't help but seethe with excitement. They were naturally clearly aware of what 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes meant. 7th level of the void interpretation stage. Their Supreme Elder was actually a formidable existence at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. Everyone was excited. "Little fellow, I'll ask you one last time. Are you really unwilling to take me as your master?" Jiao Hong, who had 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above him, stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was like a bolt of lightning, and he seemed as if he would directly annihilate Duan Lingtian at the slightest disagreement. "Old fellow, do you think I'll be afraid of you and even directly take you as my master just because you revealed a strength at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage?" Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged when facing Jiao Hong, who revealed a cultivation at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage, and he mocked. "Since it's like this, then go die." Jiao Hong's patience was completely exhausted, and he couldn't restrain himself any longer. He shouted out explosively, and with a raise of his hand, his sleeve fluttered, causing the whistling of the wind to deafen. In practically an instant, with the place Jiahong raised his hand as the center, waves of terrifying violent winds swept out towards the surroundings, and it blew some of the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples with low cultivations to the point they retreated successively. Whoosh! Jiahong's palm seemed to be slow, yet it was actually swift, and in an instant, it was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian's chest. So long as he continued forward, then Duan Lingtian would die for sure. Just at this critical moment, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. 8. A shrill cry sounded out of thin air, and it caused the smiles that had just appeared on the faces of Long Wei and the other members of the demonic Lotus Blade sect to instantly freeze. Originally, they were already able to foresee the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed. But right at the moment when Duan Lingtian was about to die, they instead saw to their astonishment. At this moment, the hand that their demonic Lotus Blade sect supreme elder, the ancestor that established the demonic Lotus Blade sect 1,000 years ago, used to strike out at Duan Lingtian had been severed at the shoulder, and the severed arm was carried along by inertia to vanish in the blink of an eye. There wasn't a single person at the place Duan Lingtian stood earlier. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had suddenly soared into the sky, whereas a fiery red figure had appeared by his side. This was a middle-aged man with a cold and dignified appearance, and his sharp eyes seemed as if they looked down upon the heavens and the earth. He stood with his hands behind his back, and he brought a strong oppressive feeling to others. Who are you? After Jiahong stopped the blood that sprayed out from the gap of his severed arm, he looked at the middle-aged man in fiery red clothes with a slightly ghastly pale expression, and he asked with slight terror. Earlier, it was precisely this person that severed his arm. This person didn't utilize any spirit weapon when making a move, and only purely condensed into form a sword with origin energy, and before he could react, the person had easily severed his arm. Even though this person's move was short-lived, and the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth wasn't able to condense into form in the sky. But he could be 100% sure. The strength of the red-clothed middle-aged man before him far surpassed him. Meanwhile, the gazes of everyone from the demonic Lotus Blade sect descended onto the red-clothed middle-aged man. They'd noticed this red-clothed middle-aged man since long ago, and he'd always been standing nearby behind Duan Lingtian, and he stood together with another red-clothed woman and a grey-clothed old man. Originally, they only thought that these people were the surviving members of the Seven-Star Sword sect. But now, they realized that they'd guessed wrongly, ridiculously wrongly. Would a surviving member of the Seven-Star Sword sect possess the ability to sever the arm of their demonic Lotus Blade sect supreme elder, a dignified 7th-level void interpretation stage expert? If the Seven-Star Sword sect possessed such an expert, then how could the Seven-Star Sword sect allow them to annihilate the sect? Senior, this is the enmity between us and the Seven-Star Sword sect. I hope Senior doesn't interfere. If Senior has any needs, then our demonic Lotus Blade sect is willing to spare no effort to guarantee Senior's satisfaction. As the leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Long Wei was a shrewd person, and he clearly saw the fear that suffused Jiahong's eyes when he looked at the red-clothed middle-aged man. Chapter 729. But unfortunately, the red-clothed young man seemed as if he utterly didn't hear what Jiahong and Long Wei said, and he said indifferently, "Kid Ling Tian, do you want me to cripple his cultivation and you kill him yourself? Or do you want me to help you directly end him?" The red-clothed young man was precisely Feng Wu Dao. He was also the eldest master of the Dark Han Dynasty's Feng clan, the #1 expert of the Feng clan that surpassed the two great ancestors of the Feng clan. Feng Wu Dao's tone was calm, and it was as if he was speaking of an unimportant matter. Jiahong's face went completely pale when he heard Feng Wu Dao. On the other hand, the pupils of Long Wei and the others constricted instantly. Who exactly was this red-clothed middle-aged man? He actually seemed as if he utterly didn't take the 7th-level void interpretation stage supreme elder of their demonic Lotus Blade sect seriously. He wasn't present when the Seven-Star Sword sect was annihilated that day. Uncle Feng, I'll be in trouble. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Jiahong as he spoke slowly. Yes. Even though Duan Lingtian didn't make a direct choice, his words had obviously indirectly made a choice, and Feng Wu Dao was able to discern the meaning behind it. Jiahong's face went grim when he saw Feng Wudao nodding, and he instantly stood up from the lotus seat. Bang! Jiahong raised his leg as his origin energy skyrocketed, and his boundless fire concept followed him like a shadow, causing his origin energy to seem as if it had transformed into a ball of flames that fiercely smashed onto the lotus seat. Instantly, the lotus seat condensed from origin energy and fire concept shattered and transformed into nothingness. Swoosh! Jiahong relied on this force to shoot towards the distance like a bolt of lightning, and he obviously wanted to flee. The scene before their eyes only occurred in the blink of an eye, and the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect members including Long Wei didn't even have the time to react. Swish! The brief whistling of the sword clearly entered the ears of the martial practitioners who were at the ascension stage and above and had extremely good hearing. Whereas the martial artists below the void initiation stage instead seemed as if they didn't hear anything, and subsequently, they saw a figure in the distance stop before splitting into two. It was the fleeing Jiahong that was split into two from top to bottom, and his severed corpse accompanied the dazzling and resplendent fresh blood that covered the sky as it crashed to the ground. Silence. No matter if it was the sky or the ground, the entire gorge was deathly silent. Ancestor, Supreme Elder, everyone from the demonic Lotus Blade sect stared blankly at the remains on the ground in the distance at the same time, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Firstly, they did not believe that the ancestor would flee and abandon them in the face of battle in order to survive. Secondly, they did not believe that the Grand Supreme Elder, who was high and mighty in their eyes, would be killed so easily. However, the clear scenes in front of them constantly impacted their tensed nerves, telling them that all of this was real. "I'll leave the rest to you." Feng Wudao nodded to Duan Lingtian before vanishing on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he'd already returned to the side of Feng Tianwu and Elder Kong. From the beginning until the end, Feng Wudao's face was tranquil as if killing a 7th-level void interpretation stage expert was nothing to him. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he revealed a mad smile as he pounced towards the higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect that were led by Long Wei like a tiger that had entered a pack of wolves. Sword Drawing Arts. The violet-colored sword light that appeared briefly flashed past Xuerui's throat with ease, and the former sect leader of the Snow Moon sect had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian just like this. Collecting debts has only just begun. Duan Lingtian stood with his sword in hand as fresh blood ceaselessly dripped from it, and he muttered silently in his heart. Xuerui's death was like a fuse that caused Long Wei and the others to instantly awaken. Since it's impossible to flee, then let's join forces and kill him. Long Wei glanced at the distant Feng Wudao with fear, and then he shouted out explosively to call out to the other higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Whoosh! But when they were just about to make a move against Duan Lingtian, they inadvertently saw the 30-plus ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above Duan Lingtian, and all of them were completely dumbstruck. The strongest amongst them only possessed the strength of over 10 ancient horned dragons after utilizing all his ability, and it was even to the extent that not a single one of them possessed the strength of 20 ancient horned dragons. He isn't at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. He's at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. A demonic Lotus Blade sect elder couldn't help but exclaim out in shock. Besides that, the spirit sword in his hand is a grade 3 spirit weapon. The two concepts he's comprehended are an entire strength of 12 ancient horned dragons when added together. This demonic Lotus Blade sect elder's gaze had always been on Duan Lingtian, and the process of the numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensing into form in the sky above Duan Lingtian was clearly seen by him. 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. This demonic Lotus Blade sect elder's words caused the expressions of all the higher-ups including Long Wei to go grim, and they all stopped moving and didn't dare take another step forward. If Duan Lingtian was only at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, then perhaps all of them would be able to slightly deal with him if they joined forces. But a 9th level Void Initiation stage expert wasn't someone they could deal with. Duan Lingtian, I'm willing to join your 7-star sword sect, and work myself to the bone for the 7-star sword sect in the future. Suddenly, a guardian elder stood out and spoke to Duan Lingtian in panic. Instantly, the expressions of many higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect including Long Wei went grim, and they all glared angrily at this guardian elder. Swish! A sword light that appeared briefly in appearance easily pierced through the throat of this guardian elder. When the guardian elder stretched out his hand to grab tightly onto his throat, a violet-colored figure appeared before him like a shadow, and it was precisely Duan Lingtian. Why? This guardian elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect stared blankly at Duan Lingtian with a bewildered and puzzled expression, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. As far as he was concerned, he'd already surrendered and was willing to join the Seven-Star Sword sect. Logically speaking, Duan Lingtian shouldn't kill him, and he should instead welcome him into the Seven-Star Sword sect. He believed that the Seven-Star Sword sect surely required an expert to hold down the fort now, and it was precisely because of this that he chose to bear infamy and join the Seven-Star Sword sect before making a choice between life and death. But who knew that Duan Lingtian seemed to utterly disdain him joining the Seven-Star Sword sect, and directly killed him. I won't allow someone whose hands are tainted with the blood of my Seven-Star Sword sect disciples to remain in this world. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian moved once more. Whirlwind. His entire body vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was already within the crowd of demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-ups. His hand raised and his sword descended, and every single sword strike that flashed out would kill a demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-up. We'll die no matter what, everyone fight him to the death. Kill. All the demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-ups and demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that had participated in annihilating the Seven-Star Sword sect that day charged towards Duan Lingtian like madmen. Not resisting was death, resisting was death as well. They chose to resist. But before Duan Lingtian, they didn't have the slightest strength to fight back, and they died one by one under Duan Lingtian's sword. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's eyes went red from killing. Sect leader, do you see this? I'll make the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect repay us 100-fold right now. The figure of the Seven-Star Sword sect's Linghu Jin Hong flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind. Even though he didn't have much interaction with Linghu Jin Hong. But the various support and importance Linghu Jin Hong gave him instead caused him to be extremely moved. As the saying goes, a woman dresses up for her lover, a man dies for his lover. Linghu Jin Hong was his intimate friend. Swish. The violet-colored sword light that appeared briefly like a cactus pierced through the chest of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Long Wei, and directly killed him. As soon as Long Wei died, many people lost their will to battle and fled successively. Whoosh. Whoosh. Meanwhile, the Rock and Qin Xiong had joined the battle, and they killed all the demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-ups and disciples that were fleeing for their lives and had lost their will to battle. Under the situation where Duan Lingtian suppressed all the 6th-level Void Initiation stage martial artists of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, a man and a bird slaughtered their way into the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect members as if they were entering an uninhabited land. Peak Master Zheng Fan, if you're watching from the heavens, watch me take revenge for you. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand struck out and killed a 6th-level Void Initiation stage Guardian Elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Elder Bai, your little phase master. Yet I didn't protect you well. I really don't know how to speak to little Fei when I see her in the future. The figure of a beautiful woman appeared within Duan Lingtian's mind, and his eyes revealed a wisp of sorrow as he killed another 6th-level Void Initiation stage Guardian Elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Senior sisters were Qing, and all of you, many familiar figures flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind. In the past, these people were all alive and standing in front of him. However, 5 years ago, they were all killed by these people in front of him. Swish, 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 swish. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty Azura, and besides slaughter, there was nothing else in his world. It wasn't long before all the 4th-level Void Initiation stage higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect had died. Duan Lingtian didn't stop because of this, and the sword in his hand aimed towards the other higher-ups and disciples of the demonic Lotus Blade sect before flashing out mercilessly. Shrill cries rose and fell without end. No. Spare me. Spare me. Duan Lingtian, I'm willing to be your slave, let me go. Let me go. Everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, all the higher-ups and disciples of the demonic Lotus Blade sect didn't have the slightest will to fight, and they fled in all directions, and at the same time, they didn't forget to beg for mercy. But Duan Lingtian paid no attention to them. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Suddenly, the violet clothes on Duan Lingtian's body were dyed red with blood, and he seemed to have become a man of blood. Of course, not a single drop of blood on his body was his. Brother Duan's killing intent is too strong. Elder Kong looked at Duan Lingtian's figure that was dyed red with blood from afar, and he frowned. If this goes on, it's not a good thing. It's very likely that he'll suffer chi deviation. He needs to vent now. It's useless even if we stop him. I only hope he'll be able to stick to his heart. Feng Wu Dao sighed. Elder brother Duan, I'll help you. A wisp of worry appeared on Feng Tianwu's pitilessly beautiful face when she heard the conversation between Elder Kong and Duan Lingtian, and she flew out to help Duan Lingtian kill. She'd made a move for no other reason than to allow Duan Lingtian to reduce his killing intent and not fall into the path of evil. Chapter 730. Blood flowed into rivers in the entire gorge. The setting sun was like blood, and it set off the gorge that was dyed red with blood, and it seemed as if only a single color remained in the entire world, a dazzling and resplendent scarlet red. Suddenly, the sounds of battle and shrill cries had already vanished. Within the gorge, the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples stood there, and all of them looked at the four figures that were like gods of death in the sky with terror, and their legs seemed as if they were filled with lead, causing them to be unable to move in the slightest. They didn't dare flee, because they knew that they were unable to flee. Perhaps, they would still have a chance to escape death by standing here. The wind blew by, and the extremely dense smell of blood pierced into their noses, causing their countenances to go ghastly pale as their bodies shivered. Suddenly, a figure descended from high above in the sky. This was a young man whose clothes were completely dyed red with blood, and the sword in his hand was still ceaselessly dripping with blood, causing him to seem like a peerless god of death. The expressions of all the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples went grim when they saw the blood-red clothed young man approaching. It was precisely this person that had completely slaughtered the three great sect leaders of their demonic Lotus Blade sect, and there were even a few other 6th-level Void Initiation Stage Guardian Elders that had died successively at his hands. The other elders and those senior disciples had all died at the hands of him and the companions by his side. Duan Lingtian stood at a low altitude above the gorge, and he looked down at the remaining disciples of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Behind him, Feng Tianwu and Qin Xiong followed like shadows, whereas, the Grand Rock even followed by his side and ceaselessly flapped its wings that were like clouds that covered the sky, and its sharp eyes stared at the remaining demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples. 5 years ago, before the Azure Forest Trisect annihilated my 7-star sword sect, all the disciples of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snowmoon sect stand out. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and his tone seemed to be calm, yet it actually concealed killing intent. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the expressions of many people instantly went grim. These people were already disciples of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snowmoon sect 5 years ago, and a portion of them had even participated in the battle that annihilated the 7-star sword sect. Now, they were naturally able to guess what Duan Lingtian had in mind when he asked them to leave. So, no one dared leave. 10 breaths. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Duan Lingtian continued, after 10 breaths, if no one comes out, all of you will die. When these calm words entered into the ears of the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples, it was like the sound of death, and it caused their expressions to go grim. For a time, the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples were in chaos. I know you were already a disciple of the Snowmoon sect long before the 7-star sword sect was annihilated. Quickly leave, don't implicate us. A disciple that entered the Azure Forest Trisect later pointed at another person by his side. Immediately, this person aroused the anger of the crowd. Get out. Get out of here. For a moment, this person became the target of public criticism. In the end, he could only walk out of the crowd with a sad face and stand outside alone. 7 more breaths of time. Duan Lingtian continued. I remember you too. You were a disciple of the Gui Yuan sect 5 years ago. Get out. Get out. 4 years ago, when I just arrived, you were still bragging about how many 7-star sword sect disciples you'd killed. In next to no time, almost 100 people were pushed out from the crowd of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples. The expressions of the almost 100 people that were pushed out were ghastly pale to the extreme, and they stood outside alone with shivering bodies, as if they'd already guessed their end. 10 breaths of time is up. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the almost 100 people that were pushed out, and killing intent that shot into the sky swept out from his body to envelop them. Instantly, the expressions of the almost 100 people that were pushed out went grim. Duan Lingtian, don't kill me. Even though I've been a disciple of the Snow Moon sect since long ago, I didn't follow the sect to annihilate your 7-star sword sect that time. Me too. I've utterly never been to the 7-star sword sect. Spare me. More than half of the almost 100 people that were pushed out spoke with aggrieved and flustered expressions. But Duan Lingtian paid no attention to them. At this moment, he would rather kill the wrong person than let them off. Otherwise, he'd let down the numerous souls of the 7-star sword sect. Whoosh. Mo Yu, who'd always been watching the show from the side, had descended to Duan Lingtian's side at this moment. Senior brother, leave them to me. Okay. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse Mo Yu's volunteer. Go on. He knew clearly in his heart that Mo Yu was unable to restrain himself since long ago. Earlier, when he made a move against all the demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-ups and disciples at the void prying stage or above, he'd once used a voice transmission to stop Mo Yu from making a move, because he didn't allow any mishaps to befall Mo Yu. Mo Yu was the future hope of the 7-star sword sect. Now, the almost 100 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples before him were all martial artists that hadn't even stepped into the void prying stage, and they were unable to pose the slightest threat to Mo Yu. It was time for Mo Yu to vent his anger. Mo Yu's gaze lit up when he obtained Duan Lingtian's agreement, and a spirit sword appeared in his hand as he flashed out, seeming to have transformed into a shooting star that descended towards the few tens of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples. 7-star sword technique. Mo Yu attacked and directly executed the 7-star sword sect's ultimate sword skill, and 7 material sword lights whistled out to kill 7 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples in the blink of an eye. As the closed-door disciple of the former 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, and coupled with Duan Lingtian having no intention to take the position of sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Mo Yu had long since been taken by Linghu Jinhong to be fostered as the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. When Linghu Jinhong passed down the minor 7-star sword technique to Mo Yu that day, he'd already passed the 7-star sword technique to Mo Yu. Mo Yu didn't disappoint Linghu Jinhong's high hopes, and during these past few years, under the guidance of Qin Xiong, he'd smoothly cultivated the 7-star sword technique to the mastery stage. Swish. Swish, 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 swish. Along with Mo Yu attacking, the 7 sword lights that flashed out in groups seemed to have transformed into the scythe of the god of death, and every single sword light was capable of reaping the life of a demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple. The group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples either fought desperately with Mo Yu or fled for their lives. But in the end, they were unable to escape the same ending. After a short moment, the almost 100 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that were originally still alive had all fallen, and blood flowed into rivers. Thump. Under the gazes of everyone present, Mo Yu knelt on the ground that was dyed red with blood, and 2 streams of clear tears flowed freely from his face as he looked up at the sky in the west and said in a loud voice, "Master, did you see that? I've taken revenge for you, for all the peak masters and elders, for all my senior brothers and junior sisters. All of you can rest in peace in the netherworld." After he finished speaking, Mo Yu kowtowed 3 times before standing up once more. "The remaining people, all of you swear with your blood. If all of you joined the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Snow Moon sect, or Origin Convergence sect 5 years ago, then all of you will be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation." Duan Lingtian's fierce gaze descended onto the remaining group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples as he spoke with a low voice. Instantly, the expressions of many people in the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples went grim. These people were all disciples that had joined the demonic Lotus Blade sect and the other two sects 5 years ago. They didn't take the initiative to leave earlier, whereas the surrounding demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples didn't know their background, so they'd escaped the calamity from before. They originally thought that they would be able to survive, yet never had they imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so vigilant and even make them swear with the 99 heavenly tribulation. Of course, there were also some people that held hope in their hearts and felt that swearing an oath wasn't a big deal. Even though the 99 heavenly tribulation was the publicly acknowledged oath tribulation in Cloud Continent, but to most people, the 99 heavenly tribulation was only an illusory legend. They didn't think that the oath tribulation was really capable of doing anything to them. Whereas these people quickly realized how childish their thoughts were. Along with numerous drops of fresh blood shooting into the sky, numerous oaths were spoken by the remaining demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples, and waves of continuous thunderclaps resounded out in the horizon. The frequency of the thunderclaps was so swift that it was like setting off firecrackers. Along with all the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples finishing speaking, balls of dark clouds converged over from the horizon, and they arrived in the sky above the gorge in a short moment before ceaselessly pressing down together. Violet-colored lightning ceaselessly roiled above the balls of dark clouds, and it seemed as if it was brewing something. The descent of the tribulation lightning. Many people are going to suffer misfortune. High above in the sky, Elder Kong couldn't help but shake his head and laugh when he saw this scene. Brother Duan is really smart. He knows to use this method to determine if there are any remaining demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that have escaped the net. Now, he doesn't even have to personally make a move against those that have escaped the net. The son-in-law of Feng Wu Dao, is naturally not an ordinary person. Feng Wu Dao spoke indifferently. His words seemed as if Duan Lingtian had already gotten married to Feng Tianwu and had already officially become his son-in-law. Bang! 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 Numerous bolts of tribulation lightning that were thick as buckets tore through the sky and descended towards the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that had escaped the net, blasting them into ash and wiping away all the traces they left behind in this world. At the moment of death, these demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that were blasted to death only had a single thought left. The tribulation of oaths of legend is real. If anyone dared hold any hope before the tribulation of oaths, then they would die without a doubt. When they saw over 10 of their fellow disciples being blasted into ash in the blink of an eye, the expressions of the remaining group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples went pale, and some with comparatively weaker mental fortitude even went limp on the ground and shivered. The scene from before was sufficient to become a nightmare for their entire lifetime. Over 10 bolts of tribulation lightning that were thick as buckets descended before them, and it blasted those people that were still alive by their side earlier into ash. The legend is true. Those that go against the tribulation of oaths will indeed be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Looks like we can't hold any hope before the tribulation of oaths. The remaining few hundred demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples whispered in discussion, and their words were filled with fear towards the tribulation of oaths. All of you, fuck off. Duan Lingtian's gaze swept the remaining demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples with a calm gaze as he spoke indifferently. Even though he'd killed many people earlier. But he'd killed people that deserved to be killed. Killing these few hundred demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples was as easy as flipping his hand to Duan Lingtian. But Duan Lingtian didn't do this. These demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples were Azure Forest Trisect disciples that didn't participate in the battle that annihilated the Seven Star Sword sect 5 years ago, and their crimes didn't deserve death. When Duan Lingtian had just finished speaking and the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples hadn't recovered from their shock. Chapter 731. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that knelt on the ground and said indifferently, "My 7-star sword sect doesn't accept traitors. Both of you can betray the demonic Lotus Blade sect today. You can betray my 7-star sword sect in the future as well." Lord Duan Lingtian. Right when Duan Lingtian thought that these 2 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples would retreat in the face of difficulties, the 2 of them instead persisted, and they even pinched open their fingers, causing a drop of blood to shoot into the sky. I'm willing to swear on my own blood that so long as Lord Duan Lingtian is willing to allow me to join the Seven-Star Sword Sect, then I'll surely live and die with the Seven-Star Sword Sect in the future and never betray you. If I go against this oath, then I'm willing to be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. The two demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples swore in unison. Right at this moment, numerous deafening sounds of thunder sounded out from the horizon, and it was obviously the oath tribulation, the 99 heavenly tribulation, that was bearing witness to the blood oath they swore. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, as everything before his eyes had exceeded his expectations. Never had he imagined that these two demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples would be so persistent, and even swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation. For a time, he couldn't help but hesitate slightly. Truthfully speaking, he subconsciously rejected these demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples, and it was for no other reason than because he detested the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Mo Yu, what do you think? Duan Lingtian looked at Mo Yu and asked. He was only a passerby to the Seven-Star Sword Sect, and Mo Yu was the true leader of the Seven-Star Sword Sect in the future, and the future of the Seven-Star Sword Sect was completely dependent on him. Mo Yu pondered slightly. Senior brother, since they've already sworn on the 99 heavenly tribulation, I presume it's impossible for them to be disloyal to our Seven-Star Sword Sect. Presently, the Seven-Star Sword Sect is being rebuilt and is in need of people, so I feel that we can take them as disciples of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. Okay, then we'll do as you say. Duan Lingtian nodded. Thank you, Lord Mo Yu. The two demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples hurriedly spoke. However, Duan Lingtian's cold snort caused them to feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Remember, he's the sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. Just as the two demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples were feeling apprehensive, Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Thank you, sect leader. Although the two demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples were curious why the Seven-Star Sword sect leader wasn't Duan Lingtian when they heard this, they didn't dare dally in the slightest, and they hurriedly thanked Mo Yu. Senior brother, I think you're more suitable to be the sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. Mo Yu laughed bitterly. I'm only at the void prying stage now, how can I take on the great responsibility of being the sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword Sect? With Peak Master Qin Xiong and Elder Peng helping you, why can't you do it? Duan Lingtian neither agreed nor disagreed, and he said resolutely, this matter is decided like this. You're the closed-door disciple of sect leader Linghu, and you're also the next successor to the sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword Sect that is decided on internally. The position of sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword Sect belongs to none other than you. As for me, I won't stay in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the future. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he added, Mo Yu, I'll leave the heavy responsibility of the Seven-Star Sword Sect to you. I hope you don't disappoint your master. Duan Lingtian spoke seriously to Mo Yu. Don't worry, senior brother, I'll surely work hard. Mo Yu hurriedly said. Lord Duan Lingtian, sect leader Mo Yu, we're willing to join the Seven-Star Sword Sect as well. Right at this moment, the remaining demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples hurriedly knelt down when they saw their two fellow disciples swear an oath to join the Seven-Star Sword Sect, and at the same time, they swore an oath using the 99 heavenly tribulation. As for the content of the oath, it was almost the same as the oath of the two demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples from before. For a time, deafening thunderclaps resounded out in the horizon. Although swearing an oath like this meant that they were forever unable to betray the Seven-Star Sword Sect, and not only that, they even had to live and die with the Seven-Star Sword Sect. But they didn't regret it. When they joined the Azure Forest Trisect earlier, it was mostly because they wanted to seek a strong reliance and stand out among their peers. Now, the Azure Forest Trisect was gone, and an even stronger Seven-Star Sword Sect was right before them. So, they chose to join the Seven-Star Sword Sect in order to seek a better future. Mo Yu, you deal with the matters here. Peak Master Qin Xiong, Elder Peng, Mo Yu is still young, please guide him in the future. Duan Lingtian spoke to Mo Yu, and then he looked at Qin Xiong and Elder Peng. Qin Xiong and Elder Peng nodded. Don't worry, Mo Yu is the sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, and I'm his martial uncle. I'll naturally do my best to assist him to become a qualified sect leader. Qin Xiong said. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he said, since it's like this, then we'll be leaving first. Senior brother, where are you going? Mo Yu couldn't refrain himself from asking when he heard Duan Lingtian wanted to leave. I'm going to search the surroundings and see if there are any survivors of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. After that, I'll make a trip back to my hometown. Once I return from my hometown, I'll return to our 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian said. Senior brother, the 9 great spirit points in our 7-star sword sect's estate have been completely destroyed. If we want to accumulate the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth once more, we'll probably have to experience a long period of time. Shouldn't we move our estate to the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge and the estate that originally belonged to the Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sect? Mo Yu couldn't refrain himself from asking. There's no need. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Our 7-star sword sect's estate is still at the 7 great sword peaks. You just have to bring all of them back. Besides that, after all of you return, call back senior brother Zhengsong and the 7-star sword sect disciples that are outside as well. After I return from my hometown, I'll think of a way to move the remaining spirit points in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge and the spirit points that originally belonged to the Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sect to our 7-star sword sect's estate. Duan Lingtian finished speaking in one go. Transfer spirit points. Duan Lingtian's words not only caused Mo Yu, Qin Xiong, Elder Peng, and the group of 7-star sword sect disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect to be stunned, even Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong couldn't help but be stunned. Senior brother, you're really able to transfer spirit points. Mo Yu took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask. As far as he was concerned, this was truly unbelievable. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, then his gaze raised as his figure flashed out to put away the spatial rings of the former demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Long Wei, the Origin Convergence sect's leader, Lu Yuan, and the Snow Moon sect's leader, Shui Rui. After he dripped his blood on them to establish ownership, he withdrew the origin drawing pearls within them. There was a total of 18 pearls. I truly never imagined that Long Wei was able to find so many origin drawing pearls. Even if it's in the foreign lands, these origin drawing pearls can be considered to be rare treasures. After Duan Lingtian put away the origin drawing pearls, he removed the ownership of the 3 spatial rings and tossed them to Mo Yu. You can take the remaining spoils of the battle. We'll be leaving first. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he bid his farewells to Feng Wu Dao's group of 3 before the 4 of them flew out and circled around the surroundings of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. After following some clues and killing some of the survivors that had just left the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge not long ago, the 4 of them continued heading south. Swoosh! The enormous sword soared through the sky and brought along Duan Lingtian's group of 4 to arrive in the sky above the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city after spending only a day of time. Duan Lingtian silently looked down at the city beneath his feet. Even though in the eyes of Duan Lingtian who'd seen the world, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city was no different than a small countryside city in the Dark Han dynasty, it was precisely this small countryside city that caused waves of ripples to be unable to help but arise in his heart. Timid when one gets close to one's hometown was exactly what Duan Lingtian was feeling right now. It had already been an entire 4 years since he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom the last time. It's been 4 years. I wonder how father and mother are. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 descended outside the imperial city while carrying excited feelings. They didn't directly soar into the city. According to Feng Tianwu's words, only in this way would they be able to blend in better. Of course, the reason she thought like this was because this was Duan Lingtian's hometown. Whereas she wanted to know about Duan Lingtian's hometown. Besides Duan Lingtian, who was timid when he got close to his hometown and didn't discern the deep meaning behind Feng Tianwu's words, Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong had both guessed Feng Tianwu's thoughts. Especially Elder Kong. His strange gaze caused Feng Tianwu to be embarrassed to the point her beautiful face flushed red, and she repeatedly glared at Elder Kong as if she was threatening Elder Kong to not speak of it. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city was divided into the outer city and inner city. As he walked into the outer city and felt the bustling atmosphere of the streets and alleys, Duan Lingtian felt as if he'd returned to the time when he'd just left Aurora City and arrived at the Imperial City. Needless to say, the luck of Duan Lingtian's group of 4 wasn't bad, as the inner city's city gate had already slowly opened after they'd eaten in the outer city. Of course, even if the inner city wasn't opened, they could still directly fly in. However, that feeling was completely different from walking in. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 slowly walked into the inner city. Young master, look, quickly look. My God, I've never seen such a beauty in my entire life. Even though I've never seen the #1 beauty of our capital, Princess Bai Yao, but I'm sure that she's absolutely not inferior to Princess Bai Yao. In the distance, a servant that rode on a horse beside a young man in embroidered clothes stared at Duan Lingtian's group of 4 that walked over with a bright gaze. More precisely speaking, he was staring at Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu didn't wear a veil like before, and her pitilessly beautiful appearance could be said to have drawn numerous burning gazes all along the way. But because of the extraordinary bearing imperceptibly revealed by Duan Lingtian, Feng Wudao, and Elder Kong that followed by Feng Tianwu's side, it instead caused some lascivious men that wanted to go up and strike up a conversation with her to stop their footsteps from afar. The young man in embroidered clothes followed the servant's gaze to look over when he heard this, and with a single glance, his gaze was unable to move away any longer. Heavens! There's actually such a beauty in this world. Flowers that cover up the moon, fish that captivate and wild beasts that captivate were insufficient to describe this drop-dead gorgeous young woman before him. The perfection of the young woman caused his heartbeat to suddenly speed up. A strong feeling of possessiveness spread out in his heart. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu walked side by side. Now, his feelings had calmed down, and he chatted and laughed with Feng Tianwu as they walked on the street. Young miss, an abrupt voice interrupted the mood of idle conversation between Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Chapter 732. When she felt the gaze of the young man in embroidered clothes that wasn't concealed in the slightest, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face that carried a smile was instantly covered in a layer of frost. In the depths of her beautiful eyes that were like pearls and jade, strands of flames of rage even leaped about. Young miss, I feel like old friends with you at first sight. How about having a cup of tea with me? The young man in embroidered clothes brazenly sized up Feng Tianwu from top to bottom. Feng Tianwu's practically perfect and graceful figure caused the greed in his eyes to grow even deeper, and he was only on the verge of making a move to seize her on the spot. As for the 3 people by your side, you, help this young master properly entertain these 3 guests. You must not be negligent, understand? As the young man in embroidered clothes spoke, he looked at the servant by his side. Yes, young master. The servant seemed to be accustomed to this, and after he replied, he spurred his horse forward and looked at Duan Lingtian, Feng Wudao, and Elder Kong as he said indifferently, the 3 of you, follow me. Fuck off. Right at this moment, Feng Tianwu, whose beautiful face was covered in a layer of cold lights, finally spoke, and her voice was chilly to the point it seemed to cause the surrounding air to become slightly icy cold. The servant that was originally arrogant couldn't help but be stunned. On the other hand, the gaze of the young man in embroidered clothes lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh. I haven't encountered such a tasteful woman in a long time. Young miss, I'm really liking you more and more. Didn't you hear me ask you to fuck off? Right when the air around Feng Tianwu's body swiftly flashed and the origin energy within her body was on the verge of gushing out, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and lightly held Feng Tianwu's hand to calm her rage as he spoke lazily at the same time. Kid, I'm talking to this young miss. What are you interrupting for? If it wasn't out of consideration for this young miss, believe it or not, I'll make you unable to speak again. The young man's face sank as he used a vicious gaze to stare at Duan Lingtian, and there was no lack of threatening intent in his words. Even a clay figurine has its limits. When faced with the repeated provocation and harassment of the young man in embroidered clothes, Duan Lingtian's face sank as he took a step forward and casually punched out. He punched out and hit the air. In an instant, the airflow in the air was compressed. A terrifying airwave rolled up and swept forward. Bang! An ear-piercing sound of air exploding rang out. The tall horse that the brocade-robed young man was sitting on didn't move at all. On the contrary, the brocade-robed young man was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He fell heavily on the ground and fell flat on his face. When the surrounding passers-by saw this scene, they couldn't help but laugh. The brocade-robed young man screamed miserably. When he heard the laughter of the surrounding passers-by, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a grim expression. "How dare you touch me? I don't care who you are. You're dead." The servant's expression also changed greatly. He hurriedly dismounted and rushed to the brocade-robed young man. "Young master, are you all right? Let's go." Duan Lingtian seemed as if nothing had happened and lightly smiled as he spoke to Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu nodded. She didn't put the young man's threat in her eyes. In this small kingdom, there was no existence that could threaten her. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 continued to walk towards the inner city. As for their destination, it was precisely Duan Lingtian's private house in the inner city. After walking for around half an hour, "It's him. Cousin, he's the one that injured me," an exasperated voice sounded out from behind Duan Lingtian's group of 4. The brocade-robed young man that suffered a loss at the hands of Duan Lingtian earlier spurred his horse and chased after them. Beside him was another tall horse, and on it sat another young man that was a little over 30 years of age. The young man's expression was cold, neither happy nor angry, and he imperceptibly brought a sense of oppression to others. Behind him was another old man that was over 70 years old. The old man's face was as calm as an ancient well, and he was like a shadow as he followed behind the young man. In the blink of an eye, 2 young men and an old man spurred their horses to obstruct the path of Duan Lingtian's group of 4. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 were obstructed. At this moment, many passers-by stopped to watch. "It's the Su clan's 3rd young master." Many people recognized the young man. The Su clan's 3rd young master? Duan Lingtian's calm gaze descended onto the young man, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled into an arc, and it was an arc that was filled with coldness. He never imagined that the young man he'd taught a lesson to earlier was actually related to the Su clan. And now, when he saw the passers-by recognize the young man's face was filled with complacency, and he sat on his tall horse as he looked down at Duan Lingtian. "Kid, you actually dared to touch me. You're dead today." As he spoke up to hear, the young man looked at Feng Tianwu who was beside Duan Lingtian, and he changed the topic. "Of course, if she's willing to be my 3rd concubine, then I don't mind letting you live. I'll only cripple your cultivation. You're courting death." Feng Tianwu's gaze went cold, and she wanted to directly make a move and completely annihilate this hateful young man. But a tall figure suddenly stood before her, causing her to temporarily not make a move. "You'll only cripple my cultivation?" Duan Lingtian, who strode out and stood before Feng Tianwu, sized up the violet-clothed young man with interest, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. "So in this way, you can be considered to have shown mercy." Of course. The young man seemed to have not realized the arrival of danger, and he proudly raised his head. "If it wasn't for her, I'd surely tear you into pieces, then throw you out to feed the dogs. I hope your Su clan can give me a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, I can only personally go and have a chat with Subo Ya." When Duan Lingtian heard the young man, the mocking smile on the corners of his mouth grew even wider, and his gaze suddenly moved to descend onto the old man that was following behind the young man in luxurious clothes. When the old man saw Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but rub his eyes, seeming to want to confirm that he wasn't seeing things. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian suddenly spoke out, and coupled with the fact that Duan Lingtian looked at him, he completely confirmed it. "It's really him." The old man's heart trembled. He'd once seen this violet-clothed young man many years ago. At that time, the violet-clothed young man was following behind their Su clan's patriarch, Subo Ya. But compared to that year, the violet-clothed young man's face was slightly less immature and had a trace of experience, and he gave others a feeling of maturity and steadiness. It was precisely because of this that he didn't confirm the violet-clothed young man's identity at the first possible moment. Now, when the violet-clothed young man suddenly spoke out like this and looked at him, he knew that the violet-clothed young man still remembered him and had recognized him. "Who are you? You actually directly called my father by his name." The young man in luxurious clothes frowned as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a low voice. Third young master. Meanwhile, the old man behind the young man in luxurious clothes was anxious, and he hurriedly said via voice transmission. His Commander Duan. Commander Duan? Which Commander Duan? The young man in luxurious clothes frowned. Embroidered uniform guard. The old man took a deep breath and slowly spoke these 3 words via voice transmission. Embroidered uniform guard. Commander Duan? When the young man in luxurious clothes heard the words embroidered uniform guard, his heart couldn't help but jerk, and when he connected the embroidered uniform guard and Commander Duan together, his face went completely pale. It's him. It's actually him. Didn't he just leave 4 years ago? Why has he returned? Although he hadn't seen the person before him with his own 2 eyes, the reputation of the person before him reverberated like thunder in his ears. It was even to the extent that even if the person before him killed him on the streets, the clan he was from wouldn't dare take revenge. Even his father, the Su clan's patriarch, didn't dare hold a grudge. What a joke! Besides possessing a monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao and an extremely shocking background, the person before him was also a disciple of a formidable sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Kid, you actually dare directly call my uncle by his name? You're courting death. Suddenly, a grim shout sounded out, and it caused the young man in luxurious clothes to go pale. Whoosh! Practically at the instant the young man in embroidered clothes beside him finished speaking, the young man in luxurious clothes had already swung out a slap, and a slap left behind a red mark on the young man's face. The young man in embroidered clothes was dumbstruck. The surrounding passers-by were stunned as well. What the heck is going on? On the other hand, Feng Tianwu, Feng Wu Dao, and Elder Kong were shocked by the scene before them. Cousin brother, you've hit the wrong person. It's him. It's him who directly called uncle. The young man in embroidered clothes shook his slightly dizzy head as he looked at the young man in luxurious clothes and spoke anxiously. Slap. But he hadn't finished speaking when he suffered another slap. Cousin brother, the young man in embroidered clothes had slightly sobered up now, and realized that he might have gotten into trouble. He didn't even have the time to ask clearly when he was picked up by the young man in luxurious clothes like an eagle grabbing a chick, and he was thrown off the horse. Subsequently, the young man in luxurious clothes descended from the horse as well. Kneel. The young man in luxurious clothes' gaze went cold when he saw the young man in luxurious clothes that fell on the ground in a sorry state was about to stand up, and he kicked out to kick the young man down before Duan Lingtian's feet. Cousin brother, the young man in embroidered clothes lay flat on the ground with his face pressed against the ground, and he was confused from the fall. He turned around and seemed to want to ask something. Slap. Another slap swept over, and it slapped him until he was swollen like a pig's head. Kneel. This time, the young man in embroidered clothes was completely awakened, and he realized that he might have really gotten into a calamity. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he still obediently knelt down. Right when the young man in embroidered clothes felt wronged in his heart and didn't know what had happened, he saw to his astonishment that his cousin brother, the Su clan's 3rd young master, the next successor to the Su clan's patriarch, actually bowed before the violet-clothed young man that he said he would tear into pieces earlier. Commander Duan. After the young man in luxurious clothes bowed, he respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian. Commander Duan. The young man in embroidered clothes was stunned when he heard the young man in luxurious clothes, and then he couldn't help but say in a low voice. Cousin brother, you've got the wrong person. As far as he was concerned, how could there be such a young commander in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Slap. Another slap struck the young man in embroidered clothes to the point he felt dizzy. I'll tear your mouth apart right away if you talk any more. The voice of the young man in luxurious clothes sounded out, and it terrified the young man in embroidered clothes to the point his body trembled, and he obediently shut his mouth, yet his heart was filled with terror. Who the hell is this fellow? Why is even cousin brother afraid of him? You're Subo Ya's son? Chapter 733. Yes. Yes. The young man hurriedly nodded and said respectfully and reverently, Commander Duan, I'm the third son of the Su clan's patriarch, Su Bo Ya. I'm called Su Rang. I remember now. He's the commander of our Crimson Sky Kingdom's embroidered uniform guard all those years ago, Duan Lingtian. Someone in the surrounding crowd shouted out. His words were like a fuse that caused the crowd to go into an uproar. I remember as well. Commander Duan is the #1 genius in the martial Dao in the history of our Crimson Sky Kingdom, and is even the strategic genius that once led our Crimson Sky Kingdom's army to capture the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city without expending a single soldier. Now that you mention it, I remember as well. I was only 15 when Commander Duan led the army to capture the southern barbaric city. I never imagined that after so many years, Commander Duan is still so young. Compete. Don't forget, when Duan Lingtian led the army to capture the southern barbaric city that year, he was only a young man around the age of 20. Commander Duan is my idol. I never imagined that I would have the chance to see my idol in person today. I have no more regrets in my life. The surrounding passers-by discussed animatedly. Numerous burning gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. All those years ago, Duan Lingtian was a figure that was like the sun in the midday sky in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Not only was his natural talent in the martial Dao peerless, even his military strategy was unparalleled. During that era, Duan Lingtian could be said to be a flag of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian? His Duan Lingtian? When the young man in embroidered clothes that knelt on the ground raised his head and looked at Duan Lingtian once more, there was no arrogance on his face, and there was only terror and astonishment. The name Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar to him in the slightest. It was even to the extent that when Duan Lingtian's name shook the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, he, who was young, had once taken Duan Lingtian as his idol and was fanatical for him for a period of time. Many years had passed as he grew up day by day, and this memory was buried deep within his heart. Now, the idol of the past was right in front of him, and he was humiliated by him. He even had thoughts of dying. What kind of explanation are you going to give to me and my friend for what happened today? If you can't make the decision, I can go talk to your father. Duan Lingtian looked at Su Rang and asked indifferently. Hearing this, Su Rang took a deep breath. Don't worry, Commander Duan. I will give you a satisfactory explanation. There's no need to trouble my father with this matter. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Rang's leg shot out like lightning, aiming at the dantian of the young man in brocade who was kneeling on the ground. Bang! An enormous bang resounded out as the milky white origin energy within the young man's dantian gushed out with a bang, and his entire body was kicked flying by Su Rang like an arrow that had left the bow, causing him to once again fall flat on his face in a sorry state. His cultivation had been crippled. Cousin, you crippled my cultivation. The young man let out a few shrill cries of pain. In the end, he forcefully endured the pain that came from his lower abdomen, and he stared at Su Rang with hatred as he cried out with a grim voice. But Su Rang paid no attention to him, and instead looked at Duan Lingtian as he said respectfully, Commander Duan, are you satisfied with my punishment? If you're still not satisfied, then I'll kill him right now. Su Rang's tone was cold and indifferent, and his words seemed as if the young man in brocade wasn't related to him in the slightest. It was difficult to imagine that Su Rang and the young man in brocade were actually cousins. You are very good. At the very least, as far as I'm concerned, you're stronger than Su Bo Ya. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Su Rang, and he couldn't help but slightly admire Su Rang's courage. After all, Su Rang was his cousin. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. Not to mention Su Rang's ability in other aspects, merely his method of dealing with a crisis was sufficient to cause others to admire him. The matter today seemed to be simple, and it was only a profligate son causing trouble. But if one thought about it from a deeper perspective, with his current strength and background, annihilating the Su clan wasn't difficult in the slightest. And Su Rang was able to make the choice of sacrificing a rook to save the king at the most critical moment. This showed that he was an extremely calm and capable person. Commander Duan, you're too kind. Su Rang's expression didn't change when he was praised by Duan Lingtian. Commander Duan, what do you mean? I mean what my friend means. Duan Lingtian shrugged and took a step back, allowing Feng Tianwu, who was behind him, to come out. At this moment, Su Rang looked at Feng Tianwu, and his eyes revealed a trace of surprise, but he didn't dare look at her too much, and he slightly lowered his head. His heart was filled with shock. According to what he knew, this Duan Lingtian was Princess Bai Yaro's sweetheart. Besides that, the younger sister of Xiao Yu, the #1 figure in the younger generation of the Xiao clan, whose appearance wasn't inferior to Princess Bai Yaro's, seemed to have a soft spot for Duan Lingtian as well. He'd seen Princess Bai Yaro and Xiao Yu's younger sister, and he was shocked by them. He felt that it would be difficult to find a woman in the world that was more beautiful than them. But now, the woman before him had allowed him to realize how wrong his original thoughts were. Not only was this woman dressed in red not inferior to Princess Biao and Xiao Yu's younger sister in terms of appearance, but her temperament was even more superior than them. He felt that this red-clothed woman's bearing was even more elegant than Princess Bai Yaro. Tian Wu, how do you want to deal with him? A warm smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he faced Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu shook her head. Elder brother Duan, since his cultivation has already been crippled, then so be it. Obviously, Feng Tianwu didn't intend to pursue the matter. Get your ass over here and thank me. Su Rang couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he heard Feng Tianwu. Even though he would choose to cut off his wrist and kill his cousin with his own hands if he had no other choice. But if it wasn't necessary, he still hoped that his cousin would be able to survive. No matter what, Duan Lingtian was still his cousin that had followed behind him since he was young, and he had a deep relationship with him. Meanwhile, the young man in embroidered clothes that had his cultivation crippled seemed to have realized that the danger had vanished. After he heard Su Rang's words, he didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly dragged his injured body to kneel before Feng Tianwu. Slap, 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 slap. The young man in embroidered clothes raised his hands and slapped himself left and right, and he said as he slapped, "Thank you, young miss, for sparing my life. Thank you, young miss, for sparing my life." Feng Tianwu glanced at the young man in embroidered clothes with disgust, and then her gaze quickly moved onto Duan Lingtian and smiled lightly. "Elder brother Duan, let's go." Her heart was filled with warmth towards Duan Lingtian standing up for her like this. "Okay." Duan Lingtian nodded, and under the respectful gazes of Su Rang and the others, he left with the 3 members of the Feng clan and vanished at the end of the street. All right. They've already left. When he saw the figures of Duan Lingtian and the others vanish before his eyes while the young man in embroidered clothes was still slapping himself numbly, Su Rang frowned and stopped the young man. "I know you're angry with me in your heart. But I want to tell you that you'll either have your cultivation crippled or die today. Earlier, I was only taking a gamble, and I hoped that your cultivation would be able to suppress the rage of Duan Lingtian." Su Rang looked at his cousin brother and sighed. "You, don't blame me." The young man in embroidered clothes nodded with a wooden expression, and then he said bitterly, "Cousin brother, I understand. Today's matter was indeed brought upon by my own actions. It's good that you understand." Su Rang nodded, and then his gaze flashed. "I never expected that Duan Lingtian has returned." When Duan Lingtian brought the 3 members of the Feng clan back to his courtyard house, he only saw a few familiar faces, and all of them were those servant girls that followed by Jingru's side that day. "Young master." When they saw Duan Lingtian once more, the servant girls couldn't help but be slightly excited. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly to them, and then he asked, "Why is it only the few of you? Where's the lord, madam, and Jingru?" "Young master, the lord and madam left with big sister Jingru 2 years ago. Big sister Jingru asked us to stay behind and wait for you to return before telling you about this matter," one of the servant girls said. "Young master, before the lord left, he asked us to tell you that he left some things with the Divine Might Marquis, and he asked you to go get it yourself," another servant girl said. "Left? 2 years ago?" Duan Lingtian frowned. "My father and mother haven't returned during these past 2 years. They haven't." The servant girls shook their heads successively. 2 years ago, when the lord and madam left with big sister Jingru, young Miss Xiaolan, and Princess Biao, they seemed to have gone on a long journey, and they didn't say when they would return. Xiaolan and Biao were taken away by them as well. Duan Lingtian's expression froze, and for a time, he felt a slight headache. What do my father and mother want to do? If I want to go out to relieve boredom, then can't I go out by myself? Why do I have to take Xiao Lan and Biao along? Aren't they intentionally trying to cause them to misunderstand? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. He wasn't disappointed that he didn't see his father and mother upon returning this time, and it was even to the extent that he felt slightly fortunate. Of course, the reason he felt fortunate was because of Feng Wu Dao, who was by his side. Feng Wu Dao had come with him this time precisely for the sake of seeing his father and mother. As for the objective, he was extremely clear in his heart, and it was none other than for the sake of the matter between him and Tian Wu. Sure enough, when he heard Duan Lingtian's father and mother had gone on a long journey, a trace of disappointment flashed past Feng Wu Dao's eyes, and then he sighed. Looks like I've really come at a bad time. There'll always be a chance to meet them in the future. Duan Lingtian smiled. But his smile now seemed fake no matter how one looked at it. Kid, you surely wish for nothing more than for me to be unable to see your father and mother, right? Feng Wu Dao glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, and he seemed to be able to see through Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Of course not. Duan Lingtian smiled embarrassedly, and then he didn't continue pestering himself on this matter, and he instructed the servant girls. Go prepare a room for each of the 3 guests. Yes. The 3 servant girls responded and left, and in a short moment, they'd prepared a room for each of Feng Wu Dao's group of 3. Uncle Feng, Tian Wu, Elder Kong. Since the rooms have been prepared, all of you return to your rooms and rest first. I still have some matters to attend to, and I have to make a trip out. Chapter 734. After leaving his own courtyard house, Duan Lingtian walked towards the Divine Might Marquis estate. He didn't forget what the servant girl said to him earlier. What did father leave with Uncle Nai? Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Divine Might Marquis estate. Although the guards at the entrance of the Divine Might Marquis estate were all unfamiliar faces, after Duan Lingtian stated his identity and they found an experienced guard of the Divine Might Marquis estate to prove his identity, they respectfully and reverently welcomed Duan Lingtian in. You go ahead, I'll go look for Uncle Nai myself. When he saw that the audience hall of the Divine Might Marquis estate was empty, Duan Lingtian spoke to the guard that welcomed him in before walking towards the courtyard house that the Divine Might Marquis, Nai Yuan, resided in by himself. Duan Lingtian had just arrived outside the courtyard house when he heard a familiar voice that sounded out from within. But this voice was slightly low and deep. Father, at most, I'll just ask Mother not to be the sect leader. She's getting old, and it's just the right time for her to come back and enjoy her life and hug her grandchildren. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was precisely the voice of his Uncle Nai. Uncle Nai seems to be extremely angry. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he pondered over Nai Yuan's words. Uncle Nai's mother is the sect leader of a sect. Could it be that the sect she's in is a sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Although Duan Lingtian hadn't met Nai Yuan's mother, he'd heard of her long ago. That year, when he just arrived at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, he went to the Divine Might Marquis estate for the sake of curing the poison of the Dark Nether Minx poison for the senior Marquis. Before curing the poison, he'd heard the senior Marquis mention that the reason he was poisoned by the Dark Nether Mink was because of a spirit fruit guarded by the Dark Nether Mink. And that spirit fruit was something that his wife, the Divine Might Marquis Nai Yuan's mother, needed. If he was unable to obtain the spirit fruit, his wife would be in great trouble. At that time, Duan Lingtian found out that the old Marquis' wife, the Divine Might Marquis Nai Yuan's mother, was still alive, but not in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Now when he heard what Nai Yuan said, he guessed that Nai Yuan's mother ought to be the sect leader of a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom or another Imperial Kingdom sect. As for the Empire or even the Dark Han dynasty, Duan Lingtian did not dare to think about it. Grandson. Big brother Nai is married and has children. In addition, Duan Lingtian also captured another layer of information from Nai Yuan's words, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. At this moment, another aged voice continued to sound. I've told your mother before, and she's willing to let go of the heavy burden. But those old fellows said that if she really wants to leave the sect, she must cripple her cultivation. Not only that, but you also have to pass the test of climbing a mountain of blades and diving into a sea of flames before you can leave the sect. Duan Lingtian could tell that this was the voice of the old Marquis. Slap. Practically at the instant the old Marquis finished speaking, an enormous bang sounded out from the courtyard, and through the small window on the courtyard wall, Duan Lingtian was able to see Nai Yuan shatter the stone table with a single strike of his palm. They're going too far. Those old fellows had always been looking for trouble with Mother when Mother had just taken over the position of sect leader. Only when Mother consumed the spirit fruit and her cultivation improved greatly did they restrain themselves slightly. This time, Mother was injured for the sake of the sect, yet not only were they not grateful, they instead forced Mother to give up her position. They truly deserve death. Nai Yuan was extremely furious. Grandpa Nai, Uncle Nai. Duan Lingtian walked over to the courtyard door in large strides and lightly smiled as he greeted them. Little Tian, when did you return? The two people in the courtyard were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's voice. Nai Yuan was the first to recover from his shock, and he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression as he welcomed Duan Lingtian in. At this moment, he didn't have the furious appearance from before. Of course, Duan Lingtian was able to discern that even though Nai Yuan was happy because of his return, there was still flames of rage that was difficult to restrain in the depths of Nai Yuan's eyes. I just returned. I heard from the servant girl that my father left some things with Uncle Nai before leaving, so I came over. Duan Lingtian smiled. You kid. Is it because your father didn't leave things with me, you didn't think of coming over to see Uncle Nai? Nai Yuan scolded jokingly, yet an amiable expression appeared on his face. Of course not. Duan Lingtian hurriedly shook his head. Take this. This is the spatial ring your father asked me to pass to you before he left. With a raise of his hand, Nai Yuan passed a spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian put away the spatial ring and didn't look at it carefully for the time being. Instead, he looked at Nai Yuan and the old man at the side. Uncle Nai, Grandpa Nai. You seem to have encountered trouble. Little Tian, it's rare for you to return, you don't have to worry about our matters. The old Marquis was still as amiable as before. Grandpa Nai. Duan Lingtian's expression turned serious as he said seriously, in my eyes, you and Uncle Nai are both my family. Since my family is in trouble, I naturally can't stand idly by. Unless you treat me as an outsider. Sigh. How could we treat you as an outsider? It's really that this matter is too troublesome, and it's not something you can resolve. The old Marquis sighed. Yeah, little Tian, you don't have to worry about this matter. Nai Yuan also said, it's rare for you to return, you should be happy. Don't let other things affect your mood. Grandpa Nai, Uncle Nai, just tell me. Perhaps I can be of help. Duan Lingtian persisted. Seeing Duan Lingtian so insistent, the Divine Might Marquis and his son looked at each other, nodded, and started to tell Duan Lingtian the ins and outs of this matter. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding of this matter. It turned out that Nai Yuan's mother was a disciple of a second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the past. She got acquainted with the senior Marquis when she was young, and she married the senior Marquis who was still the Divine Might Marquis at that time. Moreover, they had a son, Nai Yuan. Whereas Nai Yuan's mother, because of her extremely good natural talent in the martial Dao, she'd always been highly regarded by the sect leader of that sect, and the sect leader even took her to be the next successor of the sect leader. It was even to the extent that the sect leader didn't fuss about the matter of her privately marrying and having a child. That sect had an unwritten rule. All sect leaders and successors had to sever their emotions and desires, and were prohibited from marrying and having children. Because only in this way would they be able to guarantee that they would be able to selflessly devote their entire lives to the sect. What bullshit rule. After he heard this rule, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but curse in his heart. He felt that that bullshit sect was truly too selfish, and an unwritten rule would destroy a person's life. A life without a partner and children was undoubtedly incomplete. In next to no time, along with the senior sect leader's death, Nai Yuan's mother naturally became the sect leader, whereas some of the higher-ups of the older generation that disliked this instead made things difficult for her at all times. At that time, the senior Marquis was poisoned by the dark nether mink for the sake of a spirit fruit, and it was precisely because he obtained that spirit fruit that assisted his wife to advance her cultivation. After his wife consumed the spirit fruit, her strength increased greatly, and she suppressed the group of higher-ups of the older generation of the sect, and it became much calmer from then on. It was even to the extent that those old fellows didn't dare say anything when the senior Marquis went to live in that sect. When Duan Lingtian returned the last time, the reason he didn't see the senior Marquis was because the senior Marquis was living together with his wife in that sect. Half a year ago, that sect had a dispute with another sect, and Nai Yuan's mother was injured in the conflict, causing her strength to decrease greatly. At this time, those seniors of the same sect jumped out to bully her again. When Nai Yuan's mother thought about how she'd given up half her life for the sect, yet received such a return, the more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. Then she thought about how her grandson was already married and had a child, so she decided to step down and distance herself from the internal strife of the sect. But those higher-ups of the sect didn't allow it, and they insisted that she stay in the forbidden area as the sect's guardian. Unless the sect encountered a crisis, she was not allowed to leave the forbidden area. Of course, she could choose to leave the sect. But there were two conditions. First, her cultivation would be crippled. Second, after crippling her cultivation, she would be able to officially leave the sect after passing the test of climbing a mountain of blades and diving into a sea of flames. What's climbing a mountain of blades and diving into a sea of flames? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Nai Yuan said with a gloomy face, that's an extremely harsh test. Generally, only people who have committed great crimes and had their cultivation crippled would pass that test. Since the existence of that sect, there hasn't been a single person whose cultivation was crippled who passed that test. Those old fellows wanted my mother to die. As he finished speaking, Nai Yuan's eyes were crimson red. Although he was the divine might Marquis of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and was only below one person, he couldn't influence the sect his mother was in. Grandpa Nai, Uncle Nai, I'll go with you. After finding out about the sequence of events, Duan Lingtian spoke to the two of them. Duan Lingtian's words caused the two of them to be stunned, and then they shook their heads at the same time. No. This matter isn't something you can deal with. Yeah, little Tian. Although your natural talent isn't bad, it has only been a few years, and you've at most just broken through to the void prying stage not long ago. Whereas that sect is a second-rate sect no matter how bad it is, and there's no lack of existences at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above within it. Nai Yuan spoke as well. Even though he knew that Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao was heaven-defying. But as far as he was concerned, it was utterly impossible for Duan Lingtian to possess a cultivation at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above in a short few years of time. Second-rate sect, huh? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he muttered to himself. According to his understanding of the sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, that second-rate sect ought to be a sect of the same level as the boundless sect that Xiongquan was in all those years ago. There were no martial artists at the void initiation stage or above in second-rate sects. A sect like this was really nothing to the current Duan Lingtian. After all, the height he stood at was different. Grandpa Nai, Uncle Nai, do the two of you believe me? Duan Lingtian's face sank when he saw the two of them were unwilling to let him make a move no matter what, and he asked with a serious expression. In the end, Nai Yuan were helpless and could only go along with Duan Lingtian. This time, I'll save Grandma as a gift to my little nephew whom I haven't met yet. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. When he came to the Divine Might Marquis estate this time, he didn't even have the time to see Nai Fen and Nai Fen's child before hastily leaving with the senior Marquis, Nai Rong, and the current Divine Might Marquis, Nai Yuan. After leaving the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Lingtian returned to his courtyard house. Chapter 735. Outside the Imperial City, Nai Rong and Nai Yuan flew in the sky. At the beginning, for the sake of taking care of Duan Lingtian, they'd intentionally slowed down their speed. But as they slowly sped up, they couldn't help but be shocked when they noticed that Du and Lingtian had been following by their side at a neither fast nor slow pace since the beginning. Father's cultivation is at the 4th level of the void prying stage, whereas my cultivation is at the 3rd level of the void prying stage. I'm flying at full speed now, yet little Tian is actually able to follow me at a neither fast nor slow pace. Moreover, he looks to have a composed expression like father. Nai Yuan couldn't help but gasp. Doesn't that mean that little Tian's current cultivation is already at the 4th level of the void prying stage or above? Nai Yuan was shocked, and so was Nai Rong. He'd lived for more than half of his life before possessing his current cultivation. But this little fellow by his side seemed to only be 30 years old in another 2 or 3 years, right? What natural talent is this? Even if such natural talent was placed in the strongest sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Azure Forest Trisect, he'd probably be a top existence, right? Little Tian, I heard you joined a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom as well? Nai Rong asked abruptly. Yes. Du and Lingtian nodded. Which sect did you join? Nai Rong asked curiously. Du and Lingtian hadn't had the time to speak when Nai Yuan, who flew in the sky on the other side of Nai Rong, had already spoken, and he looked at Du and Lingtian as he said slowly, Little Tian, with your natural talent, there's probably no one in the 7-star sword sect you're in that's capable of comparing to you in terms of natural talent, right? The sect Du and Lingtian joined was one that Nai Yuan had vaguely heard Du and Lingtian mention inadvertently when Du and Lingtian returned the last time, so he'd always remembered it in his heart. Of course, he didn't know much about the sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and he didn't know that the 7-star sword sect was the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the past. But, even if he didn't know, it didn't mean that Nai Rong didn't know. Nai Rong's pupils constricted when he heard Nai Yuan, and he looked at Du and Lingtian with slight astonishment. Little Tian, the sect you joined all those years ago was the 7-star sword sect? Yes. When he saw Nai Rong's current expression, Du and Lingtian knew that Nai Rong probably knew some things about the 7-star sword sect. It turned out that Du and Lingtian's guess was right. Nai Rong took a deep breath and said slowly, according to my knowledge, the 7-star sword sect was annihilated by the joint forces of the other 3 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom 5 years ago, right? The Mountain Split sect seemed to have been annihilated as well. Before Du and Lingtian could respond, Nai Yuan, who was standing at the side, was already stunned. He was in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, so he'd never heard of this matter that gave rise to much discussion in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, so he didn't know. The 7-star sword sect was annihilated 5 years ago. Meanwhile, Nai Yuan couldn't help but recall that the time Du and Lingtian left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom seemed to have been 5 years ago as well. In other words, Du and Lingtian only returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom after the 7-star sword sect was annihilated. He actually knew nothing about this. Little Tian. For a moment, Nai Yuan looked at Du and Lingtian and couldn't help but ask. Is what my father said true? The 7-star sword sect was annihilated 5 years ago. And you only returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom after the 7-star sword sect was annihilated? Yes. Du and Lingtian's gaze flashed as he nodded, as this wasn't a secret to him. Little Tian, you can be considered to be extremely lucky to be able to survive after the 7-star sword sect was annihilated. Are you in the Azure Forest Trisect now? Nai Rong asked. As far as he was concerned, even though Du and Lingtian's natural talent wasn't bad, it was impossible for him to survive the encirclement and annihilation of the 7-star sword sect by the Azure Forest Trisect. The reason Du and Lingtian was able to survive was probably because he'd betrayed the 7-star sword sect and joined the Azure Forest Trisect. Azure Forest Trisect? Du and Lingtian laughed in his heart. If this senior Marquis knew that the Azure Forest Trisect had already been annihilated at his hands, I wonder what expression he would have. What? You're not an Azure Forest Trisect disciple now? When he saw Du and Lingtian's indifferent expression, Nai Rong couldn't help but ask a step further. I'm not. Du and Lingtian shook his head, and then he said, I'm still a 7-star sword sect disciple. I knew it, little Tian is a good child that knows how to repay kindness, and it's impossible for him to betray his sect and join the Azure Forest trisect that annihilated his sect. Originally, Nai Yuan's feelings were slightly complicated when he heard Nai Rong's question to Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian had really betrayed the sect that fostered him and joined the enemy sect, then even though he wouldn't say anything on the surface, he would surely have some objections towards Duan Lingtian in his heart. After all, it was a sect that Duan Lingtian owed a favor. Now, when he heard that Duan Lingtian didn't betray his sect, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Little Tian, according to my knowledge, the Azure Forest trisect has always been searching for 7-star sword sect disciples throughout the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in these past few years, and they would annihilate any 7-star sword sect disciple they find. Nai Rong had a worried expression as he said, "Is the place you're at safe now?" "Grandpa Nai, don't worry, I'm extremely safe now." Duan Lingtian was extremely moved by Nai Rong's concern. "That's good." Nai Rong nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. "Little Tian, I didn't know earlier that the 7-star sword sect you're from had already. Then wasn't it extremely dangerous when you participated in the genius competition held by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom?" Nai Yuan asked. 1 year ago, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family had wantonly rewarded the Crimson Sky Kingdom and allowed the Crimson Sky Kingdom to be exempt from taxes for 10 years. All of this was due to Duan Lingtian's contribution. Because Duan Lingtian had passed through the selection of the genius competition held by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and successfully advanced to obtain the qualifications to participate in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire. What? Little Tian, you even participated in the genius competition all those years ago? Nai Rong's eyes stared wide open when he heard this, and he had a shocked expression. "Father, it was me and His Majesty that asked Little Tian to represent the Crimson Sky Kingdom," Nai Yuan spoke in a slightly weak voice. "Nonsense," Nai Rong berated. "What would you do if something happened to Little Tian? Truly nonsense. Fortunately, Little Tian is fine, otherwise, how could you face him, face our Yufeng?" Nai Yuan was scolded to the point he was unable to speak. "Grandpa Nai, don't blame Uncle Nai. I was afraid Uncle Nai would be worried about me when the 7-star sword sect was annihilated that day, so I didn't tell him." Duan Lingtian helped Nai Yuan get out of the predicament. The three of them continued flying forward for a while, and Nai Yuan couldn't refrain himself from asking, "Little Tian, when you went to the Darkstone Empire later on and competed with the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, what was the cultivation of the strongest young genius that appeared when the Young Genius competition began?" Nai Yuan was extremely curious about this. An imperial kingdom was above a kingdom, and it was sufficient for him to look up to it. Whereas an empire was even above an imperial kingdom, and it was an existence that was difficult for him to touch even if he looked up to it. The strongest young genius? Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment when he heard Nai Yuan, and then recalled. At that time, an existence at the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage appeared in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire. He was the strongest existence amongst the 10 people that advanced in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire. As for later on, there was another existence at the 1st level of the Void Initiation stage. 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage? 1st level of the Void Initiation stage? When they heard Duan Lingtian, not only Nai Yuan, even Nai Rong couldn't help but gasp, and they exclaimed with admiration. As expected of the young geniuses of the Empire, his not even 38 yet has already broken through to the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage. Such natural talent is shocking. Perhaps, in another 10 years, when Little Tian is 38, he'll be able to possess such accomplishments as well. Nai Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian, and he was filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. As for whether Duan Lingtian advanced in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire, he didn't ask, because as far as he was concerned, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to advance. The Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire was something that had already occurred over a year ago. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was only at the 4th level of the Void Prying stage now, and he was probably only at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Void Prying stage 1 year ago. It was utterly impossible for such a cultivation to advance in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire. It was precisely because he thought like this that he didn't ask, as he was deeply afraid of discouraging Duan Lingtian. Since Nai Yuan didn't ask, it was naturally impossible for Duan Lingtian to take the initiative to speak. The group of three continued to flash forward. 3 days later, the three of them left the Crimson Sky Kingdom and entered the territory of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Actually, with Duan Lingtian's current strength, it utterly wouldn't take such a long time to travel from the Crimson Sky Kingdom to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and the reason it took such a long time was because he was taking care of Nai Yuan. His speed was maintained at the same level as Nai Yuan, the speed of a third-level void prying stage martial artist. As he followed Nai Rong and Nai Yuan to fly in the sky above the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Duan Lingtian noticed a problem. This direction was actually the direction that belonged to the demonic Lotus Blade sect, the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Looks like the second-rate sect that Nai Yuan's mother was from was in that direction as well. On the way, Duan Lingtian intended to find out about the second-rate sect, whereas Nai Rong and Nai Yuan spoke about it one by one without the slightest impatience. The sect my wife is from is called the Flying Rainbow sect, and it only accepts female disciples. So, from the sect leader, the various higher-ups, to the lowest outer court disciple in the Flying Rainbow sect, all of them are female disciples. Nai Rong spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian nodded, and at the same time, he couldn't help but be slightly shocked in his heart. A sect that was completely formed from female disciples was actually able to become a second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and it was truly shocking. After all, on Cloud Continent, the natural talent of female martial artists was inferior to male martial artists since they were born, and this was an iron law. So, the true experts on Cloud Continent were generally men. Of course, it didn't mean that the natural talent of all female martial artists was inferior to male martial artists, and it was only in a general sense. There were also many female martial artists whose natural talent far surpassed males. Not to mention anything else, just his fiancée, Kerr, had revealed shocking natural talent since a young age, and she'd even joined a great power in the foreign lands many years ago. Presumably, her strength was even stronger now. Chapter 736. Even though he was a 9th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist now, and he'd even taken first place in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition and obtained the honor of first place. But he knew extremely clearly in his heart that the young geniuses of the Dark Han Dynasty and the young geniuses of the foreign lands were two completely different concepts. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes. Not to mention the shocking accomplishments he obtained before the age of 40 in his second lifetime. Even if it's other martial artists, there are many that have stepped into the Void Transformation stage before the age of 40. Void Transformation stage before the age of 40. What sort of concept was that? Duan Lingtian didn't dare continue imagining it. Not to mention others, just the people I know. Even though Xuanai's appearance is maintained at 15 or 16 years old, her true age is only a little over 20. Void Transformation stage. Perhaps she'll be able to smoothly step into it before the age of 30. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian seemed as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him, and he felt that the accomplishments he'd obtained in the past were utterly not worth mentioning before Xuanai. Xuanai, you're really a blow to me. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, and he couldn't help but recall that mysterious young woman. When he thought of the young woman, he naturally couldn't help but recall those 3 little fellows. Little black, little white, little gold. I wonder how they're doing now, and if they've entered that extremely dangerous place Qing En you spoke of. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian pulled back his thoughts that had drifted away, and his mood gradually calmed down as well. Right, the spatial ring father left behind for me. All along the way, the bored Duan Lingtian withdrew the spatial ring Nai Yuan gave him a few days ago, the spatial ring his father, Duan Rufeng, left for him. Hiss. A drop of fresh blood dripped down, and after the spatial ring established ownership with his blood, it gave Duan Lingtian a feeling of being connected by blood. After the spatial ring established ownership, Duan Lingtian impatiently looked towards the space within it. It was a huge space, but it was empty. There was a jade slip, 3 stacked together similar to the talisman paper used by the Taoist priests in his previous life, and a thick ancient book that was tightly folded together with a faint light flashing around it. The entire book was dark green in color, and there was nothing special on the cover. However, Duan Lingtian felt that the faint light on the cover was very unusual. Is that a sound transmission jade slip? In the end, Duan Lingtian discovered that of the things his father had left behind, the only thing he recognized was the sound transmission jade slip. It seems that father left me a message before he left. I wonder what he said. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian took out the voice transmission jade slip and infused his essence force into it. In an instant, a familiar voice was clearly transmitted into Duan Lingtian's ears. This voice belonged to Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Rufeng. Tian when you heard this message, father had already brought your mother, Jing Yu, and the 2 future daughters-in-law away from the Dark Han dynasty. When he heard this, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth could not help but twitch. 2 future daughters-in-law? Is he talking about Xiao Lan and Bai Yarrow? Is he still my father? He wished he could stay as far away from those 2 girls as possible, but his father was actually causing trouble at the side. How was he going to face those 2 girls in the future? Wait a minute. Left the Dark Han dynasty? Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp, and his heart trembled from the shock. Aren't they going out to relax? Why are they leaving the Dark Han dynasty? After the shock, Duan Lingtian temporarily calmed down, and he thought about the scenes after his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng, returned. Firstly, his father only returned after 23 years. Secondly, it was his father's experience during those 23 years, and it was only vaguely mentioned with a single sentence. He still clearly remembered what his father had said to him back then. All those years ago, I went to the Swamp of Death to search for the Serene Sirius for you and your mother, and an unforeseen event occurred during that time. Because of some reason, it caused me to be unable to control myself during these 23 years, and I was unable to return to look for you and your mother. If it wasn't for the sake of being able to return to look for you and your mother, I would have chosen to die together with that person since long ago. There was utterly no need for me to be ordered around by him for so many years and struggle at death's door until today. That person has his retribution and has been completely annihilated. Otherwise, father might not have been able to return to look for you and your mother. These were the words his father said when he returned. At that time, Duan Lingtian thought his father was imprisoned and enslaved by someone, and that person's strength was extremely formidable, causing his father to be unable to find a chance to escape to look for him and his mother. But now that he thought about it, there were many loopholes in it. Since that person was so formidable, how could he be annihilated so easily? Besides that, father said that his origin energy didn't exist any longer. Because of what he said, I subconsciously believed that his cultivation had been crippled. When my spiritual force probed his body and didn't notice any traces of origin energy, I was even more certain that his cultivation had been crippled. Duan Lingtian frowned when he thought up to here. If father really lost his cultivation, then how did he bring mother, Jingru, Xiaolan, and Bai Yarrow away from the Dark Han dynasty? Even if there was something that could be used as a means of transportation, there were numerous experts in the world outside the Dark Han dynasty, so how could the Crimson Sky Kingdom compare to it? For a time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly worried. He was worried about the safety of his father and mother. He was worried about the safety of Jingru, Xiaolan, and Bai Yarrow. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was completely unable to wrap his head around it. Gradually, he stopped thinking about it and fused his origin energy further into the voice transmission fragment in his hand as he continued to listen to his father's words. Are you very puzzled now as to why I brought your mother and the others away from the Dark Han dynasty? Are you worried about our safety? If so, you can be at ease, we're very safe now. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard up to here. He really felt that at this moment, his father was like a worm in his stomach. However, he heard the confidence in his father's tone. Duan Lingtian continued listening. I know you have many questions in your heart, but it's not convenient for me to tell you now. Besides that, we won't be returning to the Crimson Sky Kingdom in the short term. Perhaps, when we meet in the future, It'll be in the outside world and not the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Xiao Lan and Bai Yaro's natural talent isn't bad, and they'll surely become great talents with some training. As for Jingru, her natural talent isn't bad as well. Coupled with your mother being used to having her by her side, I brought her along. At this moment, I'm sure you've already seen the 2 things I left for you. Firstly, the 3 talismans that are stacked together might be able to save your life 3 times in the future. The way to activate it is to throw the talisman at your opponent, then lock your gaze on your opponent and shout activate. Talisman? Duan Lingtian frowned. To be honest, he was not unfamiliar with talismans at all. Of course, it was not because he had the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. In the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, there were no records of talismans at all. The reason he was familiar with talismans was because talismans were not rare on Earth where he lived in his previous life. Especially in the ancient Eastern Kingdom where he lived, talismans were extremely rare. I felt that the 3 talismans were slightly strange earlier, and there were talismans on them that were extremely similar to the talismans from my previous life. I didn't expect that they were really talismans. Moreover, Father said that the 3 talismans could save my life 3 times. Could it be that there's some sort of secret within those 3 talismans? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with bewilderment, and he wished for nothing more than to take out a talisman right now, shout activate, and test it out. But his reason stopped him. Subconsciously, he felt that the 3 talismans shouldn't be wasted like this, and they should be used where they were needed. Why would Father have these talismans? This was something that Duan Lingtian was unable to wrap his head around. Wasn't his father a person without any cultivation? Where did these strange talismans come from? After all, even if he searched through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu of his 2 lifetimes, he didn't find any records related to talismans. In other words, on Cloud Continent, the reincarnation Emperor Wu had never heard of talismans, let alone seen one. This could be seen from this how rare talismans were. Father, where did you get these weird things? As he looked at the 3 talismans within the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No matter how he looked at it, these 3 talismans seemed like the things that the swindling Taoists in the ancient Eastern kingdoms of his previous life used to swindle people. But Father probably wouldn't lie to me. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian caught his breath and continued to listen to the voice that came from the voice transmission jade slip. Besides the 3 talismans, I've left you an exquisite jade box. Once you have the ability to open it in the future, you'll know where your mother and I are. Alright, I've said enough. That's all. You don't have to worry about us, we're fine. Besides that, I still haven't seen my other 2 daughters-in-law. You stinking kid, bring them to see me earlier. The voice stopped abruptly when it reached here. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Based on his father's tone, it was extremely carefree. This is the exquisite jade box. I thought it was an ancient book. Duan Lingtian's gaze slowly descended onto the thing that looked like a book within the spatial ring. With a thought, Duan Lingtian took it out from the spatial ring. So cold. The exquisite jade box was icy cold to the touch, and the icy cold feeling spread throughout Duan Lingtian's entire body in the blink of an eye, causing him to be unable to help but shiver. After carefully observing for a while, Duan Lingtian was able to see that there was a tiny gap in the middle of the exquisite jade box, and it was precisely the gap that appeared when the jade box was closed. Father left a message in the sound transmission jade slip, saying that once I have the ability to open this jade box, what will happen? Just this jade box, I can casually. Duan Lingtian's muttering stopped here. Because at the same time that he was muttering to himself, he'd already wrapped his hand with origin energy and tried to open the jade box. Chapter 737. How could this be possible? Duan Lingtian was shocked to the point his eyes stared wide open, and at the same time, the origin energy in his hand swiftly rose to the limit in the blink of an eye. But even then, the exquisite jade box still didn't move and was utterly unable to be opened. Along with the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's hand roiling with strands of azure-colored energy, violet-colored energy, and earth and yellow-colored energy. He tried to open the jade box, yet there was still no movement from the jade box. This, Duan Lingtian's heart shook as the origin energy in his hand dispersed, and the 8th level wind concept, 3rd level lightning concept, and 1st level earth concept dispersed along with this, and his face was filled with shock. When had he seen such a strange jade box? No wonder father left such a message in the voice transmission jade slip. So it turns out that he was certain that I was unable to open this exquisite jade box. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had completely come to an understanding. Earlier, when he heard his father say that, he was still unconvinced and felt that opening a tiny jade box was as easy as flipping his hand. But now it would seem that even if he exerted his full strength and even utilized the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, he might not be able to open this jade box. I'll find a time to try using the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Duan Lingtian, who caught his breath, put the exquisite jade box away in his spatial ring with a raise of his hand. Little Tian, what's wrong? Right at this moment, Nai Rong and Nai Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian at the same time. They saw the energy of heaven and earth that had just accumulated above Duan Lingtian and hadn't condensed into form, and they realized that Duan Lingtian had been accumulating energy earlier. It's nothing. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head and casually found an excuse. I just gained some comprehension in cultivation. Nai Rong and Nai Yuan didn't doubt Duan Lingtian's words, and Nai Yuan even couldn't help but sigh. No wonder, little Tian, you're able to possess such a cultivation at such an age. In the path of cultivation in the martial Tao, you do indeed possess an exceptional natural talent that's difficult for ordinary people to reach. Nai Rong nodded to indicate his agreement. Uncle Nai, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. After 10+ days, Duan Lingtian and Nai Yuan stopped in midair, and it was only because Nai Rong had stopped first, whereas they stopped after Nai Rong. At this moment, Nai Rong's gaze descended onto an enormous mountain in the distance. That place is Flying Rainbow Mountain, and it's precisely the location of the Flying Rainbow Sec. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but look up. The giant mountain in the distance was like a giant beast crouching there. The top of the mountain was surrounded by clouds and mist. Through the strong sunlight, it reflected a clear rainbow glow. The multicolored clouds were colorful, twisting and turning in the clouds. It looked like a twisted rainbow gathered together, giving people a kind of visual enjoyment. This is the so-called visual feast. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Even though the Flying Rainbow Sect's Flying Rainbow Mountain was inferior to the 7-Star Sword Sect's 7 Great Sword Peaks and even the Demonic Lotus Blade Sect's former Demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. But the Flying Rainbow Sect was only a second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom after all, and having an estate like this could already be considered to be not bad. This is the Flying Rainbow Mountain. When I was young, I heard my mother say that the peak of the Flying Rainbow Mountain is like the legendary paradise of immortals. After I understood, I thought that my mother said it casually. I never imagined that it's really like this. Nai Yuan exclaimed with admiration. Uncle Nai, you've never been to the Flying Rainbow Sect? Duan Lingtian was stunned. As far as he was concerned, Nai Yuan was the son of the Flying Rainbow Sect's leader no matter what. Even if some old fellows in the Flying Rainbow Sect were against Nai Yuan's mother, it wouldn't be to the extent of prohibiting Nai Yuan from coming to the Flying Rainbow Sect, right? For the sake of not allowing me to be disturbed by the members of the Flying Rainbow Sect, mother has never brought me to the Flying Rainbow Sect, so the members of the Flying Rainbow Sect don't know where I am. Nai Yuan said. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Not far north of the Flying Rainbow Mountain is one of the bases of the Azure Forest Trisect, the Demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Nai Rong said to Duan Lingtian, supposedly, the Flying Rainbow Sect had a deep relationship with the former Demonic Lotus Blade Sect. It was even to the extent that the reason the Flying Rainbow Sect was able to occupy such a superb base like the Flying Rainbow Mountain was because of the protection of the Demonic Lotus Blade Sect. Demonic Lotus Blade Sect. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Actually, when Nai Rong pointed at the enormous mountain in the distance and said it was the Flying Rainbow Sect's base, Flying Rainbow Mountain, he was already slightly surprised. He was surprised that the Flying Rainbow Sect's base was so close to the former Demonic Lotus Blade Sect's base, the Demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, He was surprised that a mere second-rate sect like the Flying Rainbow sect actually possessed a base like the Flying Rainbow Mountain. Now, when he heard Nirong's explanation, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Demonic Lotus Blade sect. Unknowingly, a wisp of disdain had already appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Of course, Nirong and Nai Yuan didn't notice it. Let's go over. Duan Lingtian called out to Nirong and Nai Yuan before taking the lead to soar up into the sky and flashing towards the Flying Rainbow Mountain. He didn't intentionally speed up so that Nirong and Nai Yuan could follow closely behind him. After a short moment, the three of them arrived outside the Flying Rainbow Mountain. After they approached it, Duan Lingtian was able to see that there were a few spiraling mountain paths on the Flying Rainbow Mountain, whereas, between every single mountain path was a vast platform that was halfway up the mountain. Most of these platforms had some buildings built on them, a small number of them were filled with flowers and plants, and there was even one that was extremely spacious, yet it was the most bustling on it. The latter was obviously the Flying Rainbow sect's martial practice grounds. Little Tian, when he saw Duan Lingtian's figure flashing and intending to fly out and forcefully charge into the Flying Rainbow sect before him, Nirong was anxious. Grandpa Nai? After Duan Lingtian was stopped by Nirong, he stopped moving and looked at Nirong with a bewildered expression. You haven't notified the helpers in your sect. We'll wait for you to call over the helpers in your sect before we enter the Flying Rainbow sect to seize the person. Nirong said, besides that, remember to ask the helpers you call over not to expose their identities. Otherwise, those old fellows from the Flying Rainbow sect will surely expose this matter to the Azure Forest Trisec. Once it comes to that, the matter will become complicated. Whereas if you and your helpers don't expose your identities, then this matter will only be an internal affair of the Flying Rainbow sect, and it's impossible for those old fellows from the Flying Rainbow sect to seek help from the Azure Forest Trisect. Nirong finished speaking in a single breath and spoke of his concerns. Helpers. Nirong's words caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned, and then he shook his head. Grandpa Nai, I don't intend to look for helpers. What a joke. If he had to look for helpers to seize someone from a mere second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, then he might as well just bang his head against the wall and die. With his current strength, not to mention a second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he wasn't afraid in the slightest even if it was the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. Don't intend to look for helpers? Nirong and Nai Yuan were dumbstruck when they heard Duan Lingtian. After a short moment, Nirong was the first to recover from his shock, and he hurriedly said, Little Tian, don't joke with Grandpa Nai at a time like this. Us forcefully trespassing into the Flying Rainbow sect like this is already violating the taboo of the Flying Rainbow sect. With just the three of us, I'm afraid not only will we be unable to rescue my wife, we'll fall deeply into it as well. He could take the risk, yet he didn't want his son and Duan Lingtian, who wasn't related to this matter, to take the risk. Joke. Duan Lingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, he couldn't be bothered to continue explaining, and he flew out to directly descend in the sky above the exceedingly spacious martial practice grounds at the mountainside of the Flying Rainbow sect. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's appearance in the sky drew the attention of all the Flying Rainbow sect disciples in the martial practice grounds. These Flying Rainbow sect disciples were all female disciples, and there were both beautiful and ugly amongst them. But one thing could be confirmed, their natural talent in the martial Dao wasn't bad. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to be taken in by the Flying Rainbow sect. Who's that? It seems to be a man. He's getting closer and closer. Wow. So handsome. Slanted brows and starry eyes, heroic and extraordinary, elegant and graceful. Oh my God. He's simply the perfect lover of my dreams. You little slut. Don't be coquettish. How could such an outstanding figure take a fancy to you? He looks to be around the age of 25, yet he's actually able to fly. This shows that he's an expert at the void prying stage or above. Our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom has such an outstanding young genius. If you didn't mention it, I would have almost forgotten that he flew over. His natural talent is simply even more formidable than the most outstanding 5 great young masters in the younger generation of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. 5 great young masters. The most outstanding in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? All of you wouldn't have forgotten, right? All those years ago, a figure that was even more outstanding than the 5 great young masters appeared in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Not only that, during the genius competition 2 years ago, supposedly another outstanding young genius appeared, and he wasn't inferior to the 5 great young masters. Right. How could I have forgotten Duan Lingtian? There's also the mysterious young man, Su Li, that advanced in the genius competition 2 years ago. Even if it's Duan Lingtian and Su Li, they're probably far inferior to him, right? Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the martial practice grounds of the Flying Rainbow sect when he heard waves of discussions that seethed with discussion. As he looked at the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples whispering in each other's ears and some even cast flirtatious glances at him in secret, it caused him to be unable to help but be slightly embarrassed. As the saying goes, 3 women make a show. With so many women gathered together, he felt as if his eardrums were about to burst. Swoosh, swoosh. Meanwhile, Nai Rong and Nai Yuan followed over and stood at Duan Lingtian's side. Hey, isn't he the sect leader's husband? Suddenly, someone on the martial practice grounds stared at Nai Rong and exclaimed in surprise. The sect leader's husband? That guest that stayed in the Flying Cloud Pavilion earlier? Didn't he leave our Flying Rainbow sect because of the pressure the Supreme Elders exerted on the sect leader? Why has he returned? The 2 people by his side wouldn't be the helpers that he invited, right? Many Flying Rainbow sect disciples whispered in discussion. I heard that besides asking the sect leader to abdicate, the Supreme Elders even asked the sect leader to enter the restricted area to cultivate and be completely isolated from the world. Looks like the sect leader's husband has brought helpers to seize the sect leader. Chapter 738. Little Tian. Nai Rong and Nai Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian at the same time, and the space between their brows had dense worry mixed within. Grandpa Nai, Uncle Nai, don't worry. Duan Lingtian gave both of them a reassuring gaze. But even then, Nai Rong and Nai Yuan still didn't have confidence in their hearts. No matter what, they were unable to wrap their heads around why Duan Lingtian would be so bold to actually dare trespass into the Flying Rainbow sect. It wasn't that they hadn't thought that perhaps Duan Lingtian's current strength was already sufficient to suppress those old fellows in the Flying Rainbow sect, and that was why he dared act in this way. But with a quick thought, this seemed to be slightly whimsical. How old was Duan Lingtian? No matter how great his natural talent was, could he who was far from 30 possess a cultivation at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above? As far as they were concerned, this was extremely unrealistic. Amidst the perturbed feelings of Nai Rong and Nai Yuan, numerous swift howls of the wind suddenly sounded out from the distant sky. After a short moment, 3 figures finally appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. These were 3 old women that were over 70 years old. 1 wore green clothes, 1 wore blue clothes, and 1 wore yellow clothes. Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder. The group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds bowed to the 3 old women. The 3 old women were precisely the 3 Supreme Elders of the Flying Rainbow sect. According to rumor, the 3 of them were existences at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 old women stood in the sky not far away from Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and their gazes locked onto Nai Rong at the first possible moment. Because they only knew Nai Rong amongst the 3 people before them. Looks like you really didn't take the words of us 3 old fellows seriously. I remember that I warned you before you left that if you dare take a step into our Flying Rainbow sect again, then I'll surely cripple your cultivation. The green-clothed old woman's gaze that was like a blade stared fixedly at Nai Rong as she spoke with a low voice. Nai Rong's face sank slightly, and he was angered to the point his body shivered. At this moment, he hated himself for being too weak. If he was stronger than this old man, he would have taught this old man a lesson long ago. Why would he need to suffer such humiliation? Old man, you're courting death. Nai Rong was willing to silently endure, But that didn't mean that Nai Yuan was willing. Hearing that someone wanted to cripple his father's cultivation, how could Nai Yuan continue to watch coldly from the sidelines? After shouting, his sharp gaze locked onto the old woman in cyan, and he was ready to attack at any moment. When the azure-clothed old woman heard Nai Yuan's voice, her face instantly sank. However, when her gaze landed on Nai Yuan's face, she couldn't help but be stunned. It was because the outline of Nai Yuan's face was too similar to Nai Rong's. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were father and son. Suddenly, the old woman laughed out of anger. I was wondering who it was. So it's that little bastard from back then. I truly never imagined that the little bastard from all those years ago would have already grown so big. Did you come to our Flying Rainbow sect with your father today with the intention of meeting your mother one last time? You're courting death. When Nai Yuan heard the cyan-clothed old woman's mocking words, he couldn't restrain himself any longer, and the essence energy on his body skyrocketed as he prepared to make a move. But he was instead stopped by Nai Rong. Third level of the void prying stage? Your natural talent isn't bad. But unfortunately, before the three of us, this little bit of cultivation of yours is insufficient. The old woman sneered as she looked at the 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Nai Yuan. Why waste your breath on them? Just directly cripple them. Amongst the other two old women that hadn't spoken since the beginning, the blue-clothed old woman spoke out indifferently. Her words were exceedingly cold and indifferent, and it didn't contain the slightest expression, and it was like a judge of life and death that was passing down judgment. Even though the last yellow-clothed old woman didn't speak, her actions of taking a stride forward while the essence energy on her body skyrocketed had undoubtedly indicated her current stand. At this moment, a lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouette had instantly appeared in the sky above the yellow-clothed old woman, and it coiled down as it descended. Seventh level of the void prying stage. This yellow-clothed old woman was obviously a 7th-level void prying stage martial artist. This is an ancient horned dragon silhouette. According to rumor, besides the sect leader of our Flying Rainbow sect, the other 3 supreme elders are existences at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above. Looks like all this is true. Of course it's true. I've even seen the sect leader make a move, and the sect leader is an 8th-level void prying stage expert. But unfortunately, she's suffered a heavy injury now, and it affected her cultivation. Supposedly, after the sect leader was heavily injured, even though her meridians were repaired by healing medicinal pills, there was a large amount of clogged blood within her meridians that was difficult to remove, and this caused her origin energy to suffer an extremely great restriction. On the martial practice grounds, the crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples discussed animatedly. Of course, they knew some things in their hearts yet didn't speak it out. If it wasn't for the sect leader being injured, how could the 3 supreme elders dare be so presumptuous? This was the truest thought in their hearts. Most people glanced at Nai Rong and Nai Yuan with pity. They were clearly aware of the methods of the 3 supreme elders, and they knew that even if Nai Rong and Nai Yuan were lucky enough to survive today, they would lose a layer of skin. Unfortunately, this handsome and elegant young master is probably going to be harmed by them. On the martial practice grounds, many Flying Rainbow sect disciples looked at the violet-clothed young man that stood between Nai Rong and Nai Yuan, and their hearts were filled with pity. Even though not a single one of them had communicated with this violet-clothed young man, their first impression of the violet-clothed young man was extremely good, and they didn't wish for him to be harmed from the bottom of their hearts. But they knew as well that the matter before them wasn't something they could interfere in. Whoosh, whoosh. After the yellow-clothed old woman stepped forward, the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman took a step forward at the same time as the origin energy on their bodies raged, and an ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared in the sky above each of them. Another 2 7th-level void prying stage expert. The crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples couldn't help but gasp. Even though they'd heard many times in the past that the 3 supreme elders of their Flying Rainbow sect were existences at the 7th level of the void prying stage, but that was only limited to rumors, and seeing it with their own 2 eyes was a completely different concept. 3 lifelike ancient horned dragons appeared above the 3 old women, and they coiled down as they descended, causing the crowd of flying rainbow sect disciples to feel extremely shocked. On the other hand, the faces of Nai Rong and Nai Yuan sank. Subsequently, they glanced at each other and seemed to have come to some sort of tacit understanding before taking a step forward at the same time to firmly protect Duan Lingtian behind them. Little Tian, leave quickly. Right. Leave quickly, we'll stop them. Nai Rong and Nai Yuan's voice transmissions entered into Duan Lingtian's ears at the first possible moment, and they were filled with anxiousness. Warmth couldn't help but arise in Duan Lingtian's heart when he heard these two voice transmissions. He knew clearly in his heart. Nai Rong and Nai Yuan didn't know of his true strength now, so their current actions were purely because they didn't want him to suffer any harm from the bottom of their hearts. This matter isn't related to him. The dignified 3 supreme elders of the Flying Rainbow sect ought to not make a move against a young man, right? Nai Rong spoke with a low voice. The reply to Nai Rong was the azure-clothed old woman's cold grunt. I don't care who he is, but since he dared follow the two of you to the Flying Rainbow sect to cause trouble, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. Just like the two of you, he can live if his cultivation is crippled. Otherwise, die. The blue-clothed old woman's eyes flickered with a fierce light as she spoke with a low voice. Swoosh. The old woman's clothes fluttered as her eyes that flickered with cold lights instantly locked onto Duan Lingtian. Nai Rong's expression instantly went grim when he heard this. Supreme Elders of the Flying Rainbow sect. In my opinion, the 3 of you are the shame of the Flying Rainbow sect. Don't think I don't know why all of you are going against my mother. It's utterly not because of the union between her and my father, and it's instead because as far as all of you are concerned, she seized the position of sect master from that adopted daughter of yours. When facing such a dangerous situation, Nai Yuan completely shed all pretenses and laughed with ridicule. In my opinion, what qualifications does that woman that can't afford to lose have to compete with my mother? Swoosh. Nai Yuan's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It wasn't only Duan Lingtian who couldn't help but be stunned, even the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds couldn't help but look at Nai Yuan. There seems to be some sort of inside story. Die. Right at this moment, the yellow-clothed old woman shouted coldly and directly made a move. Her target wasn't Duan Lingtian that she'd locked onto earlier, and it was Nai Yuan who just finished speaking in a resounding voice. Obviously, she'd turned angry from embarrassment because of Nai Yuan's words, and she'd slightly lost her reason. The Flying Rainbow sect disciples present only saw a yellow-colored bolt of lightning flash through the sky, and it flashed directly towards the middle-aged man that seemed to be the son of the sect master. Swish. Right at this critical moment, an extremely swift sword light descended from high above, and it obstructed the yellow-colored bolt of lightning that flashed swiftly towards Nai Yuan. Immediately after, a white figure appeared in front of Nai Yuan. This was an old woman in plain white clothes, and her face was slightly pale. Obviously, she'd suffered an internal injury. Moreover, because she'd made a move earlier, it caused the hand that held the sword to tremble slightly. Mother. Nai Yuan looked at the familiar figure before him and couldn't help but call out lightly, and his gentle voice came from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. It was the first time he'd seen his Uncle Nai speak with such a gentle tone, and he was able to discern the respect and love Uncle Nai had towards the white-clothed old woman. Sect Master. At the same time, the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds bowed respectfully to the white-clothed old woman. Cough cough. Supreme Elders, after all of you kill them, do all of you want to kill me as well? After the white-clothed old woman, the sect master of the Flying Rainbow sect, Meng Ping, coughed twice. Her countenance became even more ghastly pale as her hoarse voice sounded out, and it contained traces of rage mixed within. Sect Master, you're joking. When faced with the white-clothed old woman's questioning, the azure-clothed old woman's expression was calm as she said indifferently, we only wanted to teach them a lesson, and we didn't really want to kill them. Yeah, Sect Master. You're injured, you should quickly return and rest. We'll help you deal with such a small matter. The blue-clothed old woman spoke out as well. Sect Master, please leave. Chapter 739. What if I don't leave? Meng Ping sneered, and her pale and emaciated face was filled with a terrifying and fierce expression. Then we can only offend you. The yellow-clothed old woman took a step forward with a gaze that was like a bolt of lightning as she attacked Meng Ping once more, and her origin energy skyrocketed and swept out. Swish! Meng Ping struck out with her sword. Even though she'd blocked the old woman's attack once more, the origin energy on her body had been completely obliterated, causing her to repeatedly spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, and her body was on the verge of collapse. Mother! Nai Yuan hurriedly supported his mother, and his crimson-red eyes stared fixedly at the yellow-clothed old woman. My mother is still the sect leader of the Flying Rainbow sect now. You dare make a move against the sect leader? How should you be punished? But unfortunately, the yellow-clothed old woman utterly paid no attention to Nai Yuan, and she instead looked at Nai Rong, who'd hurried over to support Meng Ping. The three of us said it the last time. If you dare make an appearance in the Flying Rainbow sect again, then we'll surely cripple your cultivation. Now, will you cripple your own cultivation, or do you want me to do it for you? Even if it was before the sect leader, Meng Ping, the yellow-clothed old woman was fearless and spoke frankly about crippling the cultivation of Meng Ping's husband, Nai Rong. Nai Rong clenched his fists tightly as he gritted his teeth, and his aged face seemed as if it was instantly covered in a layer of frost as he stared fiercely at the yellow-clothed old woman. If you don't cripple your own cultivation after 3 breaths of time, then I'll be happy to do it for you. The yellow-clothed old woman spoke indifferently. Elder Huang, don't go too far. Meng Ping was angered to the point of spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, and she spoke with an extremely hoarse voice. Sect leader, don't interfere in this matter. The yellow-clothed old woman didn't look Meng Ping in the eye, and she stared fixedly at Nai Rong, who was by Meng Ping's side instead. There's another 2 breaths of time, there's another breath of time. Since you don't cripple your own cultivation, then I can only do it for you. After 3 breaths of time, the yellow-clothed old woman suddenly took a stride forward. Instantly, the airflow in the air flashed and gave rise to waves of awe-inspiring strong winds that blew to the point the clothes of the people that stood in the sky fluttered. The yellow-clothed old woman walked towards Nai Rong step by step, and every single step she took seemed to have transformed into an enormous hammer that fiercely smashed onto Nai's chest, and it caused him to become even paler. Stop! Stop! Meng Ping struggled in an attempt to stop the yellow-clothed old woman. Unfortunately, her injuries were too severe. She barely managed to stand in the air, but she was already on the verge of collapsing, let alone stopping the yellow-clothed old woman. Whoosh! Right at this moment, Nai Yuan made a move. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he shot out, and his target was the yellow-clothed old woman in full fury. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Facing Nai Yuan's attack, the yellow-clothed old woman revealed a disdainful expression. With a raise of her hand, she swept out her palm, which was like a palm leaf fan, towards Nai Yuan. If this palm landed, even if Nai Yuan didn't die, he would be crippled. Yuan. Meng Ping's expression changed drastically when she saw her son in trouble. She struggled and wanted to help, but she lost all her strength. Her body, which was already on the verge of collapse, couldn't hold on any longer and fell down with a loud bang. However, Meng Ping wasn't thinking about what would happen if she fell from such a height. Her eyes were fixed on Nai Yuan. That was the son she had given birth to after 10 months of pregnancy. All these years, she owed her son too much. If her son really died here today, she swore that the meaning of her life would be to avenge her son. She would not rest until she was dead. Yuana. Nai Rong never imagined that his son would take the initiative to attack the yellow-clothed old woman in order to save him. His expression changed drastically, and he flew out, wanting to help. Unfortunately, his speed was still too slow. Seeing his son about to be enveloped by the yellow-clothed old woman's palm that was like a palm leaf fan, Nai Rong closed his eyes in despair, and 2 drops of tears fell. Yuana, bang! Ah! However, in the next moment, a loud bang accompanied by a shrill scream sounded out, and it made Nai Rong, who had his eyes closed, stunned. He could tell that this wasn't his son Nai Yuan's voice. When he opened his eyes, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his entire life. He saw that a purple figure had appeared before his son since an unknown time. Mother. After Nai Yuan escaped from danger, he didn't have time to think and pounced down from the sky at the first possible moment. He caught Meng Ping, who was rapidly falling down, and then he heaved a sigh of relief. After confirming that his mother was fine, Nai Yuan raised his head and looked at the purple figure in the sky in a daze. Xiao. Xiao Tian. You crippled my cultivation. Subsequently, everyone present heard a shrill cry of hatred. The origin energy on the yellow-clothed old woman that was blasted flying had been obliterated, and she held onto her lower abdomen as she crashed to the ground. But unfortunately, she didn't have a son to catch her like Meng Ping, and she fiercely fell onto the martial practice grounds, causing her head to be covered in blood, and she lost all signs of life. No matter if it was the ground or the sky, the martial practice grounds was deathly silent at this moment. One of the 3 great supreme elders of the Flying Rainbow sect had died just like this. Moreover, she fell to her death. Subsequently, numerous gazes stretched out from the martial practice grounds as if they'd discussed this beforehand, and they locked onto the purple figure in the sky. He crippled the supreme elder's cultivation? I didn't even see clearly how he attacked earlier. Moreover, the supreme elder's cultivation was crippled in a single move. Even though she wasn't prepared, it's sufficient to show that his strength is extremely strong. The Supreme Elder is an existence at the 7th level of the Void Prying stage. Even if she was caught off guard and another 7th level Void Prying stage martial artist made a move against her, the martial artist might not be able to cripple her cultivation so cleanly. In this way, his cultivation is at the 8th level of the Void Prying stage or above. The crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds couldn't help but gasp. This violet-clothed young man that looked to be only around the age of 25 actually possessed such a terrifying strength. 8th level of the Void Prying stage? When they heard the discussions of the crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples, Nai Rong and Nai Yuan glanced at each other from afar, and they saw shock and sudden understanding in each other's eyes. Shock was because they utterly didn't know beforehand that Du and Lingtian possessed such a terrifying strength. Nonsense. If they knew earlier that Du and Lingtian possessed such a terrifying strength, they wouldn't be so anxious and fearful earlier. Sudden understanding was because they finally realized why Du and Lingtian had the confidence to forcefully charge into the Flying Rainbow sect. It turned out that in his eyes, he utterly didn't take those old fellows from the Flying Rainbow sect seriously. For a time, at the same time that their hearts were filled with pleasant surprise, they couldn't help but laugh bitterly in their hearts. To think that it was impossible for Du and Lingtian to possess such a formidable strength earlier. Now it would seem that they utterly couldn't use common sense to deduce Du and Lingtian. The expressions of the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman went completely grim when the yellow-clothed old woman died. The azure-clothed old woman's expression was unsightly as she looked at Du and Lingtian and asked with a grim voice, "Who exactly are you? Why did you kill the supreme elder of my Flying Rainbow sect?" "Kill? When did I kill?" Du and Lingtian glanced indifferently at the azure-clothed old woman and shrugged. "Don't frame a good person." "Frame a good person?" Du and Lingtian's words that sounded exceedingly naive caused the group of people including Nai Rong and Nai Yuan to be unable to refrain from bursting into laughter. Especially those female disciples of the Flying Rainbow sect, all of their faces flushed red as if they felt embarrassed for Du and Lingtian. You clearly killed Elder Huang, yet you still dare quibble?" The azure-clothed old woman spoke with a low voice. "Elder Huang? That yellow-clothed old woman?" Du and Lingtian glanced at the corpse on the martial practice grounds, and his brows raised. "I admit that I crippled her cultivation. But when did I kill her? Which eye of yours saw it?" Du and Lingtian's words caused the azure-clothed old woman's expression to become even more livid. "You didn't kill her directly, but you crippled her cultivation while she was high up in the sky. What difference is there between this and killing her?" Laughable. Du and Lingtian's originally casual and handsome face was instantly covered in a layer of ice as he said coldly, "She was high up in the sky, that's her own business. Could it be that I asked her to go high up in the sky? It's impossible to reason with him, so there's no need to say anything to him." The blue-clothed old woman stopped the azure-clothed old woman that wanted to continue arguing with Du and Lingtian, and she looked coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian. Who exactly are you? Why are you interfering in the matters of our Flying Rainbow sect? Who am I? Duan Lingtian looked at the blue-clothed old woman as if he was looking at an idiot. You wouldn't have gotten old and your eyes aren't working properly, right? Could it be that you didn't see that I came here with Grandpa Nai and Uncle Nai? They're my family. Could it be that I can't interfere in their matters? Duan Lingtian especially emphasized the words family. The faces of the two old women instantly sank when they heard this. They suddenly noticed that the development of the matter seemed to have completely exceeded their expectations, and at the same time, it had exceeded their control. Not to mention anything else, just this violet-clothed young man before them obviously possessed a strength that was even more formidable than them. In a head-on collision, they felt that even if they joined forces, they might not be a match for him. When they saw the two supreme elders of the sect were unable to speak before the violet-clothed young man, the gazes of the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds lit up. More than 90% of the female disciples shot flirtatious gazes at Duan Lingtian as they wanted to obtain Duan Lingtian's attention because of this. But unfortunately, from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian didn't pay attention to them. But even then, they still flocked to him like ducks. For a time, the martial practice grounds of the Flying Rainbow sect had temporarily fallen into deathly silence. No one spoke, and all of them were communicating with their gazes. Finally, the Flying Rainbow sect's master, Meng Ping, spoke and broke this short period of silence. Yuan, this is? Nai Yuan didn't dare dally when facing Meng Ping's question, and he said with a smile, Mother, this is the little Tian I mentioned to you in the past. What? Meng Ping's pupils couldn't help but constrict when she heard Nai Yuan, and even her breathing became slightly hurried as she asked with slight excitement. Is that Duan Lingtian from your Crimson Sky Kingdom? Meng Ping's excitement came from the bottom of her heart, and she looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze as if she'd seen a great figure. Meng Ping's loss of composure was noticed by Duan Lingtian. He knew that Meng Ping had probably heard of some things related to him. Chapter 740. Mother, you know little Tian? Nai Yuan couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Meng Ping lose her composure, and then he asked curiously. Nai Rong looked at Meng Ping as well, and he was similarly curious. Duan Lingtian? Right at this moment, no matter if it was the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds or the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman that stood in the distance, all of them were stunned. My God! So his Duan Lingtian. Many Flying Rainbow sect disciples couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. His Duan Lingtian? The Duan Lingtian that became famous all those years ago with natural talent that surpassed the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? The Duan Lingtian that advanced in the genius competition held by our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family over 2 years ago? According to my knowledge, Duan Lingtian seems to be only 27 or 28 years old this year. His strength is actually at the 8th level of the Void Prying stage or above. It's truly shocking. Duan Lingtian is the dream lover of many sisters in our Flying Rainbow sect. I never imagined that he would appear in our Flying Rainbow sect. The martial practice grounds of the Flying Rainbow sect became extremely bustling for a time, and many Flying Rainbow sect disciples even cried out Duan Lingtian's name with sharp voices. Their fervent attitudes caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but feel embarrassed. Unlike the excitement of the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples, the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman in the distant sky glanced at each other, and they were able to see terror in each other's eyes. His Duan Lingtian? The Duan Lingtian that slaughtered all the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge not long ago? It ought to be. In our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, only he possesses such strength and is called Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian's current strength really causes others to be unable to help but feel terrified. Even the members of the Azure Forest Trisect would probably never have imagined even in their dreams that Duan Lingtian would grow to such a terrifying extent in only a few years of time. In an instant, The two old women communicated with each other via voice transmission and confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity at the same time. After confirming it, there was nothing but fear in their hearts. Perhaps the incident that occurred in the demonic Lotus Gorge some time ago hadn't spread throughout the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. But because their Flying Rainbow sect's base was extremely close to the demonic Lotus Gorge and because they were higher-ups of the Flying Rainbow sect, they'd heard about the incident that occurred in the demonic Lotus Gorge a few days ago. The Seven-Star Sword sect carried out a bloodbath of revenge in the demonic Lotus Gorge. The publicly acknowledged number one genius of the Seven-Star Sword sect, Duan Lingtian, had returned domineeringly, and he'd annihilated all the 6th-level Void Initiation Stage experts of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the demonic Lotus Gorge by himself. After that, all the people that were already disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect before the Seven-Star Sword sect was annihilated by the Azure Forest Trisect all those years ago were killed one by one, and there wasn't a single exception. When this news had just entered the ears of the Flying Rainbow sect higher-ups, they still didn't dare believe it, and they'd even personally made a trip to the demonic Lotus Gorge because of this. When they saw the crimson-red ground that was dyed with blood in the gorge at the north of the demonic Lotus Gorge and the corpses that covered the ground that included all the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect that they knew, they realized that the rumors weren't false. The Azure Forest Trisect had indeed been annihilated overnight. Because of this, they completely believed that rumor, and at the same time, they felt deep terror towards the strength of the person that caused it, Duan Lingtian, from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, never had they imagined that not long after the battle in the demonic Lotus Gorge, the peerless god of slaughter, Duan Lingtian, had actually trespassed into their Flying Rainbow sect. Moreover, he'd come with ill intent. When they thought of how they were still in conflict with Duan Lingtian earlier, besides regret, there was only regret in their hearts. If they knew earlier that the sect leader's husband and son had such a close relationship with Duan Lingtian, then even if the sect leader was heavily injured this time, even if they'd always had objections towards the sect leader, they wouldn't have the courage to go against the sect leader. At this moment, their hearts were filled with grievance and resentment. Of course, they were mostly resentful towards Meng Ping, the sect leader of the Flying Rainbow sect. You said that your family members are so familiar with this god of slaughter figure, Duan Lingtian, yet you didn't say so earlier. Isn't this pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, and you're obviously digging a hole for us to jump into? Even if you're digging a hole, you don't have to dig a hole like this. Whoosh. Duan Lingtian noticed the terror that was emitted from the eyes of the two old women when they looked at him once more, and he realized that they might have heard of the incident that occurred in the demonic Lotus Gorge some time ago. He knew that the matter he wanted to help Nai Rong and Nai Yuan today had already been completed. So long as these two old fellows weren't stupid, they would absolutely not dare make things difficult for Meng Ping, the sect leader of the Flying Rainbow sect. Whoosh. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and arrived by the side of Nai Rong and Nai Yuan in a short moment, and then he raised his hand and withdrew a medicinal pill before passing it to Meng Ping. Grandma Meng, this is a grade 4 Great Recovery pill, and it's sufficient to heal the injuries on your body. Duan Lingtian smiled as he spoke to Meng Ping. Even though it was the first time he'd met Meng Ping today, since Meng Ping was the wife of the senior Marquis, Nai Rong, and the mother of his uncle Nai Yuan, he naturally had to give her sufficient respect. It was for no other reason than the assistance Nai Rong and Nai Yuan had given him in the past. In Duan Lingtian's heart, he'd always adhered to a principle. The kindness of receiving a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. No! I don't dare, I don't dare. Meng Ping's face flushed red when she heard Duan Lingtian address her as grandma, and she hurriedly shook her head before consuming the grade 4 Great Recovery pill in her hand. Nai Rong and Nai Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian with bewildered expressions when they saw Meng Ping lose her composure. They weren't idiots and naturally noticed the restraint Meng Ping had when facing Duan Lingtian, as if she was facing an extraordinary figure. They suddenly realized that perhaps their understanding of the current Duan Lingtian was far from enough. After Meng Ping consumed the medicinal pill, she closed her eyes and sat cross-legged in midair to recover. After a short moment, her slightly pale face started to become rosy, and the dispirited aura on her body ceaselessly strengthened as if she'd obtained new life. This is the medicinal strength of a grade 4 great recovery pill. Nai Rong and Nai Yuan's pupils couldn't help but constrict when they saw this scene. A grade 4 great recovery pill was a medicinal pill that only a grade 4 alchemist could refine, and it was extremely precious. After all, grade 4 alchemists were comparatively common only in the Dark Han dynasty, and even if it was in the Darkstone Empire, they were extremely rare existences. As for the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it was utterly impossible to find a grade 4 alchemist. Not to mention the Crimson Sky Kingdom. On the martial practice grounds, the crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples went silent, and the gazes of most of them were on the sect leader, Meng Ping. All of them hoped that Meng Ping would be able to recover and once again take control of their Flying Rainbow sect. Meng Ping's reputation in the Flying Rainbow sect was obvious. Of course, there was also a small portion of Flying Rainbow sect disciples whose gazes never left Duan Lingtian, and after they found out about Duan Lingtian's identity, they became even more fervent. As for the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman that stood in the distant sky, they stood on the spot and didn't dare move in the slightest. It wasn't that they didn't think of fleeing, but they didn't dare flee. Before an existence like Duan Lingtian that was capable of easily killing a 6th-level Void Initiation Stage expert, would 2 tiny 7th-level Void Prying Stage martial artists like them be able to escape? Half an hour passed by quickly. Pu. Meng Ping, who sat cross-legged in midair and absorbed the medicinal strength of the grade 4 great recovery pill, suddenly moved, and she spat out a mouthful of blood that was violet to the point it was black. After spitting out this mouthful of blood, Meng Ping seemed to be much more spirited. Whoosh! Along with the pulsating origin energy on Meng Ping's body, an ancient horned dragon silhouette and 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air in the sky above her. 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Ping, you've recovered? Nai Rong's eyes stared wide open when he saw this scene, and he asked with slight pleasant surprise. Yes. Meng Ping nodded with a light smile, and then she looked at Duan Lingtian and slightly bowed. Thank you, young Master Lingtian, for bestowing me with the grade 4 Great Recovery Pill. Not only did the grade 4 Great Recovery Pill allow her injuries to recover by more than half, it even removed the clotted blood in her meridians in one go. At this moment, she felt her body was light as a swallow, and her strength from her prime had returned. Meng Ping's actions caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly surprised. He hurriedly raised his hand, and his gentle origin energy shook the air as a shapeless force swept out to support Meng Ping up. Grandma Meng, you're a relative of Grandpa Nai and Uncle Nai, so you're a relative of mine as well. Just call me Little Tien like Grandpa Nai and Uncle Nai. How could I dare? Meng Ping spoke with slight panic. When she thought of what this violet-clothed young man before her had done some time ago, she couldn't help but feel a wave of shock in her heart, and she still hadn't recovered from it until now. A sect as formidable as the Azure Forest Trisect was actually destroyed just like this at the hands of this young man that was shockingly young, and it was truly unbelievable. Mother, you haven't answered me. How do you know Little Tien? The nearby Nai Yuan asked once more. But this time, Meng Ping still didn't have the time to answer Nai Yuan before being interrupted. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 silhouettes flew over at high speed. When they saw the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman arrive, besides Duan Lingtian and Meng Ping who had calm expressions, the expressions of Nai Rong and Nai Yuan went grim. But in the next moment, the actions of the 2 old women caused them to be completely dumbstruck. The 2 old women actually directly knelt in the sky before Duan Lingtian, and their emaciated and aged bodies shivered. Lord Duan Lingtian, we didn't know of the relationship between you and the sect leader, please forgive us. Lord Duan Lingtian, so long as you're willing to spare me, I'm willing to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that I won't go against the sect leader in my entire lifetime. I'm willing as well. The 2 old women knelt before Duan Lingtian just like this as they spoke without thinking. Before Duan Lingtian, they'd completely thrown away the arrogance of supreme elders of the Flying Rainbow sect, and there was only a single thought in their hearts, and that was to survive no matter what. What are the 2 supreme elders doing? Even if Duan Lingtian is a martial artist at the 8th level of the Void Prying Stage or above, there's no need for them to act like this, right? On the martial practice grounds, The group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples were stunned by the actions of the two supreme elders. It wasn't only them that were stunned. Chapter 741. Little Tien, you absolutely can't let them off. Otherwise, once they report to the Azure Forest Trisect that they've seen a 7-star sword sect disciple like you, the members of the Azure Forest Trisect will absolutely not let the matter go. Nai Rong was the first to react, and he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian hadn't said anything when the expressions of the two old women that knelt in midair froze, and they looked at Nai Rong with eyes filled with shame and resentment. Shouldn't he find a better excuse if he wants us to die? They thought that Nai Rong surely knew that the Azure Forest Trisect had been annihilated by Duan Lingtian, and now he was using the Azure Forest Trisect as an excuse purely because he wanted them to die and take revenge for his wife. Besides that, since these Flying Rainbow sect disciples have recognized you as a 7-star sword sect disciple now, you can't be allowed to live. Nai Yuan had a serious expression as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Earlier, the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples discussed Duan Lingtian, and it allowed him to realize that when Duan Lingtian was in the 7-star sword sect earlier, he could be considered to be a famous person in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. As soon as Nai Yuan finished speaking, on the martial practice grounds, the expressions of the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples went grim. If Duan Lingtian really wanted to kill them, then they really didn't have the slightest strength to fight back and were unable to flee. I'm willing to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that I'll absolutely not report the news and betray Duan Lingtian. I'm willing as well. All the Flying Rainbow sect disciples were completely anxious, and they didn't have the mood to make eyes at Duan Lingtian any longer. Brother Rong, Yuan. Could it be that both of you don't know that the Azure Forest Trisect has already been annihilated by Little Tien? When Nai Rong spoke out, Meng Ping's face was filled with bewilderment, and she couldn't help but ask when she heard her son, Nai Yuan, speak similar words. The Azure Forest Trisect has been annihilated by Little Tien? Meng Ping's words instantly seemed to have transformed into two enormous hammers that fiercely smashed onto the chests of Nai Rong and Nai Yuan respectively, causing their chests to rise and fall like bellows that couldn't calm down for a long time. You said the Azure Forest Trisect was annihilated by Little Tien? Nai Rong regained his senses and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with some difficulty. His gaze shifted from Meng Ping to Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the purple-clothed youth in front of him was so unfamiliar. It was so unfamiliar that it made one's heart palpitate. Of course, the reason why he had such a feeling was not because of anything else but because of the strength that the other party now possessed. Nai Yuan also stared blankly at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Meng Ping nodded and said slowly, not long ago, Little Tien made a move and annihilated all the 6th-level Void Initiation Stage higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect, and then he joined forces with the other two 6th-level Void Initiation Stage experts of the 7-star Sword Sect to completely slaughter the remaining Void Initiation Stage experts. Presently, the Azure Forest Trisect doesn't exist anymore, and the revival of the 7-star Sword Sect is at hand. Meng Ping finished speaking in one breath. Whoosh! Meng Ping's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused everyone besides Duan Lingtian and the two old women that knelt in midair to be stunned. Everyone including Nai Rong and Nai Yuan felt that today was the day they'd received the most shock in their entire lifetime, and it was simply terrifying to the point of death. Little Tien, you, really? Nai Yuan gasped and looked at Duan Lingtian, and he seemed to want to confirm it. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a light smile. Nai Yuan had a complicated gaze, and he sighed after a long time. No wonder you trespassed into the Flying Rainbow sect so fearlessly today. So it turns out that you're utterly unafraid of these old fellows of the Flying Rainbow sect. As he finished speaking, Nai Yuan had a bitter smile on his face, and at the same time, he glanced at the two old women that knelt nearby Duan Lingtian. Now, he finally understood why these two old women would be so afraid of Duan Lingtian. All of this was because of Duan Lingtian's actions of annihilating the Azure Forest Trisect some time ago. On the other hand, Nai Rong and the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds couldn't help but gasp. For a time, The entire martial practice grounds was filled with the sound of heavy breathing. The group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds heaved a sigh of relief when they found out that the Azure Forest Trisect didn't exist any longer. After all, the Azure Forest Trisect had ceased to exist, and they weren't worried that Duan Lingtian would silence them. Duan Lingtian is able to kill a 6th-level Void Initiation Stage expert. Doesn't that mean that his strength is at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above? A 7th-level Void Initiation Stage expert below the age of 30. Heavens! Even if it's the Darkhan dynasty, there might not be such a heaven-defying young expert like this, right? I truly never imagined that such a great figure has actually appeared in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples that weren't afraid any longer looked at Duan Lingtian with burning gazes. Many people even continued to cast flirtatious glances at him in secret. Lord Duan Lingtian, spare me. Meanwhile, the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman that knelt in midair before Duan Lingtian continued to kowtow and beg for mercy, and their voices were filled with terror that came from the bottom of their hearts. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the two old women before moving his gaze onto Meng Ping, and then he said with a light smile, "Grandma Meng, how do you think we should deal with them? I only need a single word from you and I can make them vanish completely from this world without leaving the slightest trace behind." Duan Lingtian's words were extremely flat, and it was as if killing the two old women was utterly not difficult to him. In reality, it was indeed not difficult at all. "Sect leader, we won't dare go against you in the future, please spare us. Sect leader, save us." The two old women hurriedly turned around and knelt before Meng Ping when they heard Duan Lingtian, and tears flowed down their faces. In their eyes, Meng Ping was their life-saving straw now. When they saw Meng Ping's gloomy expression and silence, the two old women were instantly anxious, and they hurriedly pinched open their fingers, causing a drop of blood to fly out from the tip of their fingers and charge into the sky. In the next moment, the two old women hurriedly swore. The oath they swore was none other than that if they went against the sect leader, Meng Ping, in the future, then they were willing to be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Flowing lights flashed within Meng Ping's eyes when she saw the two old women swear such a heavy oath, and she said slowly, "It's fine if you want to live, but you must go to the forbidden area. Unless the sect encounters a calamity, otherwise, both of you are forever prohibited from taking a step out of the forbidden area." "Thank you, sect leader." The two supreme elders of the Flying Rainbow sect knew that they'd preserved their lives when they heard Meng Ping, and they repeatedly thanked her. To them, living was more important than anything. In next to no time, they left and headed towards the forbidden area. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian, Nai Rong, and Nai Yuan instead followed Meng Ping to soar into the sky, and they quickly arrived at a higher point on Flying Rainbow Mountain before descending into a pavilion that occupied a vast area. Under Meng Ping's hospitality, after they sat down before a pavilion, Nai Yuan couldn't help but look at Duan Lingtian and give him a thumbs up. "Little Tian, Uncle Nai truly never imagined that you would actually have such high accomplishments after leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom." "What? Uncle Nai, do you look down on me so much?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Nai Yuan couldn't help but choke when he heard this, and he was slightly embarrassed. "That's not it. I just feel that your accomplishments are truly astounding. In the past, not even in my dreams had I imagined that someone from our Crimson Sky Kingdom would be able to ascend to the heights you've attained now. Me. How could little Tian be compared to an ordinary person?" Nai Rong glared at Nai Yuan and grunted. Meanwhile, Meng Ping had finished brewing tea for the three of them, and she walked over. Little Tian's name had already spread throughout the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom a few years ago. But when I found out that Little Tian was from the Crimson Sky Kingdom and had an extremely close relationship with Yuan, the Seven-Star Sword sect had already been. When she spoke up to hear, Meng Ping paused for a moment and directly skipped over before continuing. "I was deeply afraid that the Azure Forest Trisect would implicate the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Divine Might Marquis estate because of Little Tian. So I didn't mention the matter of Little Tian being in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to Yuan. Little Tian, you don't blame me, right?" Meng Ping looked at Duan Lingtian with a kind gaze. "Grandma Meng, you're joking." You're thinking of the overall situation. What's there to blame? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Little Tian, you're already in existence at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. Not long ago, it seemed to be the Dark Han Dynasty's Dynasty Martial competition, whereas the young geniuses that advanced through the Dynasty Martial competition would obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 Dynasty. Have you obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 Dynasties? Suddenly, Meng Ping had a flash of insight, and she looked curiously at Duan Lingtian, and her eyes were filled with anticipation. For a time, Nai Rong and Nai Yuan came to a sudden understanding. Only now did they realize that Duan Lingtian's advancement in cultivation had long since exceeded their imaginations, and it was even possible that he'd passed through the Empire's Young Genius competition over 1 year ago and obtained the qualifications to participate in the Dynasty Martial competition. As for whether Duan Lingtian had advanced in the Dynasty Martial competition, they didn't dare be completely sure. After all, the Dynasty Martial competition was a stage where the young geniuses of the Dark Han Dynasty and the various empires subordinate to it competed for supremacy, and there would surely be many young martial artists with extraordinary natural talent within it. Coupled with Duan Lingtian losing to those young geniuses in terms of age, even if he possessed a cultivation at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, he might not necessarily be able to pass through the Dynasty Martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 Dynasties. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded when faced with Meng Ping's question. I'll be heading to the Dark Han Dynasty's Imperial Palace to converge with the other 9 young geniuses in a few months before heading to the Northern Desert to participate in the martial competition of the 10 Dynasty. Duan Lingtian's words undoubtedly indicated that he'd indeed passed through the Dynasty Martial competition. For a time, the family of 3 that sat before Duan Lingtian were petrified, and they only recovered from their shock after a long time. If His Majesty finds out about this matter, he'll surely be overjoyed. Someone from our Crimson Sky Kingdom has actually obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 Dynasties. Nai Yuan was excited to the point his face flushed red, and he was unable to restrain himself. The martial competition of the 10 Dynasties was a competition between the group of young geniuses that stood at the top of the various dynasties. On the other hand, even though Nai Rong and Meng Ping didn't say anything, yet the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were still filled with shock. Grandpa Nai, Grandma Meng, Uncle Nai. I still have some things to do, so I won't disturb your family's reunion. Chapter 742. After leaving the Flying Rainbow sect, Duan Lingtian didn't return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, nor did he return to the 7-Star Sword sect, and he instead headed all the way to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. With Duan Lingtian's speed, he didn't spend much time to arrive at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. When he arrived at the Imperial City, he went straight to the Blacksmith Guild headquarters and found Luo Rong. Luo Rong, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's guild master, and at the same time, he was the grandfather of Crazy Young Master, Luo Zhon, who was the head of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He could be considered to be an old acquaintance of Duan Lingtian in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. Master, you're back? After 2 years, seeing Duan Lingtian again, Luo Rong still maintained the respect he had for Duan Lingtian. This respect was due to the fact that Duan Lingtian had taught him the Tao of weapon refinement, and he would never forget it. Help me find some materials. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. Amongst all the people he knew in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the old man before him was undoubtedly the one with the widest connections. Grandmaster, please go ahead. Luo Rong replied respectfully. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he spoke of some materials. They were all materials that were relatively rare. Of course, even though these materials were rare, they couldn't be considered to be precious, and they could be completely gathered in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not have come to Luo Rong. I'll give the order now. Luo Rong notified Duan Lingtian before leaving, and he only returned half an hour later. Master, I've already issued a reward assignment for those materials in our Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild. Besides that, I asked someone to enter the Imperial Palace to communicate with the members of the Imperial family. The materials collected by the Imperial family are the most complete in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I should be able to gather them in 3 days at most. Yes, sorry to trouble you. Duan Lingtian nodded and immediately asked, by the way, is Luo Zhon back? No. Luo Rong shook his head, and then he said slowly, that child has been eager to excel since he was young. It was fine when he was publicly acknowledged as the most outstanding young genius in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and he didn't feel any pressure. 2 years ago, your appearance and the pressure that the Saber young master gave him after that undoubtedly caused him to suffer a great blow, and that's why he decided to go out to gain experience and tempering. However, it's good to go out and gain experience. It can grind away his sharpness and make him more mature. When he spoke up to hear, Luo Rong paused for a moment. Master, I heard you advanced in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire and obtained the opportunity to participate in the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition. I wonder if you advanced in the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition as well? Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. As expected. Luo Rong nodded and didn't seem to be surprised. This made Duan Lingtian somewhat puzzled, and he couldn't help but ask, you aren't surprised? If this happened to someone else, like that grandson of mine, then perhaps I would be surprised. But when it happened to you, Master, I instead feel that it couldn't be any more normal. Luo Rong spoke out the thoughts in his heart, causing Duan Lingtian to be speechless and not know how to reply. He couldn't possibly say thank you for the praise, right? Subsequently, Duan Lingtian temporarily stayed in the Alchemist Guild's headquarters under Luo Rong's arrangement, and he waited for the materials to arrive. The materials that Duan Lingtian asked Luo Rong to search for were materials required for inscriptions, and they were materials that Duan Lingtian intended to use to construct the inscription formation. Constructing an inscription formation for the first time really causes me to be slightly excited. But with the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, there isn't the slightest pressure. Duan Lingtian sat silently in his room as he looked at the pile of materials on the table before him, and a wisp of a rosy red appeared on his face, a rosy red of excitement. With a raise of his hand, numerous low-grade origin stones were withdrawn by Duan Lingtian. Origin stones aren't a problem. I only hope that those materials can be gathered. In that way, I'll be able to successfully extract all the spirit points in the former demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snowmoon sect and move them to the Seven-Star Sword sect. Extracting was different from extracting. Extracting the origin energy that had been accumulated in the spirit points for many years only required an origin drawing pearl to accomplish it. Moreover, it was easy and simple, and it was simply a laborious task that didn't require brainpower, and anyone could do it. On the other hand, extracting spirit points was instead a technical task that consumed an extremely large amount of brainpower and heart power, and it required the combination of special inscription formations to accomplish it. If there was really a difference. The former only extracted the spirit energy of heaven and earth that had been accumulated in the spirit points for many years, and after it was extracted, the spirit points would once again accumulate spirit energy after a period of time, whereas the spirit energy that was extracted would be gone once it was used. The latter instead uprooted the spirit points, and no matter if it was the spirit energy accumulated in the spirit points or the spirit points themselves, they would all be directly extracted. What Duan Lingtian wanted to do was the latter. He wanted to utilize the inscription formations he possessed to uproot the spirit points in the former 3 great sects and move them all to the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect. At that time, besides the 9 spirit points that had temporarily lost their spirit energy, the 7-star sword sect would have another 20+ spirit points. Perhaps I can consider extracting the spirit points of the Mountain Split sect as well. At any rate, the Mountain Split sect has been annihilated by the Azure Forest Trisect, and keeping the spirit points is a waste. Duan Lingtian's expression went serious, and he had a righteous appearance as he muttered to himself. Even though the materials weren't gathered now, it didn't affect Duan Lingtian from starting to inscribe inscriptions. The inscriptions he wanted to inscribe now were the inscriptions required to construct the inscription formation. These inscriptions didn't rely on his origin energy to be activated, and they relied on origin stones to be activated instead. Only in this way would he be able to maintain the tireless circulation of the inscription formation. He couldn't be using his origin energy to activate the inscription formation at all times, right? On the other hand, besides some special requirements, practically all the inscription formations constructed by formidable inscription masters in the foreign lands used origin stones to activate and circulate them. After Duan Lingtian's cultivation broke through to the 9th level of the Void initiation stage, his spiritual force had increased to the 2nd level of the Void interpretation stage along with it, and inscribing the inscriptions he required now practically didn't consume any spiritual force. So after going without sleep for 3 days and 2 nights, Duan Lingtian didn't feel the slightest trace of exhaustion, and he was still brimming with energy. On the night of the 3rd day, Luo Rong knocked on Duan Lingtian's door and delivered the last pile of materials Duan Lingtian required. "Master, the materials are all here. I'll be troubling you." Duan Lingtian nodded to express his gratitude to Luo Rong. "Master, you're too courteous. Even if my body is shattered, it would be difficult for me to repay the great kindness you've given me, let alone such a small matter." Luo Rong spoke, and then he sensibly took a step back. "Master, then I won't disturb your rest." After Luo Rong left, he closed the door behind him. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed as he looked at the door that was closed. At this moment, he even had the thought of refining a grade 3 spirit weapon to give to Luo Rong as a form of thanks. But with a quick thought, if he gave a grade 3 spirit weapon to Luo Rong, it would seem that it would only harm Luo Rong. Not to mention the desire of the various experts of the Dark Han dynasty towards a grade 3 spirit weapon. Even if Luo Rong hid the grade 3 spirit weapon tightly, as a weapons craftsman, would he not take it out to study? With Luo Rong's current attainments in the Tao of Inscriptions, forcefully studying a grade 3 spirit weapon would only bring more harm than benefit. So, Duan Lingtian intended to properly repay Luo Rong in the future. The important matter at hand is to finish those inscriptions first. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and continued inscribing the inscriptions. Half a month of time passed in the blink of an eye. During these past few days, besides occasionally going out to eat with Luo Rong, Duan Lingtian practically locked himself in his room, and half a month later, he'd finally finished inscribing the required inscriptions. "I ought to leave." Duan Lingtian found Luo Rong and bluntly bid his farewells. "Master, no matter what happens in the future, feel free to instruct Luo Rong, and Luo Rong will surely do my best to help Master." Luo Rong spoke with a sincere expression. "Thank you." After Duan Lingtian nodded and expressed his gratitude, he left the Alchemist Guild's main guild. After inquiring about the location of the former Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City, Duan Lingtian left the Imperial City. After leaving the Imperial City, Duan Lingtian headed north all the way, and he quickly entered a world of ice and snow. According to the information he'd inquired about earlier, this was the former Snow Moon sect's base. But the current Snow Moon sect's base was deserted and desolate, and Duan Lingtian didn't notice a single living person after walking around for a long time. Looks like Elder Peng really made them afraid that day. Besides the former demonic Lotus Blade sect's base, the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, I reckon not only the former Snow Moon sect's base is empty, even the former Origin Convergence sect's base is empty. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian calmed his feelings and started searching for the location of spirit points in the former Snow Moon sect's base. Because the spirit energy of the heaven and earth within the spirit points here wasn't extracted by the Origin Drawing Pearl, so Duan Lingtian quickly noticed the location of the spirit points. Only 6. After going around the former Snow Moon sect's base and searching carefully, Duan Lingtian only noticed 6 spirit points. Since he'd noticed the spirit points, Duan Lingtian started working. Firstly, he withdrew the inscriptions that were inscribed on the numerous low-grade origin stones with various materials. Actually, he was only withdrawing the low-grade origin stones that had inscriptions inscribed on them. Duan Lingtian stood at the aperture of one of the spirit points, and numerous low-grade origin stones shot out from his hand to be placed in an extremely orderly manner at the aperture of the aperture. Gradually, they formed into a triangle, and the numerous low-grade origin stones were tightly connected together to the point they couldn't be separated. Clang! Along with the last low-grade origin stone shooting out and fusing with the numerous low-grade origin stones that formed the triangle, all the low-grade origin stones that formed the triangle started to flicker with strands of milky white sheen. In next to no time, strands of milky white sheen spread out before converging together in the end to form a triangular milky white circle of light. I've succeeded. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.